no further, one of the latest from our dear, wonderful friend. Hello! My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's Monday. It is day 29 of the U.S. war on Iran. It is 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Eastern War Time, exactly on the dot. Look at that precision. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. It is 7 p.m. in Tel Aviv and South Africa. And it is 8:30 p.m. in Tehran. Yes, it's been quite a day already, and we are just getting started. I'm in a suit. You might be saying, oh, you are a very handsome man in a suit. I know I do make a handsome man in a suit. I had things to do today. But now I'm here with you all, and we will get caught up. There has been... Hello, Northside Ragrock. It's so good to see you. Hello, Lavender and Rose, and my dear Mimi. It is so good to see you. And hello, Popeye and Joyce, and Jane, and Diane, and Talmon Lynn. It's so good to see you all. Welcome. It is day 29. There has been some activity this morning. I'm happy to announce that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is open. They have not for crowds, but they have allowed the Patriarch of Jerusalem to go pray. So that's a good sign. That was a great way. And it is 6 p.m. in Bonnie, Scotland. God bless the people of Scotland. But yes, it is. That was a very nice piece of positive news to start the day. If you were watching yesterday, you will know that there was an international incident. Well, there's lots of international incidents these days, but there was an international incident of the most serious proportions yesterday because, you see, it was Palm Sunday, and the nice man, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who oversees the Catholic sort of churches, he went to go pray by himself with like one other man at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He was not allowed to pray. We think it was like one military policeman who just didn't know what he was doing and didn't recognize the Patriarch of Jerusalem. So anyway, it caused an international incident. Everybody was mad. Poland was mad. The United States was mad. Iran started sending missiles at Israel in the name of Christ. It was a really weird Sunday. It was one of the strangest Sundays I've ever experienced during this war. And then there was a little bit of a lull this morning after, well, I shouldn't say a little bit of a lull. There were strikes on Iran last night that knocked out all of Tehran's power. Then there were strikes on Haifa today that hit the oil refinery. I'll show you those in a second. But overall, I think there was a little bit of a lull because at least the whole situation yesterday just went completely off the rails. You don't understand. Every country in the world was mad. Right away they were all really mad. This was the first time that the Patriarch of Jerusalem wasn't allowed to pray in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday in centuries. So it caused this international crisis. Now, Iran just took advantage of this crisis and started writing on their missiles that they were shooting at Israel in the name of Christ. And then I was like, you know what? This situation has become completely absurd. And then eventually by the end of the day, they figured out a reasonable resolution. And now everyone can pray where they want to pray, at least in small groups. And we're talking specifically about the actual priests. We're not talking about the congregations, which still can't pray because of missiles falling in the holy city. Okay, so that situation has been resolved. Everyone is happy. People are pleased, but there was a little bit of an international incident yesterday. And by a little bit, I mean everyone was mad. There wasn't a single country involved in this that wasn't mad. The U.S. ambassador to Israel was mad. The Polish people were mad. The Italians were mad. The Germans were mad. The Iranians were mad. Everybody was mad. It was not a very good Sunday. But anyway, this morning, things kind of calmed down until there were further strikes. And now people are just threatening each other. Mr. President is threatening to bomb all of Iran's power and desalination plants if Iran doesn't agree to end the war. And then Iran is coming back and saying that if they're just going to attack early, regardless of what happens with Mr. President. And then furthermore, I want to point out that at 12 p.m. today, Tehran time, so which was 7 hours ago, Iran said they're going to bomb 2 schools somewhere, God knows where, after Iran's schools got bombed. All right, so I'm just going to take you back to the beginning of the day. I've been trying to tweet throughout the morning, even though I was doing towel things, and now I'm going to take you through them, okay? I'll get get you caught up. Yes, you all are loved very much. God bless you, Valhalla. Hello, Borgsky. It's good to see you. I'm going to get you all caught up on, from what happened from this morning. If you didn't watch yesterday, just be aware, yesterday there was a really bad international incident. And then immediately afterwards, Iran shelled the south of Israel and basically almost caused a chemical leak. At first, Israel thought Iran did cause a chemical leak, and then they, retracted the chemical leak warning. But the point is, I saw the hit yesterday on... it was south of Beersheba in the Negev. I saw the hit, and it was bad. It caused, really black, fertilizer chemical to be released. All right, so I got to take you... When did I wake up? I don't even remember. I think it was with the attack on Haifa. Yeah, okay. So we went to bed with attacks on Iran. So the last thing we saw last night was this attack on petrochemical factories in Tehran. So you're looking at Tehran last night. Okay, that was the last thing we saw. Also, I upgraded the full screen, so now your chat is on the full screen. Okay, I hope everyone's happy. It's not going to be as visible, but I did what I had to do. All right, everybody happy? There you go. Some people were saying, why does the chat disappear? So now I kept your chat on the full screen too. So that was Tehran last night. Now let me take you to what happened this morning. Immediately upon waking up this morning, Hezbollah attacked a refinery in Haifa. Immediately, and they struck. Thank you, Joyce. Yes, Kingsley, the goat got my tie this morning. It was hungry. I said it could get. Hello, Emberwolf. How you doing? So this is the latest from Haifa. This morning, Hezbollah hit the refinery. Hezbollah is getting really intense with its strikes on the north. They don't always get through, but when they do, it's been proving to be intense. I'm a towel in a soup. Good to see you all. All right, so here was the statement from the Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land. I'll read it to you as it was transmitted across the wires this morning. Joint press release. Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land. The custody of the Holy Land is actually a person. It's not custodian, they use custody. Jerusalem, Holy Monday, 30th of March, 2026. The year of our Lord. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land hereby confirm that the matters concerning the Holy Week and Easter celebrations at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre have been addressed and resolved in coordination with the relevant authorities. In agreement with the Israel police, access for representatives of the churches has been secured in order to conduct the liturgies and ceremonies and to preserve the ancient Easter traditions at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Naturally, and in light of the current state of war, the existing restrictions on public gatherings remain in force for the time being. Accordingly, the churches will ensure that the liturgies and prayers are broadcast live to the faithful in the Holy Land and throughout the world. We express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel, for his prompt attention and valued intervention. We also extend our appreciation to the heads of state and officials who acted swiftly to convey their firm positions, many of whom personally reached out to express their closeness and support. We wish to emphasize that religious faith constitutes a supreme human value shared by all religions, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Druze, and others. Especially in times of hardship and conflict, such as those presently endured, safeguarding the freedom of worship remains a fundamental and shared duty. It is our hope that appropriate arrangements will continue to be found, enabling prayer to take place in places of worship, particularly in the holy places of all religions, in a manner that respects both legitimate safety needs and the religious observances and prayers that are of profound importance to hundreds of millions of believers. The Church remains in continuous dialogue with the authorities, including the Israel police. We pray and hope for an end to the tragic war affecting the region, mindful of the heavy consequences it has on all. The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem and the custody of the Holy Land reaffirm their commitment to dialogue, mutual respect, and the preservation of the status quo. Blessed Holy Week. The latest statement, so at least that was resolved. Sepulchre. Sepulchre. And that's going to be hard for me. Sepulchre. Welcome, Relapse. Thank you for the help with that. Sepulchre. Phonetic pronunciations are a little hard for me, but I get them right after a matter of time. Thank you all for your help. Sepulchre. 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 Sepulcher. I can get that one eventually. Sepulcher. It's pronounced very differently than you would think upon looking at it for the first time. Sepulcher. So the Church of the Holy Sepulcher is open again to the priests. Now, this is what happened in Haifa, as I mentioned. So this morning, Hezbollah hit Haifa. And one of the oil storage tanks at the Haifa refinery started burning. Okay, so that's the latest from the Haifa refinery. Sí, entiendo español. Entonces en mi vida, cualquiera una persona que quiere hablar español conmigo, yo dice que sí, entiendo y hablar español. Muy bien. That is Haifa. Sepulcher. Thank you, Timolay. Hello, Michael Brown. Yes. No, Michael Brown, it's a version of kayfabe. Very good question. It's a version of kayfabe. Unique to Mr. President. He's the only one who does it. It's a form of kind of, I think the best way to explain it is it's a form of trolling. Okay? Here's the latest from Hezbollah, released this morning from March 25th, showing them shelling Kiryat Shimona north of Haifa. It's probably the Hezbollah song. Hello, El Cid. Good to see you. Breathed in way too much smoke there. I was a little shocked by the missile fire. It's a different type of missile than they normally fire. Hi, Michelle. Hi, We Care. God bless you. So this is Hezbollah showing their strike on Kiryat Shimona on March 25th. That's definitely a new type of weapon, though. I mean, not new, but it's new for them. What is that? I've never seen that before used by them. No wonder they're getting so many precision hits. And I know that's different. Their normal controllers are like a green box. That's a very different controller. Their normal controllers do not have a keypad. It looks very different than normal. I watch all these videos so I can study what they're firing. They're firing new types of missiles. Tough to tell exactly what it is. Oh, Mimi, you keep the goat and the suitcase at the ready. I'm going to email the White House tomorrow. Sadly, I don't think they're exactly, open to the peace plan. I haven't actually reached out. I was not feeling that well this weekend. But Mimi, you keep the goat ready and the bags packed. If we pull this off, you're coming right along. I need you you're going to be my official emissary for prayer. Here's the latest from Zina Kador. This was 9 hours ago in the morning about the overnight developments in Lebanon.
Well, the Israeli military is no longer carrying out limited incursions into Lebanon, but a broad offensive is underway. They want to occupy territory up until the Litani River. That is according to the defense minister, Israel Katz, who made the announced the start, really, of the ground offensive last week. Israeli troops have advanced into several areas. For example, in the west, they now control the coastal highway. Their troops are positioned in a town down Bayada. It's high ground, elevated ground, which means they control the highway, and they are a mere 8 kilometers south of Tyre. That's one of the main cities in southern Lebanon. Advances also have been made in the central sector of South Lebanon, the eastern sectors of South Lebanon. What they're trying to do is reach the banks of the Litani River. The Israeli military strategy, it's about flanking maneuvers. What they're trying to do.
So I just want to say pause. My very dear old friend Jack D65, who I have known for a long time. God bless you, my dear friend. I just wanted to say it's so nice to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Yes, absolutely. I don't know if my peace plan is going to be adopted, but I do pray for peace every day that we cover this war, and it's been a tough 29 days. However, each day I tried to show the world the reality of this conflict and the human toll, in the hope that someone somewhere out there will eventually listen and that peace will prevail. But yes, I hope you all will extend a warm welcome or re-welcome to Jack D65, my very dear old friend from this channel. So good to see you, my friend. Back to Zina Kador in South Lebanon, South Beirut.
Is encircle Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon. They're avoiding entering these strongholds. Some of them like Bint Jbeil, Beit Leaf. This is where Hezbollah really has a strong presence. So what the Israeli military is trying to do is avoid a war of attrition, besiege these areas, cut the supply lines. Even when they demolish homes, the aim is to prevent Hezbollah from having any structure to stage ground attacks against its troops. But Hezbollah too has a strategy, and what Hezbollah wants is to bog down the Israeli army in a war of attrition. It has been targeting their troops in southern Lebanon, in South Lebanon villages. But, this war has just begun. It's still too early to say who will have the upper hand. Many do believe that the Israeli military will be able to reach the Litani River and occupy, if you like, these areas. But the word control is going to be key, because what Hezbollah will try to do is prevent the Israeli army from consolidating control. And that will be Hezbollah's test, and that will be its leverage if indeed it manages to do so.
Zena, just as you're talking to us, we're seeing pictures of...
That was the latest. You see, Zena cuts those from her phone. Zena is a very good
in
journalist.
southern Lebanon, Zena.
Sorry, I did not mean to replay it. Zena is a very good journalist, and I just wanted to say God bless you, Jack D. 1965. Thank you so much for your support of this channel. It's so good to see you again. I was so excited when I saw your name pop up. I want to show you now the latest from Dubai overnight. This is a rocket interceptor falling on the city of Dubai. It's not actually a strike. It is one of Iran's missiles getting intercepted over Dubai. You're very kind, we care. I do my best. Okay, this is the moment that Haifa's refinery was struck by Hezbollah earlier. Haifa's refinery earlier. Earlier in Haifa. Oh, Anne-Marie, God bless you, my friend. All right. So again, you're looking at the latest from Haifa. This was a Hezbollah rocket managing to hit the refinery earlier. I'll show it to you one more time. I'm not sure how they managed to get a camera that caught the actual hit, but they did. Someone asked how the war was going. Oh, I'm not sure. There's a bit of a lull right now, but I expect it to ramp up intensely because Iran's power facilities keep getting hit. Here's a hit from last night in Shovardi Street in central Tehran that hit the middle of a road. This reminds me of the Iranian strike on Arad that hit the middle of a road. Mr. President, Trump also said we should expect a response to the Haifa strike soon. No, Motorhead. This is this operates basically at a loss. This is a non-profit public information service. Basically, it's me using my personal time to convey information with no paywalls. I've done it since like 2017. No, it's not corporate. There's no investors, no sponsors. It's sustained only by donations from people who literally like feed me, keep me alive. I live in, like, I'm blessed to live in a place where I have, a roof over my head and etc. But no, I don't really have any wealth, nor do I want any. I have a suit on today because I wanted to be respectful to the doctor, but I don't, this is the nicest I can look. I haven't gone clothes shopping in years. I don't really like money. Money confounds me. Just to get by month to month, I sometimes have to ask for a lot of help because I want to never know. I never want to be rich. That's why this public information service exists in the format that it does. Oh, God bless you, Microdots. You are so kind. And if you've never checked out Microdots' channel, you've got to check it out. I got to watch the Kelsey Fitz Simmons video. I hear it is very, very, very good. Actually, I heard it's public now. So let's just go to Microdots' channel. So if you go to Microdots' channel, Microdots does really good video editing. So if you go to Microdots' channel, it's dropped Microdots. You want to watch this one. I haven't watched it yet, okay? But you want to watch this one. It's called the Kelsey Fitz Simmons story in depth. It's really, really good. I haven't watched the whole thing because I've been very busy. But every single person I've talked to who has watched this, 100,000 views in 2 days, by the way. Every single person I have talked to that has watched this told me it blew their mind. What happened. Kelsey Fitz Simmons was a police officer in North Attleboro, Massachusetts, and she was in a relationship, according to various court documents, in a relationship with this guy whose parents are experts in using the court system to make people go to rehab or something. It's really weird. So anyway, Kelsey was getting a restraining order served on her and got shot by other cops, and then they tried to charge her. She just got found not guilty, but the story of how the court system was abused and the potential consequences for the judges and prosecutors who were involved. The 4 men broke into Kelsey's home while she was in jail, and none of them ever got charged. There's just this roving band of house bandits running around my state who have never been charged for breaking into this poor woman's home after they took her baby away, shot her, and then put her in jail. It's a really weird story, but it's also somewhat indicative of what you can do if you get pressured in Massachusetts and then bring light to it. So anyway, take a look at Microdots' the Kelsey Fitz Simmons story in depth. Let me grab that link. All right, and you can grab that right here. Well worth checking out. Speaking of Massachusetts cases, before we continue going on, let me give you the latest update. That was the latest from Shovardi Street in central Tehran last night, where a missile hit the middle of a road, much like the Iranian missile that hit in Adad, Israel, and caused a large crater and shockwave. There are no injury reports as of now, but I want to give you some breaking news just over the wire right now in the Karen Reed case in Massachusetts. I do a little bit of local news because a lot of people watch this channel for local news before I started covering the war. The O'Keefe lawyer, Mark Diller, has lost his motion to retain Karen Reed's cell phone. I repeat, Mark Diller, not Karen Reed's cell phone, Karen Reed's email that she inadvertently sent to Mark Diller, scratch the cell phone part. Mark Diller already lost the motion to search the cell phone before Karen got it back. Mark Diller has lost his motion to keep Karen Reed's inadvertently sent email. I will read judge's order now. Endorsement on motion for order requiring plaintiffs, which is John O'Keefe's family. Karen Reed is a woman in Massachusetts who was acquitted after she was accused of killing a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, off duty on the lawn of another Boston police officer's home. The suspect is still out there. I believe it's the mystery man who's on the Canton Police Sallyport video at 5:38 p.m. on January 29, 2022, but there's been no arrest. It's a big case with a lot of controversy. This is the civil case filed by the O'Keefe family, and then another civil case filed by Karen against the police and different witnesses. It's a very convoluted dual series of cases. I'm pretty sure this is the Plymouth case that the O'Keefes filed against Karen. Karen, while replying all to an email involving her lawyers, inadvertently sent the email to the O'Keefe family lawyer. The O'Keefe family lawyer then tried to keep the email that Karen sent inadvertently to use it against her. And Karen Reed's lawyers, it's a big case in the United States. Karen Reed's lawyers were like, what are you doing? So they had to go to the court and get the lawyer for the O'Keefe family to not disseminate this email, because God knows he would have sent it to some Discord trolls or something if there was no order. So here's the order. On Karen's motion requiring the O'Keefe Family Council to destroy the inadvertently produced email. Allowed. As noted in the Charm case, a client who seeks to preserve the attorney-client privilege has a responsibility to be careful, particularly when using a means of communication that poses known and obvious risks. This is reply all to a CC email. Although this defendant, Karen Reed, did not meet that responsibility, the importance of the attorney-client privilege in our legal system outweighs that failure. Defendant's motion seeking deletion of the email and any copies is allowed. Although plaintiff's concern about potential use of the email for impeachment purposes may appear to the defendant as unfounded, if such concern becomes reality, the issue is preserved as the email remains under seal with this court. So, in short, he has to delete it. The court keeps it. If it becomes an impeachment issue, he can revisit it, but he can't keep it himself. And any dissemination of the email will be a per se violation of the court's order. So there you go. That's the Massachusetts news for you. Going right back to news in the Middle East now after I write this up quickly. Just give me 1 second. Just in, Mark Diller, the lawyer for John O'Keefe's family, has lost his bizarre request to keep a copy of an email sent by Karen Reed to Diller and other counsel by accident. The court will keep the email under seal. What? Just a bizarre series of events. If you've been following that case, the fact that the ruling came down in that way is just very bizarre. The fact that the lawyer even tried to keep the email was very bizarre. I cover court cases from time to time, so sometimes as news breaks, you just have to let me write it up. I cover a lot of local stuff as well as international war news. If this email shows up anywhere, Diller is in a lot of trouble. I have a feeling it already got leaked too. I bet he was dumb enough to do it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll get you back to the updates on the war news now. Thank you to Kyle Sharkey, by the way, for ripping that decision off the docket as soon as it came down. That'll be news in Massachusetts today. Let me take you back to earlier updates. The last update I had given you was from Haifa. I have to catch you up on the morning part of the day because inevitably something will happen. And frankly, if something doesn't happen for like the next 3 hours, that itself would be a development. But inevitably, I expect something to happen. Okay. So let me give you, after we took a look at Haifa, I was just showing you the first pictures from Haifa earlier today where the refinery was struck. Why is this a big deal? Because later in the day, Mr. President Trump was asked about the strike on Haifa and said that the response would be seen, quote, very soon. Okay, so again, last strike I showed you on Tehran. Here I have an update for you on a humanitarian convoy traveling in the south of Lebanon. Okay, where humanitarian aid has been reaching local civilians who refuse to leave their land. There overnight, a UNIFIL service member in the south of Lebanon who oversees the implementation of UN Resolution 1703, which demarcates the hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon, between the Litani River and the border between Israel and Lebanon, which is called the Blue Line. There was an Indonesian peacekeeper with the UN who was killed last night in shelling by Israel on a checkpoint. This is the latest from the IRCG 6 hours ago. I'm going to have British announcer Tal read it out for you. Yes, there's been a lot of developments. We're going through them one by one.
Conversation. Breaking. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Wave 87 of Operation True Promise 4, targeting enemy drone hideouts. The Public Relations Office of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps announced. In the 87th wave of Operation True Promise 4, carried out under the slogan, O Father of Abdullah al-Hussein, peace be upon him, and dedicated to the martyred Commander Admiral of the Revolutionary Guard, Martyr Tankasiri, and the martyrs of the Guard's Navy. Command and control centers, drone hangars, weapons support depots, as well as hideouts of terrorist elements and pilots of the United States and the Zionist entity, were targeted in multiple areas. The targets included 5 U.S. bases in the region, and military centers in the south, center, and north of the occupied Palestinian territories, among them Haifa Bay, Kiryat Shmona, Tel Aviv, Beersheba, Dimona, Al-Kaj, Al-Jufair, Victoria, and others. Using solid and liquid fuel ballistic missiles of the Ahmed, Qiyam, and Khorramshahr 4 types, alongside suicide drones, with the targets struck precisely. This composite, continuous, multi-stage operation began at dawn last night and is still ongoing. The Revolutionary Guard Corps also condemned the unconventional and illegitimate attack carried out by the Zionist entity's army on water desalination facilities in the state of Kuwait, considering it evidence of the debasement and vileness of the occupation, affirming that U.S. bases and forces, as well as military and security centers affiliated with the Zionist entity in the occupied territories, fall within its target bank. The Revolutionary Guard Corps called on West Asian regional countries to remain vigilant against what it described as the American Zionist currents, plots aimed at destabilizing and destroying the region. Wave 87 and Operation Honest Promise 4. The revolution.
Okay, so that was the latest from the IRCG. That was earlier. I'll show you this statement from the IRCG now. There's no sound yet, but there will be. Latest from the IRCG. Latest from the IRCG. I will show you more now from earlier today. It is oddly quiet. Almost too quiet. But I don't expect it to be quiet for long. Because that attack that you saw in Haifa, although I don't think it was actually from Iran, it was indeed from, I believe, Hezbollah, caused a reaction from Mr. President Trump. So I showed you the latest from the IRGC. Now I will show you the update from... One second. Where was the IRGC? It pulled me all the way back to the top of the page. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So in the statement, Iran claims that the water desalination plant was hit by Israel, but every other Gulf state has condemned the attack on the water desalination plant as coming from Iran themselves. Trey Yingst has a report on the internet
Israeli
blackout in
officials
Tehran.
are sounding the alarm about the internet blackout across Iran that has now reached more than 700 hours. They say it's affecting the world's ability to understand the extent and impact of U.S. and Israeli strikes, and it's also hurting Iranian civilians and their ability to organize internally. I spoke with a senior Israeli intelligence official today about this issue, who said in part, quote, "This is a blackout truth. The regime is hiding reality from its own people. They don't want the Iranian people to see how badly they're getting hit." The official goes on to say, cutting the internet stops people from communicating, from sharing what's really happening, and from organizing. This is significant because we understand that Starlink is being jammed inside of Iran, and so people who previously were able to work around this internet blackout are not able to do so. The Iranian regime has also arrested hundreds of people who are using Starlink terminals, but the official ended by saying something that I think is very important. They said, when this blackout is lifted, the full extent of the damage to the regime will become clear. Guys?
Yeah, that
So-
would be great.
That is Elon Musk's Starlink. It's a way to get around internet blackouts. And you can see that it is causing Iran to crack down. In turn, there have been less clips coming out of Iran. I've had some come in today on different accounts, but on the whole, very few clips. Now, you can see the statement from Saudi Arabia that I have up on the screen. It's unclear, Mary P. It's probably the IRCG jamming Starlink. That's my opinion. I have this statement from Saudi Arabia condemning the Iranian attack on the Kuwaiti desalination port. I have another statement from, I believe this is Qatar. It might be Kuwait itself. No, it's Jordan. Here's the statement from Jordan regarding the attack on Kuwait.
Conversation. Jordan today condemned in the strongest terms the Iranian attacks on the sisterly state of Kuwait, which targeted a military camp and resulted in injuries to 10 members of the Kuwaiti armed forces, as well as a power station and a water desalination plant, leading to the death of one civilian of Indian nationality. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates Affairs affirmed in a statement Jordan's rejection and condemnation of these heinous attacks, which constitute a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the sisterly state of Kuwait, and a dangerous escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region, emphasizing Jordan's absolute solidarity with the sisterly Kuwait in confronting the Iranian attacks, and its full support for it in all steps it takes to protect its sovereignty, security, and the safety of its citizens. The ministry expressed its sincerest condolences and sympathies to the family of the deceased, and its wishes for a speedy recovery to the injured.
So the latest from Jordan, who is also blaming the attack on the desalination port on Iran. Iran is blaming it on Israel. Here's what U.S. President Donald Trump said this morning. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately, quote, open for business, close quote, we will conclude our lovely, quote, stay, close quote, in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposefully not yet, quote, touched, close quote. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, this is apparently the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, but I'm not exactly sure what is going on here. Because I don't think the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament is running Iran. I think the IRGC is running Iran. This is some new footage released from the American operation in Venezuela earlier this year. Some new footage released from the American Delta Forces operation in Venezuela earlier this year. It's from January, I believe, to capture Maduro. Oh, God bless you, George. You are so kind. We are so lucky to have you with us, and I am so grateful for your support, compassion, and daily insights. God bless you, George. Latest footage from the U.S. raid that captured Maduro. Yes, save the roosters. And again, God bless you, George. It's been such a distinct honor and privilege to get to know you, and I'm so grateful for all of your insights and compassion. I think you are a wonderful soul, and I'm so grateful for your support of Tao Channel and of Tao. Here's more footage of the U.S. Delta Force when they went in a small invasion to get Maduro. This was from Venezuela.
Mocaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando. Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿oyó?
Venezuela. This is new footage from the raid of Venezuela by the U.S. earlier this year. Newly released footage.
Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, ¿oyó?
So this was a small-scale invasion. Hello, Shannon. So good to see you. God bless you, Got Manners. I'm so glad you find this stream edifying. That means so much to me. I'm going to show you the latest now, newly released footage from the U.S. Delta Forces raid of Venezuela. Hello, Wayne. It's great to see you. Yep, all war is deception.
Mocaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando. Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Again, this was the small-scale invasion of Venezuela.
Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, ¿oyó?
Just released today. Old footage, though. Oh, Joyce, I understand. I've seen a lot of intense opinions. Anytime things get intense, you can always do the love button. It's like exclamation point love. Then the bot will remind people that there's just a lot of perspectives. He's a good bot. We like the bot. He does a good job. Some food stuck in my teeth. It's kind of bothering me. I think I should have flossed today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'll show you the latest from Tehran. Okay, latest from Tehran now, earlier this morning. I love it, Joyce. You got it. Latest from Tehran. I was talking to Joyce about the use of the exclamation point love command. Once people figure out how to use it, they tend to love it. No pun intended. In the West Bank now, the Israeli army has installed a new iron gate east of the Christian town of Beit Sahor near Bethlehem in the West Bank. This is the fourth gate installed on the town. All entrances and exits are now fitted with iron gates controlled by the Israeli army, which can open and close them at any time. I now have the latest from This is
آمریکایی‌ها زدن همتون رو با همه دم و دستگاهتون دم و داغون کردن و فرستادن جهنم و شما فقط بلدید هی ارتعود کنید. به امید خدا به زودی.
Oh, God bless you, Relapse. That is so kind. Hold on. I will show you the latest from Isfahan, but this is such a kind super chat. I just want to read it out. It says, I know you don't get super chats right away, but I figured it would preemptively help for next month. Just a very gentle reminder to my fellow Christians that we are all called to love our enemies, compassion, and to suffer with all people through Jesus. Oh, God bless your Relapse. That is very touching. I think that is one of the most touching and resonant sentiments I have ever seen expressed in the written word. Thank you so much for your compassion, support, and erudition. Erudition. It was too long to include all of those words. Resonant is a nice word. You have a beautiful resonant frequency, Relapse. What a touching. Probably I took a screenshot from my records. One of the most touching things I've ever read. God bless you, Relapse, not only for your support, which is overwhelmingly compassionate, but also for sharing those words with us. I can tell you put a lot of thought and spiritual energy into them, and I'm grateful to have been able to read them. Oh, what a nice moment on a Monday. Thank you for that. I'm very grateful. And yes, it goes into the towel bank, and I'll do my best to get through the next few days. I try not to get nervous, but yes, I have a towel bank with donations, and then, we do well. And if I run into emergencies, I have some friends I can message. So I never get too nervous. I'm always just nervous enough. I never want to just be comfortable. I would then not understand what it is to be in touch with the people I want to serve and help. So just enough to get by, and I'm happy, and I'm very grateful for you all and your compassion towards each other and towards this channel. It really uplifts my spirits when I'm feeling down, when I see all the sadness. Now I'm going to take you to a scene in Amal al-Risala, I'm taking you to Haniwaya in southern Lebanon, where 4 ambulances tied to Amal al-Risala's association were destroyed. Israel is accusing Hezbollah of using ambulances to move weapons, but Israel is then bombing ambulances. Thank you, Valhalla. If you have the link, let me know. So Israel is bombing more ambulances in Lebanon, saying Hezbollah is using them to move weapons. This is probably the 16th, the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th ambulances bombed in the past 3 days. And listen, Hezbollah may actually be doing it. I've not seen no evidence. But it's a bad look. I mean, they got to present evidence that there's weapons in the ambulances. It wouldn't be the first time. War is deception, but you got to have evidence. here was a nice statement. We've seen a lot of violence by Israeli settlers towards Palestinians in the occupied West Bank in response to the shelling by the Iranians. And I think a lot of people have been saying, like, leave the Palestinians, like, out of this, all of you. The Iranians sometimes by accidentally bomb the Palestinians twice now. Once a nail salon was hit by a bomblet that went astray, killing 3 people, 3 Palestinian women in the West Bank. Okay, and then second, there was an Iranian fuselage that fell in a West Bank town 2 days ago. Thankfully, it didn't hurt anyone. But then the Israeli settlers, when they get mad at Iran, they burn the Palestinians' homes down. So I'll read you this statement from the president of Israel right now, which is actually very nice. Water Under the Fridge says, let's have a great week. Sorry, buddy, but I didn't do any of the interwebs money. I don't do any of the interwebs money transfer dealies. That's okay. Oh, God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. Just your constant presence is a blessing to me, and I am grateful for you every single day. God bless you, my friend. Water Under the Fridge has a great username. If you've never heard Water Under the Fridge, sometimes I say Water Under the Bridge because it's such a good pun. Anyway, I'm extremely grateful to you, my friend. I'm very grateful. Thank you for all your support. I don't know how to really receive gifts, you know, so I'm learning. And you all have helped me grow as a person, and I'm grateful for that too. Going to have this message from the Israeli president regarding settler violence against Palestinians read out. I think a lot of you will find this very redeeming, as do I.
Conversation. Communicated by the President's spokesperson. Monday the 30th of March 2026, 12 Nisan 5786. President Isaac Herzog responds to letter from diaspora Jewish leaders on surge of violence by extremist elements in Judea and Samaria. President Isaac Herzog responded to a letter from diaspora Jewish leaders and rabbis expressing concern over the recent surge of violence by extremist elements in Judea and Samaria. Please find attached the full text of the letter. Dear friends, I wish to thank you for your letter and for voicing your concerns on the recent surge of violence by extremist elements in Judea and Samaria. First, I share your conviction that these acts of violence stand in stark contradiction to the values upon which Israel was founded and to the enduring ethical tradition of the Jewish people. Our heritage emphasizes the sanctity of human life, and grounds it in a basic biblical tenet, you shall love the stranger, a foundational moral principle that has defined the Jewish people across generations. To violate these principles is to strike at the very foundations of our society and our shared history. These grave offenses against innocent people undermine the rule of law and tarnish the moral foundations sacred to the State of Israel. In recent weeks, I have spoken with government security and law enforcement representatives and have demanded that they employ all available means to bring those responsible to justice and to put an immediate end to this unacceptable phenomenon. A nation governed by the rule of law cannot tolerate violence and vigilantism. This is not only a shameful crime against innocents. It also interferes with the unceasing efforts of military and security agents to contend with clear and present Palestinian terror threats in the region. Best assured, I am fully committed to the cause and carrying out best efforts to deal with this challenge. At a time when Israel is in the throes of a bitter war against enemies that seek its destruction, and the Jewish people is contending with a fierce and rising tide of anti-Semitism around the world. This kind of violence against innocents further plays directly into the hands of Israel's detractors, fueling hatred that weakens us a nation and jeopardizes Jews everywhere. On the eve of Passover, we are reminded that Moses' first act of leadership was a moral one, standing up for justice in the face of violence against the innocent. Safeguarding this core value is our unequivocal duty at this critical hour. We must ensure that the law is enforced with fairness and resolve for the safety and well-being of all the residents of the area. I thank you, once again, for the deep sense of concern and mutual responsibility your letter reflects. Wishing you and Jewish communities everywhere a happy, kosher, and, above all, a safe Passover. Yours sincerely, Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel.
What a nice letter. Even among a time of heightened tension, it takes a lot to crack down on settler violence because settlers have a lot of power. They really do in Israel. And what they do is they kind of... Israeli laws set up to kind of incentivize the building of new settlements. And sometimes the settlers go a little overboard, to put it lightly. And a lot of the Jewish diaspora, the Jewish community, I won't speak for them, but a lot of them wrote a letter. I don't want to summarize the letter. You can read it. It's out there. They wrote a letter to the president of Israel saying like this, like burning people alive in their homes because people are mad at Iran. Like burning Palestinians is not the solution, and the state of Israel has a duty to protect those Palestinians. These settlers don't represent Jewish people or like the Jewish faith. And Herzog is basically, it's very rare to see this kind of thing because the state of Israel does tend to kind of coddle, I think is the word, the settlers, even when they're very violent. But that kind of letter is kind of like a big step towards saying the state of Israel will take proactive measures against those settlers. Now, mind you, part of the reason it happened is because one of those band of settlers like choked out a CNN cameraman the other day and caused like an international incident. So Israel's under a lot of pressure right now to kind of be like very tolerant towards the Palestinians and the Christians in Jerusalem in particular. And personally, I think it's one nice sort of like silver lining of all this. There's like interfaith dialogue occurring in a way that wasn't before. And if that comes out of this, that would be a very nice positive if all the faiths kind of found a way to like allow access to their different holy sites. If we could get back to the 67 borders, you know what I'm saying? I really think there's a lot of room for peace in the region. Saudi Arabia's got to be a big driving force in it. And like Iran can definitely have a seat at the table. You know how happy Iran would probably be if like they could just be allowed, like just recognized as like a fellow state among nations. And then if they got the 67 borders for Palestine and you let them claim that as a win, oh bro, there's totally a way to do this. We'll call it the Towel Peace Plan. All right, here's the latest from Courtney Boneo in southern Lebanon. Oh, I can't show this actually. Other networks might show it, but I don't want to. She showed the result of a bombing of the UNI FIL checkpoint, and let's just say it was very, very, very bad. Hello, Rada. It's so good to see you. I did do well. Made it through without a needle. I was very pleased. I hate going to the doctors, not because I don't like my doctor, but because I'm afraid of needles. Here's some of the humanitarian supplies that have been making their way into South Lebanon. So I told a lot of folks about the work that the Red Crescent does. So here's some of the work of the Egyptian Red Crescent in Lebanon.
Conversation. Essential relief items. This shipment helps meet part of the needs of over 1 million people affected by displacement.
Lebanon.
This effort is part of a coordinated response with national partners, reinforcing support to communities during this challenging time. We thank the Egyptian Red Crescent and all partners involved for their continued support to communities in need.
So, I mentioned earlier how important it is to support aid networks like the Red Crescent, the Red Cross, and others during the war. These are the only people that are allowed to go across enemy lines and just deliver aid wherever it needs to go. It's very important, and the aid actually gets to the people. They hand deliver it. Here's a press conference in Farsi earlier today where the Iranian foreign minister confirmed that the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon is refusing to leave the country and will not obey the orders of the Lebanese government to leave. They declared him a persona non grata, the Iranian ambassador. And now the Iranian foreign minister is saying it's a big deal because it basically means Iran is refusing to recognize the government of Lebanon, and they're going to recognize Hezbollah as the government of Lebanon. It's a big deal. It's a big problem.
من میتونم الان خدمتتون عرض بکنم سفارت ما خب در لبنان دایر هست. سفیر ما هم با توجه به مباحثی که توسط جهات ذی‌ربط لبنانی مطرح شد و نهایتاً جنبندی که صورت گرفت به کار خودشون به عنوان سفیر ایران در رود ادامه خواهند داد و کماکان در اونجا حضور دارن. ما پیگیری کردیم. من میتونم الان خدمتتون عرض بکنم سفارت ما خب در لبنان دایر هست. سفیر ما هم با توجه به مباحثی که
You have 6 minutes. There's been a launch from Iran. Fixed. Launch from Iran. There's been a launch from Iran. I was trying to play the video, and as I was playing the video, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. I'm bringing up the cams for you now. You have 6 minutes. There has been a launch from Iran. You can see it behind me. I know you all saw up. Thank you for helping me fix this. There's been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I was kind of running around to fix things. I didn't even notice the microphone was muted because my first thought was to just get the cams up as fast as humanly possible. You have 6 minutes. There's been a launch from Iran. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 2:02 p.m. Eastern. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, damn Iranians. They've launched again. It's at Tel Aviv. It's the Iranians. You have 6 minutes. Damn Iranians. I was just trying to get you caught up. I knew we didn't have a lot of time to get caught up. I told you, you can't ever trust the damn Iranians. You try to do a catch up, and then immediately they launch another missile for the first time in however long it's been. Damn Iranians. You don't understand. Another launch. You don't understand. Damn Iranians. All right, that's live. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It's coming towards Tel Aviv. I repeat, it is coming towards Tel Aviv. The damn Iranians, they've launched towards Tel Aviv. Damn Iranians. Damn Iranian breaking. Iran has launched a missile towards Tel Aviv. Time to arrival, 4 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh no. Iran has launched. I repeat, Iran has launched. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You have 3 minutes and 52 seconds. I fixed the mute. Don't worry. You might have to refresh, but the mute is fixed. Iran has launched. You have 3 minutes. It's coming to Tel Aviv. It should be coming through South Lebanon. You want to keep an eye on the top 2 cams. The top right cam. If it's a Khorram Sharhar towards Tel Aviv, it will always come to South Lebanon. I expect things might get a little intense right now. I expect there could be air raid sirens. These missiles are very rarely intercepted. Here they come. Red alerts. Red alerts. It's Tel Aviv. I don't know where the missile... Air raid! Air raids in Tel Aviv. Oh, it got there very quick. Air raids in Tel Aviv. Air raids. Air raids. Air raids. Oh, it got there very, very quickly. Oh, goodness. How did it get there that quickly? Oh, they're absolutely wailing. The sirens are wailing in Tel Aviv right now. How did it get there so quickly? Where is the missile? It got there in like 4 minutes. I don't know how that happened so quickly. You're going to watch cams 10, 3, 4, 10, 3, 4 in temporary. It's already air raid sirening in Tel Aviv. It took like 4 minutes. I don't even know how this is possible. I don't know how it got there that quickly. I don't know where it's coming. I see it. It's on the temporary cam. Oh, goodness. The interceptors are going up. It's coming into Tel Aviv. I saw it coming in. It's coming into Tel Aviv. I see the interceptors going up after it. The Tel Aviv cam paused. Oh, they're going up after it. Oh, it's a battle. I don't know where the missile went. There's some kind of battle going on in the skies above Tel Aviv. I saw the interceptors going up for it. I have no idea where the missile went. It's somewhere up in the sky. Oh, dear God. That was a hit. I don't know what it hit. It could have been an airburst. I can't tell. That might have been a hit. I repeat, that might have been a hit. I can't tell if it was an airburst or a hit. There was a very loud hit, but it might have been an airburst. We will not jump to any conclusions. There are... Okay, 1 if you think hit, 2 if you think airburst. 1 if you think hit on the ground, 2 if you think airburst. 1 if you think it was a hit on the ground, 2 if you think it was an airburst. I'll play it back for you right now. 1 if you think it was a hit on the ground, 2 if you think it was an airburst. I'll play it back for you right now. It's going to be loud. One hit, 2 airburst. So you're going to see it on the left cam in 1 second. You see the interceptors going up. This is a replay. It was intercepted, Leah. I think we're going to hear it on this cam in 1 second. Alright, so it didn't capture it on that one. What about this one? Okay, so that's a missile. Hold on, I'll show you it going over southern Lebanon. Okay, see the missile on the top cam now? Alright. Now you're going to watch it with the volume from the other cam. Thank you, G Reaper. God bless you, my friend. Okay, you're watching the replay. Okay, this is the Tel Aviv airport cam microphone. This was at 9:05, so 4 minutes ago in Tel Aviv. This will capture the boom. It's unclear if it was an interception. More launches have been detected. I'm monitoring. I'm just going to let you listen to this. You'll hear the bang. Are we sure that was an intercept and not a hit? I think that was a hit. That was on the Tel Aviv airport cam at 21:06:03. So 9:06:03. Local time, Tel Aviv airport cam. It was at exactly 9:06 p.m. I think that was a hit. I'm going back live now. I have not detected any more launches, at least on this screen. Let me check the Red Alert app because I feel like another launch alert did come in. I saw another early warning come in and the Red Alert hasn't lifted, but I also haven't heard any more beeping. If there was another Red Alert, it would go back to the last early alert from the Home Front Command was at 1400. I think that might have been an actual hit on Tel Aviv. I'm monitoring for developments for you right now. It sounded like it was near the airport. It was it could be an airburst of a interceptor, but I'm monitoring now. Okay, here's the latest statement from the IRGC. I'm going to leave one of the cams up. I think this is going to be an intense night. Okay, I'm going to show you the latest from the IRGC now. Okay, this was 30 minutes ago. It might have been a low intercept, I agree. I cannot confirm either way. Here's the latest statement from the IRGC. Go ahead, British reporter Tal. Go ahead. British reporter Tal, would you be so kind?
Conversation. Breaking. Public Relations of the Islamic
Amy.
Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC Navy has carried out 4 successful and daring operations against American and Zionist targets, as a continuation of Wave 87 of Operation True Promise 4, under the code O Abu Abdullah al-Hussein, peace be upon him. This morning, fighters of the IRGC Navy, through intelligence and operational measures, managed to destroy 4 points of enemy American and Zionist leaders and equipment gatherings via powerful and stunning strikes. Heroes of intelligence and operations in this force succeeded, through a complex operation, in destroying a cover center for command and control belonging to the American terrorists, which was established outside the Manhad base in one of the UAE cities, using precise point missiles. More than 200 American leaders and officers of medium ranks were present in this camouflage center. And in another complex operation, a secret residence headquarters for leaders of the US Fifth Fleet outside the main barracks in Bahrain was precisely targeted via drones, coinciding with a meeting of the leaders. The intense ambulance vehicle movement confirmed the success of the operation. Additionally, a container ship owned by the entity bearing the commercial name, Express Room, and flying the flag of a third country was hit by a precise and effective missile strike from the IRGC Navy personnel. And in a related context, an American terrorist's air warning radar designated for guiding F-16 fighter jets, which was positioned outside military bases and on the coasts of the Dammam area in Saudi Arabia, was destroyed. The achievements of these successful operations, which come as a continuation of the proud steps of the IRGC Navy during the past days of the imposed war, are dedicated to the martyred commander of this force, Admiral Tangzeri. The IRGC Navy affirms that it will continue the approach of Martyr Tangzeri with all strength and steadfastness, and we are certain that this dear martyr is present among us and assumes command.
So the Iranians are saying they just struck a bunch of American military targets in response to the killing of the IRGC Navy commander. Here's the latest video released by the IRGC 30 minutes ago, but right as the strike on Tel Aviv happened. I'll try to get a damage assessment. There will be volume. This could be loud. I have the missile. I have video of the missile now that was sent to Tel Aviv just coming in. Yeah, that was yesterday, I think, Valhalla. Latest from the IRGC. Yes, by the way, someone asked earlier, flew by really fast. I do need some help for the next 3 days. So the alert is just cleared. I don't have a damage assessment for you. I do have the latest footage of the missile. But yes, if you're out there listening and you're one of those people who send messages to it, just I'm trying to do a lot, but I'm getting a little nervous because I don't know how I'm going to get through the next few days. So if you're one of those people that listens for that call as like a clarion call, I could use a little help. Here's the latest from the missile that was sent to Tel Aviv. I do not yet have a damage assessment. The donate links are in the chat. God bless all of you. All right, here we go. This is the missile that was just sent to Tel Aviv. I do not yet have a damage assessment. Latest from the missile that was headed at Tel Aviv 5 minutes ago. This is the missile that was headed at Tel Aviv 5 minutes ago. We love our Scottish towels. Oh, God bless you. God bless you, towel friends. We're gonna do it. We made it. I pray for, I hope that missile did not hit near any people, but my prayer has been answered, and I am so grateful to you all. We did it. God bless us. God bless us. I'm so grateful to you all for the peace of mind. You don't understand. I get so nervous. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're good. We're good now. God bless all of you for supporting Towel Stream. It means so much to me, and it allows me to focus on getting this out. I don't know why it's so hard for the networks to get all this footage out so quickly, but I'm honored to do it, and I'm now completely focused on my work, and I'll be here with you as long as possible. Even if I have to take a dinner break and stay for 12 hours, I'll do it. You watch me. I can do it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have the latest footage. I do not have an impact assessment for you. It's 2:17 p.m. Eastern U.S. Wartime, Monday, March 30th, 2026. It is 8:17 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It's 9:47 p.m. in Tehran. Here's the latest footage of the missile that was heading towards Tel Aviv. I do not have a damage impact assessment for you as of right now. Here is the latest footage from the missile headed towards Tel Aviv. So you can see that Iranian missile does move very fast. Okay. That Iranian missile heading to Tel Aviv does move very fast. God bless you, Rada. What gives me so much energy, not only the fact that I feel so supported, but also I get to spend time with you all, and I know so many of you all, and it's like I have a lot of friends, and I've never felt so loved before in my life, even though there's so much intensity in the world. And I really do feel like that's a redeeming thing that so many of us have found here in this chat, and that really like inspires me. Every day I get up, I'm not really like anxious, but I just want to do this coverage so people can find camaraderie and compassion among the agony, and then feel there's a reason to like see goodness among each other. It means so much to me. I want everyone to know about it. Mishigama, you heard me kick into super towel mode. This is the latest from the missile heading towards Tel Aviv. I don't know where it hit. I don't know if it got intercepted. I don't know if it hit outside. Okay, I have the latest from this missile right now, headed towards Tel Aviv. I have it on a descent. I do not know if it was intercepted. We did hear a loud explosion, but it is unclear if it was intercepted over the ground or if it hit the ground. I'm going to show you the latest footage of the missile on a downward trajectory. This missile was just heading into Tel Aviv right now. This is the latest from the missile heading into Tel Aviv. So you can see the missile heading down. It does not look like it was intercepted. I'm sorry to say, I think that might have been a hit. I don't see anything that even came close to intercepting it, but I guess we're a little bit far off. There was an attempt. Oh, it hit. That's a hit. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm very sorry to report that there is no doubt in my mind that that was a hit. Look at that. Watch the trajectory of the missile. Now watch the lower part of the screen. I am very sorry to report that that was a direct hit on Tel Aviv. Watch the left of your screen. In about 20 seconds, maybe 10. Look at the explosion. That was a direct hit on Tel Aviv, and I heard that. That was a direct hit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to report it. I'm going to show you now. That was a direct hit on Tel Aviv. I'm going to zoom in on the lower part of the video for you. Okay, you're going to see it on the right hand side of your screen. That was a direct hit. Yeah. So it's actually more up at the top. That was a direct impact of an Iranian missile on Tel Aviv. I'm going to show it to you again now. Take a look. It's going to zoom to the left. You're going to see the explosion. I'll be able to zoom in more on the next pass. There was a direct hit on Tel Aviv right there. There was a direct hit. I'll give you one more pass at it. This is the box zoom. It was a direct hit. There's just no doubt. I saw it. There's no way that was an intercept. Yeah, that's a hit. The Iranians just directly struck Tel Aviv with a very powerful missile. That was not a cluster bomb. That was a... I don't know what... It was not the biggest missile I've ever seen, but it was a direct hit. Okay, just watch the box zoom on your right. It's going to take a second to center. You're going to now see the hit. Right there. So the Iranians, I believe, just hit Tel Aviv directly. I'm going to pause it for you at the moment of the hit. It's very quick. It's not a big bomb. I don't know what they hit. It's a pretty precision strike. It was not... I mean, they got... I have to play it very slowly. I'm going to slow the playback speed down to 0.25. So you're going to see it now. You're going to see... Alright, so that was the hit. This is the Iranian hit on Tel Aviv just now. It's incredibly fast. It's a very fast hit. It's almost imperceptibly fast. It's one of the smaller missiles I've ever seen, but it hits. There's no doubt about it, but it's a very quick hit. You almost have to go frame at a time to catch it. That's it. So that is a confirmed Iranian direct strike on Tel Aviv. I don't know where it is, but I'm telling you right now, that's a confirmed Iranian direct strike on Tel Aviv. You're looking at it. So what you're seeing up on your screen right now, that flash in the background, I can show you the box zoom. That is a direct Iranian strike on Tel Aviv tonight. It just happened. I don't have a damage impact assessment. I don't know where it hit. I heard it, and then I'm telling you this is the video of it hitting. And that's the box zoom right there. I'll show you the box zoom on the right of the main footage right here, okay? And then I'll play the main footage for you. Alright, but that is an Iranian hypersonic missile. The box zoom won't be focused in on the actual missile. You're going to want to watch this screen for that. The missile is going to come across the top of your screen here, okay? See it? Watch it come across the top of your screen. Alright, now watch it head. It's playing at 0.25 speed. Now watch it heading across the sky. This is at 0.25. See it? It's captured in the box zoom too right now. That's a pretty cool double feature. Okay, but what's not cool is that this missile does not get intercepted. There's an interceptor over here. Okay, the interceptor's way off. This missile guts that interceptor. That interceptor doesn't even know where it's going. This missile is just ripping that interceptor to shreds. Ifti Ahmad, my dear friend, it's so good to see you. How have you been? And now you're going to see the impact on the zoom, on the box zoom. Alright. The impact on the box zoom. You're going to see it coming up around the 23-second mark. So in about 20 seconds our time. I'm playing this at 0.25 so you can see how long that missile takes. It doesn't take that long, but it's traveling miles and miles away from us, from that camera. Now in about 1 second to 2 seconds, maybe 3, you're going to see the flash, and that's the strike. It was a direct hit. That I know what a hit looks like. There's no way they intercepted that. Yeah, Mary P., the interceptor flew right by, one, because the missile itself is so small from the Iranians, but also because the missile is going really fast, and it's designed to avoid... So I'll play it for you in full speed one more time, and you'll see, like, that missile is going so fast that the interceptor doesn't stand a chance. The interceptor doesn't even know what to do. It can't turn quick enough to go catch that missile. It's so quick. We're going to get an impact report soon. I know there was a hit. Yeah, there's reports of a direct strike in Tel Aviv. Direct strike in Tel Aviv. There's also direct hits in Baghdad. In Suleimania, Iraq, on the American forces in Suleimania. Yeah, that missile ripped that interceptor to shreds. Oh, wait till you see this footage. Oh, this is incredible. Oh, wow. I've never seen anything like this. Wait till you see what this missile did. How did this missile do this? Oh, this is not good. Listen, they got some serious missile tech. Look at this missile darting. It dances around. Alert! They fired again. They fired at Tel Aviv again. Look at this missile. Look at it. I don't even have a damage assessment. Look at it dart around. Look at it dart around the interceptors. Oh, it's incredible. There's been another launch. Look at it darting around those interceptors. I'll show it to you again. There's been another launch. Come on now. Come on. Look at this. Look at as we get ready for the next round of missiles to come in. Look at this. Look at the last missile avoid those interceptors. Oh, dude, it just darts around them. They don't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance. Oh, my word. I'll play it for you in 0.25, but we don't have that much time. Oh, there's another launch. Okay, I'll play it for you in 0.25. Hold on, I'm going to mute it. It's going to be annoying with the sound. Look at that Iranian missile. I'll play it in 0.25. Look at the interceptor. Try to get it. It's just like, nope. Nope, you can't touch me, bruh. Look at it. It's just like, nah, bruh. Not today. It just darts around it effortlessly, and then look at the next one. It's like, oh, you sent another interceptor after me? No, that's cool, bruh. I'm going to avoid that one, too. Look at it. Look at it. Look at what it does. It's just like, nah, bruh. Nah. You ain't got anything on me. Oh, look at it. Clears it easily. Listen, these missiles are very dangerous. You don't understand. There's been a launch from Iran. I don't have time. We gotta go. We gotta go to the launch. Okay, I'm going. All right, I'm going as fast as I can. I could call me Tao Superman. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Come on, Tao. You got this. I got this. I can do this. I can keep up with this. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. I understand. I understand that you have 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going. You have 5 minutes. There's the launch cams. You have 5 minutes. I repeat, you have 5 minutes. There has been a launch from Iran. You have 5 minutes. It's coming towards Tel Aviv again. You have 5 minutes. They've done it again. The damn Iranians. I repeat, you have 5 minutes. Damn Iranians. No. Iran has launched for the second time in 20 minutes at Israel. The target is Tel Aviv. Time to arrival. 4 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh goodness, we couldn't even get an impact assessment on the last one and they already launched again. What is going on? They must be really mad. I don't know what has happened, but they must be very mad. This is a sign that they're very mad. They don't normally get this mad. What has gone on? What has happened? I don't understand. Somebody has made the Iranians very mad. Somebody has made the Iranians very, very mad. Damn Iranians. Who upset the Iranians today? What happened now? Come clean. Who did it? Who did it? Somebody's made the Iranians very mad. They're firing their good missiles. And it's going to get worse. I can already tell. You have 3 minutes. We're going to hear the beeping sound. That last one got there so quick, bro. It was incredible. I'm starting to learn what type of missile that they fire based on how long it takes to get from Iran to Tel Aviv. So if the sirens start in like a minute, it's this quick small missile. If it starts in like 2 minutes, it's the Khorram Sharhar. Hello, Miss Missy. It's so good to see you. We have a very rapid pace of activity today. There have been 2 launches in the past 20 minutes at Tel Aviv. The last one most certainly hit. I saw the impact footage. We're now waiting for the next one. I believe this one's a little bit slower because the sirens haven't sounded in pace with the last one. It's a little tough though because you have to geolocate where the missiles are coming from based on the positioning in Iran of the launch and also the type of missile and then where the target is in Israel. I think this is most likely a Khorram Sharhar 4, which is a missile that has bomblets. It will come over South Lebanon. Here come the red alerts. It's coming for Tel Aviv. You have about 2 minutes. It's coming in right now. This is my I'm intense and I don't know how to remain emotionally dispassionate voice. Here we go. It's coming in right now. These are the red alerts. Air raid in Tel Aviv. Air raid in Tel Aviv. Air raid. It's coming. Air raid. I warn you. Air raid. Oh, goodness. Oh, God. God bless. God protect those people. It's probably going to be a Khorram Sharhar. Watch cams temporary in 10. You'll likely see it on the temporary cam. Maybe the South Lebanon cam. I don't know where it's coming from. It's probably going to come over Lebanon. It normally tends to come over Lebanon. You have 1 minute. I think this is probably a Khorram Sharhar. I know you Iranians. I can tell what kind of missiles you fire based on how long it takes. Damn Iranians. It's coming to Tel Aviv, probably the whole city. I think it's going to be a Khorram Sharhar. It's one of those bomblet ones. Get in your protected space. Don't risk it. It just lands everywhere. Just go inside right now. Go in your space. Don't risk it. Don't risk it at all. It's one of those bomblet ones. Just trust my premonition and go in your damn protected space. Go in there right now and don't come out. Go in there now. I know you listen to me in Israel because you want to see what's happening outside. Go in the shelter now. Go to your protected space now, not later, now. It's going to be, there it is. It's on the temporary cam. I see it coming. I see it. It's on the temporary cam. It's coming. I don't know what else to tell you. It's coming in right now. They didn't get it. Oh, there's the interceptors. It's coming to Tel Aviv right now. I don't know what to tell you. It's all happening. All the interceptors are going up. I don't really know what to tell you. It's all happening right now. Multiple interceptors firing over Tel Aviv. Here it comes. That's a jet. Oh, goodness. That's an interceptor. Oh, just massive interceptors firing. They're chasing the missile. I don't know where it went. Oh, this is not good. Oh, that's a big hit. Oh, no, they've scored another very big hit. Oh, that was not an air explosion. That was a hit. Tel Aviv has been hit. Oh. Tel Aviv has been hit. Oh! Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh, no. That was not good. That was very bad. Oh, that was very bad. That was 2 hits. The first one was bad. The second one was worse. Yeah, I didn't see any hits. I saw the missile on the central cam. Then I heard 2 very distinct hits. I'm starting to learn what's a hit and what's an intercept. Those were 2 hits. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'll replay it for you now. That was the first one. And then here comes the second one. It was at 9:34 local time and about 45 seconds. Yeah, I saw a hit on cam 3. I saw a hit on cam 3. I saw a hit on cam 3. They hit near Ben Gurion Airport. I'll play it for you now. So it was around 9:34. Yeah, there was a hit. And then you're going to see it again. You're going to see a flash on cam 3. So that was the first one. Maybe the second one. Then watch cam 3 on the right. Right there. You see it? At 9:35 and 11 seconds on cam 3. Hold on. Watch the... I don't need to isolate it for you. You'll be able to see it. On cam 3, this part right here. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Right there. There was a hit. I'll show it to you if you want. I'll isolate it for you on cam 3, but there was a hit. I'm telling you, they struck Tel Aviv multiple times. I can isolate it for you if you want. Give me 1 second. Let me just isolate cam 3. Alright, so to isolate cam 3, I'm just going to pull this like this. Then I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to do that. Okay. I'm going to do this. Alright. So I'm going to isolate cam 3 for you. Alright. Right there. Okay. I'm going to take a look at the right side of cam 3. Alright. Going to play it for you right now. Right side of cam 3. (9:35, 11 seconds) local time, Tel Aviv. Here it comes. There was a hit. Multiple hits on Tel Aviv in the past few minutes. I don't even need to look at the Twitter to tell you there were hits. I don't know what they hit. It's near the airport. Alright, now I have the latest from the last missile that went over. This is going to be a long night. Alright, the latest from the last missile that just went over now. I'm going to bring this up on your screen for you. I don't know where the last one hit, but I'm telling you there was a hit. How do I know? Because I saw it on cam 3, which is near Ben Gurion Airport. But I'll show you the latest missile that just went in now. Alright, here we go. The alerts are lifting in Tel Aviv, but don't expect them to lift for long. Someone in Iran is very mad. Tel Aviv just got hit really hard. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv. It was 2. I can't tell if it's 1 or 2. That's the missile that just came in. They're sending missiles with a 100% hit rate. Those missiles hit every time. They figured out, they cracked the code. Whatever that missile is incredibly dangerous. It hits every time. Alright, this is the latest from Tel Aviv. That missile hits every time they fire it. I don't know how. I have no idea how it does it. I have 2 more videos for you right now of that exact scene. Let me keep your cams up for you. I don't see any activity right now, but let me keep the cams up for you. Okay? This is, whatever the Iranians are firing is unlike anything they fired before. They're hitting every time. I saw them hit twice. This is the most recent Tel Aviv footage from the second burst. He's got to stop filming this. They can't get those missiles. Dude, what are you doing? Dude, you missed the best part. The civilians film better than the journalists. Seriously. That was that one earlier that dodged both interceptors. The CNN guide has no idea how to film that stuff. Or here's the latest from Latest from Tel Aviv now. Oh no, I know what they did. Oh no. Listen, Iran's gonna go ripped and oh listen, Iran is so mad. I know what they did. I told you somebody did something stupid. The Knesset approved a law allowing the execution of Palestinian prisoners. And then they tried to open champagne. Listen, Iran's going to fire at Israel all night. Look, listen to what this says. This is outrageous. They should not, right now is not the time to do this. I knew they were going to vote on it. I didn't know they were going to celebrate with champagne.
Conversation. Breaking. The Israeli Knesset approves in 3 readings the law of executing Palestinian prisoners. Ben Gvir tried to open a champagne bottle in the Knesset hall to celebrate the approval of the death penalty law for Palestinian prisoners, but the Knesset guards did not allow him to do so.
Oh, this is bad. It's going to be every few minutes. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, come on. Are you serious? No, this was 30 minutes ago. No wonder the Iranians are pissed. Look at what he's doing. This is disturbing. Oh, dude. This is not okay. Bro, it's the middle of a war. What am I watching right now? Oh no. Oh no, this is so bad. Oh dude, no wonder they rolled out the new missiles. Oh dude, they're gonna be pissed. Are you... Listen, after the thing in Jerusalem yesterday, when everyone finally reached a nice, peaceful, amiable solution, everyone was somewhat pleased, at least with the access to the Christian church during Easter, and then you go and wave a champagne bottle. Listen to me right now. I study these Iranians. I know exactly how the IRGC is going to respond to this. No wonder they just rolled out in the past 20 minutes new missiles that can strike with 100% accuracy and bypass all of the defenses. Dude, you cannot do that. Why? Even if you pass a death penalty law, you don't bring champagne into the chamber. Oh my goodness. They are going to... Listen to me right now. There's provocations you can do during a war that will cause the other side to just be really mad. We've had a few of those. Okay, it was kind of calming down because each side was kind of off-ramping their trolling, at least with Mr. President Trump and the IRGC. They were just kind of trolling a little bit. They were sending a lot of missiles, but it was mostly trolling. This is not troll. Dude, they're going to be so mad. And listen, what does this guy not understand? This guy has to go. I'm not even involved. I am part Jewish, but I am not Israeli. As an international analyst, this dude with the champagne, Ben Gvir, he has to go. Okay? He has to go immediately. He needs to leave the government. Like, this is the worst possible thing. These scenes are exactly what caused Iran to launch this new missile. They're teaching him that they're going to kill civilians when he does this. Do these leaders in Israel and in America, frankly, not get it? That when you taunt Iran or the Palestinians, they kill civilians in Israel. Do you not get it? They send coded messages. In fact, some of their messages are very direct. Okay, and then they bomb civilians. They're going to do it for like 5 hours now, and they're going to hit on most of their missiles because they told you they have missiles that they've been saving, and they're mad. I cannot believe you did this. It's one thing if you had passed the law. I bet Iran would have been mad about it. But dude, you brought champagne into the Knesset and waved it around to celebrate killing Palestinians. Iran's going to be very mad. Do you not understand that you don't answer only to your own domestic polity or even to the countries that you are allied with? Now your own civilians are going to die because you stupidly brought champagne in. What do you not... This man is so dumb. What do you not understand? Did you not see how yesterday played out with the situation on the ground in Jerusalem? Okay, this is the same man who was trying to defend the reserve unit that choked out the CNN cameraman. Now, listen, people already hate this man in the Western press. You don't understand. Like, CNN hates this man. They are going to air this on every channel, and they're going to blame every single strike tonight on Tel Aviv on this man. And those images are... Why would you ever do this? Listen, I can't keep dealing with this stupidity. The level of just egregious, like, nonsense. This is so far and above. What did you think was going to happen? Okay, when you brought a champagne bottle into the Knesset, when Iran has already threatened to continue escalating the use of missile technology that can easily evade your interceptors, they immediately just blew up 4 spots in Tel Aviv. You are out of your mind. This man is out of his mind. He should not be in the government. There is a war going on. Some people are actually interested in peace, and he's spraying champagne around to celebrate slaughtering Palestinians. My God, how many faux pas can the Israeli government make in 48 hours? Oh my goodness. We already have our soldiers out there dying for this country, trying to help the Middle East. My God, it's so frustrating. The Jerusalem thing on Palm Sunday was frustrating, but at least the Cardinal was so good to work down, calm everyone down. And the Patriarch of Jerusalem, he got everyone to calm down. People were fine. Everybody was okay. He was going to live stream the service. Tensions were simmering. And then you go and do this. I'm telling you, Iran responds to what Israel and the U.S. leaders in particular do. And that guy, Ben Gvir, is a problem. He's causing a lot of problems. And he's going to cause a lot of Israelis to end up dead tonight because he's stupid. And I need to be direct about it. Unnecessary and gratuitous provocation. Entirely unnecessary. He's so selfish. It's disgusting. It's frankly disgusting. There's no place. I don't care what society, culture you're from. I don't care where you govern. There's no place for it. No place for it. It's disgusting. The guards didn't let him open it, thank God. But it's unbecoming. It's unbecoming that place. It's unbecoming a Western democracy. It's just disgusting. It's a moment that will go down in this war as one of gratuitous and unnecessary provocation. Passing the law, okay, was bad. You could have got away with it. Really? You think anyone would have been that? Like, it would have been on Al Jazeera. You think other than a quick hit and maybe Sky and CNN, because they're a little mad right now with Ben Gvir, you think that anyone else would have covered it? No. Seriously. It's a big deal, but it's just another law in the Knesset treating the Palestinians badly. Now it's a scandal. More than a scandal, now it's going to cause innocent people to die in Tel Aviv because this man doesn't know how to keep his champagne in his pants. It's outrageous. Seriously, it's a terrible look. It's bad. There's no place for it in any government. He's got to go. He's got to be. They have like 1 hour to get him out of that government. It's the worst thing he could have done. Netanyahu can actually kind of save face by just removing him from government. He doesn't need to be in government anymore. That's one step over the line. It's like the policy is egregious, but you can argue it's a political position to support it. There's death penalties in a lot of countries. Okay, I don't support it personally, but if the electorate supports it for like the most egregious crimes possible, who am I to say that they're wrong? I don't support it personally. I can't. Like, I really can't. Corporal punishment is against my religion. If the democracy that I serve voted to impose it on like heinous crimes with a lot of judicial review, absolutely 100%, I would be on it. I would respect their decision as long as there's procedural and substantive due process throughout the whole process, like long appellate review. Like every death penalty case gets automatic appellate review in the United States. It goes all the way up. And there's a reason for it. I would never support like a truncated execution or anything like that. Maybe in the military, that's the UMCJ. It's a completely different code of law. You sign up to it when you go in the military. I'm not a JAG officer. I don't know military law. I wouldn't pass judgment. The military, I'd be the commander, but I'd ask for advice from the military officers about like treason in the military. That's different, especially in a time of war. They have to handle it within the UMCJ, and I'm going to defer to that because it's military discipline. But I wouldn't allow for like shooting people in retreat. That would never happen. Never. But my point is, you can't do this. He just caused them. I told you remember when I said earlier in the stream somebody did something stupid because Iran started using these missiles with an 100% hit rate? Well, there we go. There we go. His new nickname is Ben Can't Keep the Champagne in His Pants Kavir, all right? I'm doing well, Slinky Socks. I'm very mad that this member of the Israeli cabinet, he's like the security minister, he's a far-right, like, Israeli politician. And say what you will about politics, the scenes that have just flashed across the screen in the past 35 to 42 minutes caused the Iranians to unleash a new missile on Tel Aviv that hit like 4 times because this man waved a bottle of champagne around while celebrating a bill to kill Palestinians. Literally, after Israel worked so hard over the past 24 hours to be like, listen, we're going to scale back on the settler violence in the West Bank. We're going to work on allowing Christian prayer during Easter. He undoes it all. Look at that image. It's disturbing. It's really bad. The bill is that it allows the death penalty and executions for Palestinian prisoners. And the Knesset guards, to their credit, frankly, the only thing that makes this somewhat like redeemable for Israel is that like this guy is going to get in a lot of trouble. But the Israeli parliament, they actually did the right thing because they have these guards over here. Watch the guards from the Knesset. They're like, no, bro, no. And they immediately, and Netanyahu's the prime minister, so those guys answer to him because the prime minister runs the chamber. Look at that. They move immediately. They're like, no, dude, no. And they stop him. So those aren't other members of parliament. Those are like the sergeant at arms, okay, of the Knesset. And they stop him. So that guy's a hero. This guy's a jerk. That guy's a hero. Whoever that dude is, he's the only one who acted reasonably. This situation might be able to get scaled down because the Knesset as an institution might be able to censure this guy for doing that because of this guy. Because this security man jumped in, the Knesset can say, listen, we didn't condone that. Our formal policy is to stop it. Because this man acted so quickly. He's actually kind of a hero. If they had just let him spray champagne and drink it, it would have been so much worse. But now what they'll do is they'll probably censure him. This guy, it's a very high-ranking right-wing minister too. You see these security guys, they jump in immediately. And I wanted to let you know, missiles immediately hit Tel Aviv after this. Even though Israel can probably walk this down, because this is the parliament of Israel, okay? That's a far-right minister celebrating a bill allowing the death penalty for Palestinians. All right, his name is Ben Can't Keep the Champagne in His Pants Gavir. And then you have another one of his guys trying to open champagne. But watch these two guys. They're the security. They're like sergeant at arms. They're like they answer directly to the head of the government. They immediately move. They have to get permission to do this. They can't go hands-on, but they go hands-on with a member of the Knesset, and they stop him. They physically restrain him from doing it. That's the only saving grace. So those two, they're heroes. Like that guy right there is a hero. Because if that scene didn't, he had to fight him too. If that scene actually played out, that would have been so much worse. But they actually intervened. I'm kind of surprised. It was very quick too. You have to make a split-second decision. And like a lot of people will act like that guy right there, that dude is going to go down in history because he's the one that prevented like an absolute catastrophe. If they actually sprayed the champagne, it would have been on it would have been on 400 news channels within an hour. This will somewhat be, they'll save face by censuring the far-right minister, and they'll say the official policy of the Knesset is you cannot spray champagne during a vote. That's, like, seriously, that guy's a hero right there. He's he's not a member of parliament. He's just a sergeant at arms, probably, whatever they call parliamentary security in the Knesset. Dude, he put his whole, if he's wrong, he gets fired. But he's in the right here, and he's going to end up the hero. They'll actually put him down as a hero. It's really good PR. He's legit a hero. He saved that from getting so much worse. He probably saved lives. And the minister is so mad. Ben Gvir is so mad. He's fighting with the dude, and the dude's like, no, bro, no. And this guy gives up right away because he realizes that this guy's going to put it all on the line. And Ben Gvir tries to fight with him for the champagne, and the dude's like, no. This dude right here is the only, like, he's an Israeli hero. They should put him in the Knesset. They got to get rid of Ben Gvir, though. He can't make it through this. The Iranians will murder a lot of people in Tel Aviv. I'm sorry to use that word, but they will slaughter people in Tel Aviv as punishment for what Ben Gvir just did. I promise you. I cannot believe literally within moments of this happening, Tel Aviv got hit with 4 missiles that evaded all interceptors. Thank God for that guy. Seriously. Look at that guy right there. Look how quickly he moves on him. He knows. He goes right away. He sees him going for it and he moves. He moves like quickly too. He's very well trained. He's called a trained observer. So if we isolate on that security man from the beginning, where is he? Hold on one second. Where is he? He's right here, okay? Look at him. See? Look at his eyes. He's a trained observer. Look at his eyes. See how they're on the champagne bottle? It has his attention already. Okay? He's very well trained. He's like, wait a minute. Is that a champagne bottle? And then he's like, oh, he's going to open it right now. Oh, no. And see him moving? No, notice his demeanor. Okay? But he needs to check. He can't just move on an MP, right? So he looks to his other guy, his supervisor. Look his eyes. He's looking for his supervisor over here. And he locks eyes. Okay, that's his supervisor. And his supervisor gave him the go. This guy right here. And then he went in. See the supervisor reach him? And they both get him. So that's like the top of the chain of command. You can't go hands-on with a member of parliament or anywhere without permission. Like, you need the speaker, or see this guy with the earpiece? That's his boss. That's this guy's boss. This guy is the one who made the call. He's the one who did it. He asked for permission with his eyes. You saw it when he moved. But yeah, that's the actual boss man. And he's the one. He approved it, but he made the call. This guy made the call right here. He approved it, the bald-headed guy, but he made the call. It's actually incredible footage, if you really watch it. And then he ejects him from the chamber. That's exactly how it should have played out. I mean, incredible footage, though. I just can't believe that just happened. No wonder Iran immediately bombed Tel Aviv like 4 times with missiles that all got through. He was pissed. They were pissed. Here's just one of the missiles that got through. There were 2 salvos. This is the latest from Tel Aviv. Yeah, there were hits because of that moron. Sorry for calling him a moron. But what he did was moronic. How about that? It's fair to say what he did was moronic. I'm sorry. It really is. He literally induced Iran to bomb Tel Aviv with missiles that had never been seen before. I know they haven't because I've never seen them fire these kind of missiles at Tel Aviv. I've seen them dance in the Negev like that, but not at Tel Aviv. They use Koram Shahars in Tel Aviv, which are more like psychological terror. They do hurt people, but they're not. Whatever just hit in Tel Aviv was not a Koram Shahar. It was closer to like a fast missile. Okay. So here's the latest from Tel Aviv in that last round. Thanks to Ben Gvir is completely at fault for this. I'm sorry. I watched it happen. There's the hit in Tel Aviv. From a different angle. There have been multiple direct hits in Tel Aviv in the last hour. And Ben Gvir is completely to blame. Oh, thank you, blessings. God bless you. It's so good to see you. I'm just furious right now. This wouldn't have happened. Seriously, if anyone dies from this, that guy is directly at fault. I need to just call it like I see it. I watched it happen in real time. This right-wing politician, for no reason whatsoever, completely provoked the Iranians by waving champagne around, celebrating a bill that allows Palestinians to be slaughtered. This is the hit on Tel Aviv. It's loud.
MashaAllah. Inshallah.
دوشنبه 10 فروردین ساعت
No. What?
منطقه اکباتان پشتمون یه سرحال صنایع هواییه با چند تا سریع شکر حدوداً 10 تا انفجار حقیقی داشت.
MashaAllah.
Latest from Tel Aviv.
Inshallah.
And the warning alert was only 4 minutes on those. Hello, Mrs. Rockstar.
دوشنبه 10 فروردین ساعت 9 شب منطقه اکباتان پشتمون یه
Here's the latest from Tel Aviv.
با چند تا سریع شکر حدوداً 10 تا انفجار حقیقی داشت.
Multiple hits also right now in Tehran. I'm going to show you Tehran now. Okay. So these are various areas targeted in Tehran. British reporter, would you be so kind?
Conversation. Translated from Persian. Based on messages received from citizens, starting from 2120, various areas in were targeted by airstrikes, and heavy explosions were felt in the direction of Ekbatan and Mehrabad. First image, Ekbatan. Second, Sharak-e Garb or Sadat Abad. Third, Al-Mahdi Barracks. Fourth, sound of explosions in the west. Monday, March 30th.
Okay, so I'll show you the latest from 4 areas of Tehran right now. So that one, this is Tehran. It's presented, I think, in that other footage. Is this the same one that was presented as Tel Aviv? It was. So this is Tehran, not Tel Aviv. Footage is being mislabeled right now. I'm going to unretweet that other one. Oh no, that was labeled as Tehran. That was correct. This is Tehran, not Tel Aviv. Correction. Hello, 845 Bear. It did go well. Bear, you have missed. Here's the update for you. Ben Gvir, I'm going to give 845 Bear a special 5-minute update. We have a serious problem, Bear. In the past 35 to 45 minutes, the Knesset approved a law allowing Palestinians to be executed via the death penalty. And Ben Gvir, the far-right minister, tried to celebrate that moment, quote-unquote, celebrate, by up a bottle of champagne in the Knesset. Immediately afterwards, Iran fired 2 new... Now, the Knesset security stopped Ben Gvir from doing this. Okay, you can see them intervene. However, immediately afterwards, Iran fired 2 serious missiles at Tel Aviv, both of which danced around the interceptors. I'll show you one of the views from Holon now. And there were multiple impacts in Tel Aviv. I do not have a damage assessment. So you're looking at the latest of the Iranian missile that hit Tel Aviv. There were 2, actually. Janat Tekiva area of Tel Aviv. There was a hit. Janat Tekiva. Okay, Janat Tekiva in Tel Aviv. Okay, Janat Tekiva. It is near Tel Aviv. I do not have a damage assessment for you, but there has been an impact. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just past 3:08 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Monday, March 30th, 2026. Has been an reported impact in the Janai Tekiva area of Tel Aviv following the most recent Iranian missile launch. I'll show you the footage now. Don't have any impact assessment. I'm working on obtaining that for you. We will see you there then, Bear. We will be here. We will be with you in spirit at work and sending you good vibes, my dear friend. God bless you. This is the latest. There has been an impact in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Philly. It's good to see you. I am showing you now the latest from Tel Aviv where there has been impact. I'm waiting on a damage adjustment. Here is more footage from this missile. 2 salvos of missiles towards Tel Aviv that both impacted. Latest from Tel Aviv. Those missiles are very unique. They shred interceptors. Hello to bunker. You are looking at whatever this missile tech is that Iran has unleashed. I do not know why it is so good or how it is so good, but they can strike at will. It's just an incredible missile. I don't know what it is. It's whatever Iran unleashed is very new.
It's launching a brand new official White House app giving.
Yes, and I don't know what the targets are. I don't know what was hit. Okay, I have the latest footage from Hezbollah for you now, targeting a base in Haifa. This is the latest from Hezbollah targeting the Zayef base in Haifa with a swarm of dive bombing drones. Latest from Hezbollah. One second. I'm going to reload it so I can play you the full screen. Latest from Hezbollah. South Lebanon, targeting Haifa. Latest from Hezbollah in South Lebanon, targeting a base in Haifa. I'm waiting for an impact assessment for you from Tel Aviv, where multiple Iranian missiles appeared to have struck different areas of the city. I'll show you more footage now from those missiles that came in over Tel Aviv just minutes ago. You're looking at the latest from Tel Aviv. I have multiple images of this. Oh, well, Ben Gvir made it worse. At least they didn't let him do it in the chamber, but There are a bunch of scathing statements coming out right now about the law passed allowing the execution of Palestinian prisoners. Here's the statement from the PLF. Again, I don't endorse any of this. I read it because you need to know what the different factions are saying about the different developments.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The Knesset's ratification of the execution of prisoners law represents a grave criminal regression within the policy of extermination practiced by the occupation against the Palestinian people. This law reveals the fascist and racist nature of the occupation and its continued perpetration of crimes against Palestinians. The prisoners are the vanguard of the national struggle and a symbol of steadfastness, and execution laws or occupation policies will not break them. The international community bears moral and historical responsibility due to the policy of impunity that has encouraged the occupation to persist in its crimes.
That's from PLF. Now I'll play you a statement from... Hold on one second. Play you a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the, I think, Palestinian Authority.
Conversation. Foreign Affairs. Final approval of the law on executing Palestinian prisoners represents a dangerous shift in legislation of genocide and adoption of field executions. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates condemns the so-called Israeli Knesset's approval of the law on executing Palestinian prisoners in its second and third readings, today Monday, rejects it, considers it a crime and a dangerous escalation in the occupation's policies, and affirms that Israel has no sovereignty over Palestinian land and that Israeli laws do not apply to the Palestinian people. It emphasized that this law once again reveals the nature of the Israeli colonial system, which seeks to legitimize extrajudicial killing under legislative cover, in a step that places the occupation government and its criminal tools in direct confrontation with international law, its principles, values, and norms, and the international justice system, placing the world before a test of its credibility. The ministry affirms that the occupation's judicial system and the so-called Knesset are nothing but tools in the hands of the occupation to perpetuate crimes against the Palestinian people, enhance impunity for Israeli war criminals, and that this law constitutes, in its essence, a decision for institutionalized field execution according to racist standards, reflecting clear intentions to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity, added to the crimes of genocide committed in the Gaza Strip, extending to the occupied West Bank including Jerusalem, and the direct repercussions on our valiant prisoners, who are arbitrarily detained, and an official declaration of adopting killing as a politicized tool within the occupation system and collective punishment. It affirms that it is high time for the international community to sever its ties with the so-called Israeli Knesset, impose sanctions on it and its members, and withdraw its membership from the Interparliamentary Union or any international parliamentary gathering. The ministry follows the international reactions condemning this decision and calls on the international community, all states, and international justice institutions to take immediate and effective action to activate accountability and prosecution mechanisms, impose sanctions on Israel, the rogue state, and on this illegal colonial system and those responsible for approving this legislation, boycott them and boycott this institution that legislates racism and killing, and work to protect Palestinian prisoners and ensure their rights in accordance with international humanitarian law. Intensify legal efforts to pressure the extremist occupation government, and prevent turning execution into a political tool targeting them in a discriminatory and racist manner.
Okay, that's the latest from the MFA. I believe it's the Palestinian. And here's the scene you did not want to see. They did end up drinking the champagne. This is the far-right minister who was ejected from the Knesset for trying to drink champagne celebrating executions. He got his moment.
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד נוציא להורג, כל אלה שטרפו ורצחו ושרפו, לחיים, לחיי עם ישראל. לזמן הזה, לחיים.
Disturbing scenes. He got ejected from the Knesset for trying to do that, for trying to drink the champagne, and then immediately Iran started firing missiles. Immediately. And it's death by hanging, too. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. Valhalla, if you got a look, let me know. I gotta see a video. Alright, I'll show you more from Tel Aviv now. I do not have a damage assessment, and I expect there to be more rocket fire soon. This is a very bad night. It's already bad, and it's going to get worse. Why? Why must they do this? Stop taunting the Iranians. Okay, here's an interesting analysis from Neutrino. I like Neutrino. They do really good analysis. I don't understand ballistic missile technology. I know enough to tell you like what a Khorram Sharhar is, like what a hypersonic missile is, like a Scud missile, but I can't tell you stuff like this. So someone asked, like, why can Iran's missiles like dart and dodge like this? Like, why can the Iranian hypersonic missiles do that? Remember how I told you it like can, like this is a really close-up angle of how it evaded the interceptor? You see how quickly it's evading the interceptor? So this is why Iran just hit Tel Aviv 3 times in a row. You see how the missile just darts around? Like the interceptor thinks it's going to get it. Its trajectory changes at the last moment. No, Melig 666 SIG. This is a channel that covers 180 countries in the past 20 days. There's all types of views and perspectives here. The only rules are you have to abide by like decorum. So as long as you don't engage in personalities, you can have any perspective you want. There's so many different countries here and so many different faiths and perspectives. And I don't think anyone has a unifying perspective on anything except for maybe we all really like try to show compassion towards each other. I would say like God is the unifying theme. Like we all really like God, but there are some people who are pagans and they worship the trees and they're just wonderful. Now, the only people that I have never seen in this chat are people who like worship Baal. I've never seen anyone stand up and be like, oh yeah, like I'm a big fan of Baal. All right. So that's the only people I think that probably aren't allowed in here. Like who do bad things to kids, people who hurt the vulnerable, like people who do like abuse the justice system to like keep like women in chains while ostensibly free and that under the threat of artificial prosecution. And then like, what was that last one? What did I just say? Oh yeah, people who worship Baal. No Baal worship allowed. Just zero Baal worship allowed at any time. Like none of it ever allowed. But every other faith, every other religion, even if your spirituality doesn't have God at its center, I'm totally down with the pagans. You know what I'm saying? I learned that the pagans are not the Canaanites, basically. But yeah, I think I'm very comfortable putting a ban on Canaanites. Like if you sacrifice children, you cannot be in my channel. But anyway, regarding this interceptor, I just saw a question about like what's the constituency of this channel, and I would say its constituency is the world minus like 15 to 16 or 17 states, depending on or countries, depending on if you count Kosovo. I think we haven't had a visitor from Monaco yet. We haven't had a visitor from the Vatican. We haven't had a visitor from Lesotho in South Africa. It's like a landlocked country within South Africa. I think like the Central African Republic maybe, and then like Guinea-Bissau and like a few of like the countries around Guinea-Bissau, but otherwise like the entire world watches this channel as far as I know. The watch time is impressive too. I didn't know it was even possible. You all are at like 72,000 watch hours over the past 28 days, which is like 8.174 like years of human watch time in 28 days. I don't know how you all do it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about the physics of the missile. So Neutrino says that this is why the Iranian missiles can do what they do. Since Iran does not utilize satellite guidance, particularly during the critical terminal phase of flight, like heading towards the Earth, an initial MARV lacking a terminal seeker will generally see its CEP worsen if it performs pseudo-andom maneuvers compared to a continuously corrected path. However, if a closed-loop terminal guidance system is employed, the errors induced by these pseudo-maneuvers can be corrected, provided there is sufficient time. The Haj Qassam missile with an optical seeker is an example of such a system utilizing closed-loop guidance. Hello to Portugal. No falamos portuguese, pero entiendo español un poco. Y puedo hablar en español si cuando yo necesito. Pero no entiendo español todo. No entiendo todas las palabras en español. Solo entiendo más o menos 50% del palabras en español. I would like to learn Portuguese eventually, and Afrikaans, and also Arabic and Persian and Mandarin. Basically, if I could learn every language on earth, that would be great. I think I could probably do that. I got to memorize the presidents first. I'm almost there. But yeah, Portuguese would be to learn. It's kind of like Spanish. Not really. There's some crossover. But then I could talk to my dear friends in Brazil. That would be wonderful. All right, let me show you Al Jazeera's. I just want to find out what Al Jazeera is saying about the world. And sometimes I can check in with my Hashim. And when he's there doing the report from Tehran, and he knows a lot of good stuff. He has updates from the IRCG. But yeah, I'm going to say that law that Israel just passed has probably set us on a bad path tonight. It's going to it started bad and it's going to get worse. I don't mean to like jinx it, but I just know how the Iranians think. And like Hezbollah is going to get made. And the Houthis are going to get made. Like everybody's just going to get made. And that's what happens. That's why you can't be doing things like that. All right, I'm now going to take you back like 27 minutes so we can watch the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera together. Okay, let's do it.
Hello, I'm Nick Barker. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says US President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy as a way to end the conflict in Iran. President Trump renews his threat to obliterate Iran's civilian energy facilities if a deal isn't reached to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israel's largest oil refinery in the city of Haifa is for a second time. Hezbollah claims responsibility. And in other news, Israel's parliament passes a law making the death penalty a lethal sentence for Palestinians convicted of lethal attacks. Good to have you. In an exclusive interview, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has told Al Jazeera President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy rather than military escalation with Iran. Rubio says there have been talks with Iran and that conversations have happened.
I have a statement from the Iranians. Just now I have a statement from the Iranians. It's just come in. I have a statement from the Iranians. It's just come across the wires. It's from the... it's a spokesperson for the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Okay, this is Ismaili Bakai. Okay, I have a statement from the Iranians. It has just come over the wires at 3:14 p.m. Eastern, 15 minutes ago. So before we even hear the of the U.S. Secretary of State or the press conferences from the West, hello CBA, good to see you. God bless you, my dear friend. Let us listen. Okay. I have it right now. It's in Arabic. I'm going to play it for you in English. This is the latest from the Iran Foreign Ministry, spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iran. Okay, the Iranian government's most recent formal statement coming across for you right now. Let's go, British Reporter Towel. I have faith in you. You can do this. Come on, British Reporter Towel. Let's go. Do it. He's struggling. All right, I'll just read it. Today's spokesperson briefing stated, this is the Iranian Foreign Ministry.
Conversation.
All right, here we go. You gonna do it now or what?
Today's spokesperson briefing stated, "We have had no negotiations with America in these 31 days. What has occurred is the submission of a negotiation request, accompanied by a set of proposals from
Pakistan.
which has reached us through certain intermediaries, including Pakistan.
Oh, from the U.S.
Our position is very clear. At present, as America's military aggression and invasion continue with full intensity, all our efforts and capabilities are devoted to defending Iran's essence. We have felt the previous experiences with our flesh, skin, and bones, and we do not forget the betrayal that was inflicted upon diplomacy in 2 instances within less than a year."
Latest from Iran.
Today's spokesperson briefing stated, "We have had no negotiations with America in these 31 days. What has occurred is the submission of a negotiation request, accompanied by a set of proposals from
America.
which has reached us through certain intermediaries, including Pakistan. Our position is very clear. At present, as America's military aggression and invasion continue with full intensity, all our efforts and capabilities are devoted to defending Iran's essence. We have felt the previous experiences with our flesh, skin, and bones, and we do not forget the betrayal that was inflicted upon diplomacy in 2 instances within less than a year."
All right. All right. So this is the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They shouldn't use hashtags. By the way, don't use hashtags. I know some people think they're helpful. Last year, Twitter started deprioritizing posts that use hashtags. Elon Musk doesn't like them. Okay, so that's the latest from the Iranians. They have no intention of making a deal with anyone. All right, here, back to Al Jazeera, top of the hour.
Happened mostly through intermediaries. But Rubio also stressed that Tehran will face severe consequences if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Trump has also renewed
enjoy the towel emojis, Kingsley.
To be in talks with officials in Tehran. Iran has denied directly talking to Washington. Meanwhile, Tehran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel alongside Hezbollah fighters. Well, we are going to be unpacking all of this with our panel of guests. Here is our Washington Bureau Chief, Ashmal Barr's exclusive conversation with Marco Rubio.
Secretary Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. You're speaking to a global audience across Al Jazeera English, Al Jazeera Arabic, and our digital platforms, reaching viewers across the Middle East, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Iran, as well as more around the world. Let me start by asking you this. Have formal talks begun with Iran, or are they still in direct communications, exploring common ground?
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran, for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
What are your main demands for Iran at this particular stage of the war?
Iran can never, the Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons. And they need to stop sponsoring terrorism. And they need to stop building weapons that can threaten their neighbors. The short-range missiles that they're launching, they only have one purpose, and that is to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons. And they have thousands of them. They've built extraordinary numbers of them, and not to mention, their desire to have this nuclear weapon to threaten and blackmail the world with. That will never be allowed to happen. It's too great a risk.
What would you consider to be the minimum concession from Tehran to bring this conflict to an end?
I think they have to take demonstrable steps towards ending any ambition of having nuclear weapons. If what they want is nuclear energy, there are multiple countries in the region that have or will soon have nuclear energy, and they're going to do it through a well-established mechanism that everyone else has agreed to, and that is that you allow imported fuel you import the fuel, and that fuel is used to power up your power grid and provide energy resources for your people. What they cannot have is a system that allows them to quickly weaponize it. They have to stop making all of these drones and all of these missiles. We saw recently where they've lied. They said they didn't have long-range missiles, and then they fired 2 that extended well beyond the range of what their own foreign minister just a few days earlier said they didn't have the range to reach. So they have to abandon all of these weapon programs and all of their nuclear ambitions. And if they do that, then Iran's future can be bright. But they have to choose that path, and for 47 years they've refused that path.
Iran said it rejects the US demands and is setting its own conditions, such as the financial compensation and also recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Are those demands acceptable from an American perspective?
Not only is the sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's a legal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
As the US-Israeli campaign continues, there's no clear indication that the Strait of Hormuz is secure enough to restart the flow of oil and gas into global markets. Are you consider a plan to ensure full control over the entire strait?
Well, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. When this operation is over, it will be open, and it'll be open one way or another. It will be open because Iran agrees to abide by international law and not block a commercial waterway, or a coalition of nations from around the world and the region, with the participation of the United States, will make sure that it's open. One way or the other, it's going to be open. But we have very clear objectives that we're trying to achieve here. Those objectives are the destruction of their Air Force, which has been achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has largely been achieved, a significant reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have, which we're well on our way to achieving, and we are going to destroy the factories that make those missiles and those drones that they are using to attack their neighbors and the United States and our presence in the region. We will achieve those objectives. We are well on our way, or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the Straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Your regional allies in the region, their critical energy installations are being bombed, their cities bombed almost on a daily basis, and they're looking for a clear path back to stability. What would be your message to them?
Well, I think the best way to stability, given the people who are in charge in Iran, is to destroy the ability of Iran in the future to launch these missiles and these drones against their infrastructure and civilian populations. If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends. And we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught. And by the way, they're not the ones, Iran is targeting them in retribution, which tells you the nature of the people we're dealing with, unfortunately.
But it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the only focal point for you, because with the Houthis stepping in and firing missiles into Israel, Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea could become issues that you will have to reconsider.
It could, and look, that's been an ongoing issue. And when they did that, the United States took action against it as well, and many of our regional allies have had to do so in the past. It's the desire, whether it's the Houthis on one side or Iran on the other, to close these international waterways and create a toll road where basically you have to ask for their permission in order to use them and get your products in or out of market. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to us, but it should be unacceptable to the world. And I think it's important, and I'm glad to see the effort Bahrain is leading in the United Nations, which we've been very supportive of, to get an international coalition that says we will not accept a world and where either the Iranians on one side or the Houthis on the other get to control international waterways and impede the free flow of goods from nation states. That's just not something we're going to accept, neither should the world.
Do you have any issues with Mujtaba Khamenei staying in power once this is over, and the IRGC continuing to play the crucial role it plays now?
Well, let me say, first of all, we don't even know if he's in power. I know they say he's in power. No one has seen him. No one has heard from him. It's very opaque right now. It's not quite clear how decisions are being made inside of Iran. But our objectives here from the very beginning had nothing to do with the leadership. But would we love to see a difference? Do we think the people of Iran deserve better leadership than what they've gotten from the clerical regime? 100%. Would we be heartbroken if there was a change in leadership? Absolutely not. If there's something we could do to facilitate that, would we be interested in participating? Of course. But that was not the objective of this operation. The objective of this operation was, which I outlined now and the president outlined clearly on the first night, is the destruction of their Air Force, which we've achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which we've largely achieved, the destruction of their factories, which we are well on our way to achieving, meaning factories that make these weapons, and significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they have so they can't continue to threaten their neighbors and America. Those were our objectives. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we are well on our way towards achieving.
Are you fully aligned with the Israelis when it comes to the objectives and the end game?
Well, they have a different objective in terms of they are focused on the mid-range missiles in the northern part of Iran that target them. And obviously we coordinate and deconflict with them in terms of our operations. But what they are focused on is different. We're not critical of it. Those things are threats to them. Those mid-range missiles that Iran launches that reach into Israel, those are threats that they're facing. They're also facing a threat from Hezbollah, which they're confronting as well. So they have their own objectives. We deconflict so that our objectives and theirs don't run into each other. But the president has, for the United States of America, has established a very clear mission, which we're executing on, and we will achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks.
Do you believe the EU and NATO countries betrayed the US at this crucial moment?
I think it was very disappointing. You have this, and again, look, the president and our country will have to re-examine all of this after this operation is over. But one of the reasons why NATO is beneficial to the United States is it gives us basing rights for contingencies. It allows us to station troops and aircraft and weapons and in parts of the world that we would normally have bases. And that includes in much of Europe. And to see that in a time of need, the United States has identified a grave risk to our national security and our national interests, and we needed to conduct this operation. And we have countries like Spain, a NATO member, that we are pledged to defend, denying us the use of their airspace and bragging about it, denying us the use of their bases. And there are other countries that have done that as well. And so you ask yourself, well, what is in it for the United States? And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basic rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined.
I've recently spent some time in Europe, and basically what they say is that it's the US which is sending confusing messages to us. It's the US which is planning to disengage from Europe. It's the US which doesn't seem to be really willing to team up with NATO when it comes to moving forward in Europe. And this explains the reason why we have been very cautious dealing with the Americans when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz in particular.
Well, if that's what someone in Europe told you, that person's very disingenuous, because the United States has tens of thousands of troops stationed throughout that region, billions of dollars of weaponry staged throughout Europe. All of it there to defend Europe, not to defend America, to defend Europe from attack. Okay, all over. The United States is without the United States, there is no NATO. I mean, everyone recognizes that, including NATO. If we decided tomorrow that we were going to remove our troops from Europe, that would be the end of NATO. So they know that. And that commitment, we haven't moved troops out of NATO. So anyone who said that's not being honest or is not, I think they're playing games. At the end of the day, it's very simple. NATO is an alliance, and an alliance means it has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-way street. Let's hope we can fix it. We'll have time to address it after. Right now, we're focused on this operation.
Let's move on to something else. I would like to talk to you about Venezuela after the capture of President Nicolas Maduro. Could you tell us more about your plans for Venezuela in the future?
I think it's moving along very well. We said it from the very first day after that operation happened. I said our hope is, number one, to stabilize the country. We didn't want to see civil war. We didn't want to see systemic collapse. We didn't want to see a mass migration event. You've seen none of these things. What you've seen is that for the first time in decades, Venezuela is now selling their oil in the global market at full market price, and the money is coming back to Venezuela and being spent for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. It's being spent to buy medical goods and equipment. It's being spent to cover the salaries of teachers and police officers and civil servants and people that sanitation workers and things of this nature. So it's a very important part. The second phase, after the stabilization occurs, with the stabilization, is a period of recovery in which you try to recover the elements of the country that allow it to prosper and grow, and that is attracting businesses back, creating the kind of stability to bring businesses back. We're seeing that begin to happen. But you're also seeing civil life come back to life. Independent media is now allowed to operate. Political prisoners have been released. Political parties are forming again. People are speaking and participating in public life. And finally, you want to see a full transition, because in order for Venezuela to fulfill its economic potential, it has to have a stable democratic government that people are willing to invest in that economy because they know that they're protected by laws and courts and legitimacy. So we are well on our way to achieving this. A lot of credit goes to the interim authorities who have assumed this responsibility. We've reopened our embassy. We enter in dialogue with them every single day. We feel very, very positive about it.
Many assume Washington will focus on Cuba next once the war is over in the Middle East. What kind of decisions or policy would you would like to see in place for potential regime change?
Yeah, look, we don't need anything from Cuba, to be honest with you. I mean, Cuba needs from us. We don't need from Cuba. What I mean by Cuba, I mean it's their regime. The problem Cuba has, it's a very fundamental problem, and they need to understand it, and we explain it to anyone who will listen. Their system doesn't work. Their system of economics, I can't even describe it, but it's completely dysfunctional. It's just not a real system. And you can't change it unless you change the government. As an example, a week ago, they said, well, Cuban Americans can now invest on the island. Invest in what? Invest in a country that has arbitrary laws, no established system of courts and justice. Who's going to invest in something like that? You also can't have economic prosperity without some significant level. If I'm going to participate in the economic life of a country and I don't like the regulations or the rules that government is putting in place that are hampering me, I have to have the ability to complain about that. And in that country, you can't complain about that or you'll be put in jail. So I think Cuba needs to make, and if Cuba really wants to emerge from the hole they've put themselves in, meaning the regime has put them in, they really need to undertake very serious reforms of both their government and of their economy. And if they're willing to do so, we're going to help them. We've done nothing punitive against the Cuban regime. They claim we have, but we haven't. The only thing that's changed for the Cuban regime is they're not getting free Venezuelan oil anymore. They're not getting subsidies anymore. That's the only thing that's changed. These blackouts that are occurring that I see people reporting have nothing to do with us. They were having blackouts last year. They're having blackouts because they have equipment from the 1950s in their grid that they've never maintained and never upgraded because they're incompetent. That's why they're having blackouts.
So Adil, my last question, if you don't mind. Do you have any sense of clarity about when the war is going to be over in the Middle East?
The operation in Iran, as soon as we achieve our objectives, as I've outlined them repeatedly, and that is we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we are well on our way to destroying the majority of their arms factories, and we're well on our way to significantly degrading their missile launchers. When those objectives are achieved, we will have achieved the purpose of this operation, and that's something that's not going to take months. That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
Well, quite an interview with the Secretary of State. That was the first time I had saw that. God bless you, Serpentine. Before I have to let the chat scroll, I just wanted to say thank you so much. You are loved and appreciated, and I'm so grateful for your support. You are wonderful. The chat's going to go really fast now. Sorry about that. I don't want to make it miss any comments. Okay, there you go. It's so good to see you all. I wanted to listen to that whole interview. It was an exclusive. But now we have to actually get the update from around the world. So give me 1 second. I need to know what's going on in
Let's
Tehran.
bring in our guest. Paul Musgrave is an associate professor.
No, I don't want that. I want the update from Tehran and Beirut and the ground. I don't want analysis. Give me reporters on the ground. All right, let's take the bottom of the hour update.
It's been a joy having you
This
both.
was like 20 minutes
The deal
ago.
isn't reached on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But earlier, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tehran is pushing much different.
Actually, let me give you the latest statement from the Vatican. You can listen to this. I'll give you the latest from the Vatican.
Than it is in public.
Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What's said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism.
Well, Iran says diplomacy with the United States is not being held directly. Tehran has called Washington's demands unrealistic, excessive, excessive, and maximalist.
To date, we have had no direct negotiations with the United States. Since the last round of talks has occurred has been the receipt of messages through certain intermediaries, including Pakistan, conveying the United States' interest and request for negotiations. It is only natural that whenever talk of negotiations comes from the United States, everyone's sensitivities are heightened. I do not know to what extent these claims are taken seriously even within the United States itself, or how seriously they are viewed internationally. Our position is clear. Unlike the other side, which constantly shifts its stance, the Islamic Republic of Iran has known its position from the very beginning. The points that have been conveyed to us, whatever one chooses to call them, 15-point clauses, more or fewer, they're highly excessive and maximalist in nature.
Hashim is in Tehran for us. So, Ali,
this is my friend Ali.
The United States is that talks are happening. The Iranians seem to be taking this at arm's length to a certain extent. From your end, what can you tell us about the kind of communication that may or may not be happening between Iran and the US?
Well, given the fact both sides are very confident that talks are happening and talks are not happening, so we are in the middle, trying just to make sense of what might be happening. So given the fact that the Iranians refuse and continue to refuse the 15 points, and what we heard from Secretary Rubio with respect to the issues the United States wants to talk with Iran about, also the President Trump, him saying that they're talking to certain people within the administration in Iran, and given the fact that Iran has a multi-layered system with the Supreme National Security Council also taking a lot of responsibilities when it comes to such policies, probably there are some people the Americans are talking to, very influential within the system. That's not uncoordinated. That should be coordinated among the establishment and all the other layers. However, given the sensitive nature of these talks, and probably it's mainly talks about the war, talks about issues that have risen through the war, such as the Strait of Hormuz and the ceiling of escalation in a way to try find a safe landing from this war.
Ali, stay with us. The backdrop to these potential discussions is more violence. There's been continued US-Israeli strikes across cities in Iran. We'll take a look at these pictures from the south of the capital city, Tehran, where rescue workers responded to the scene of an air raid there. A petrochemical plant in the northwestern city of Tabriz has also been hit. Back to Ali, you have yourself witnessed some explosions there in Tehran today. Ali, tell us more.
Well, in the past hours, there have been massive explosions. I can say a wave of at least 5 explosions from the east of Tehran. The sky was lighting with the orange color. It was really massive. And towards the west, towards Karaj, and also to north, center north in Sharak-e-Gharb. There have been several explosions ahead. Beside that, there have been also other explosions during the day. You just mentioned the Tabriz one. Also, there have been an explosion in the province of Bushehr. However, it wasn't the nuclear facility that was hit or around it. Another place in the province was hit.
Ali, many thanks. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Now, Israel's largest oil refinery in the northern city of Haifa has been hit.
Before we go to Haifa, a statement from the Vatican regarding the closure of the holy sites during Palm Sunday and the quick resolution of that matter. I'm going to have it read for you now by British reporter Tal. Go ahead, British reporter Tal from the Vatican. Yes. You got this, British reporter Tal. I have faith in you. I know you got this.
Conversation. Vatican. Following the unfortunate incident that took place on March 29th, Palm Sunday, involving His Eminence God, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, OFM, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, and Father Francesco Ielpo, OFM, custodian of the Holy Land, to whom the Israeli police denied access to the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, His Eminence God. Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State, accompanied by His Excellency Monsignor Paul R. Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations, met with H.E. Mr. Yaron Seidman, Ambassador of the State of Israel to the Holy See. During the conversation, regret was expressed for what occurred, regarding which clarifications were provided. A note was taken of the agreement reached between the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem and the local authorities concerning participation in the liturgies of the Paschal Triduum at the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
The latest from the Vatican.
Conversation. Vatican. Following the unfortunate incident that took place on March 29th, Palm Sunday, involving His Eminence.
Yes, Ms. Rockstar, you will find a way in the Discord for you to send me another picture, and I will make Rockstar into an emoji. Absolutely. Latest from the Vatican about the incident yesterday.
Conversation. Vatican. Following the unfortunate incident that took place on March 29th, Palm Sunday, involving His Eminence God, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, OFM, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, and Father Francesco Ielpo, OFM, custodian of the Holy Land, to whom the Israeli police denied access to the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, His Eminence God. Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State, accompanied by His Excellency Monsignor Paul R. Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations, met with H.E. Mr. Yaron Seidman, Ambassador of the State of Israel to the Holy See. During the conversation, regret was expressed for what occurred, regarding which clarifications were provided. A note was taken of the agreement reached between the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem and the local authorities concerning participation in the liturgies of the Paschal Triduum at the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
That's a very strong statement. That's a formal statement from the Pope. You must understand the Pope doesn't normally do that. When it says Vatican, that's one of the reporters who covers the Vatican. That means the Pope's put out that statement. He had all his people, like he had his cardinals get around, his curia, and he sat and he talked with them, and he was like, I'm summoning the Israeli ambassador. They say they met, okay? He's saying he summoned him, basically. The Pope summoned the Israeli ambassador and yelled at him. It wasn't yelling, it was probably more like, I'm disappointed in you. But yeah, the Pope doesn't get involved in things very often. Like, he'll do it behind the scenes, most popes. But Pope Leo got directly involved in this, which I had a feeling he would, because it was a Catholic cardinal, who, by the way, has been very friendly to the Israelis. The Catholic cardinal, who's the Patriarch of Jerusalem, tried to hand himself to Hamas in exchange for hostages. So I think what happened was there was some low-level policeman on the ground who just had no idea what he was doing, and he caused an international incident that involved the Pope. Like, if you get the Pope involved in something, you've really made a big mistake in your life, you know what I'm saying? Like, the Holy Father's got a lot going on. He doesn't just, like, get involved in things. Here's the latest from President Trump's spokesperson saying that they may ask the Gulf countries to pay for the war.
Back, two questions regarding the financial costs of the war. Back during the Persian Gulf War, 1990, 1991, Arab countries paid for the vast majority of the cost of the war. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will those Arab countries step up to do just that?
Well, I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that you'll hear more from him on.
Okay. Now to Naqoura in southern Lebanon. It's the southwest of Lebanon near the Israeli border. Israel is bulldozing and burning houses in Naqoura. This is Naqoura, South Lebanon. Okay, top of the hour. It's 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. I'm going to take you live to the top of the hour update minus like 60 seconds on Al Jazeera. It is 10 p.m. in South Africa and Tel Aviv, and it is 11:30 p.m. in Tehran.
Interview. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has told Al Jazeera President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy rather than military escalation with Iran. Rubio says there have been talks with Iran and that conversations have happened mostly through intermediaries. But Rubio also stressed that Tehran will face severe consequences if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened. President Trump has also renewed his threats on Iranian energy facilities while claiming to be in talks with officials in Tehran. Iran has denied directly talking to Washington. Meanwhile, Tehran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel alongside Hezbollah fighters. We are going to be unpacking all of this with our guests shortly, but here is our Washington Bureau Chief Hashim al-Barra's exclusive conversation with Marco Rubio.
Secretary Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. You're speaking to a global audience across Al Jazeera.
I already watched this one. We're not going to watch it again. They're thrilled that they got that, so they're going to play it every top of the hour. Okay. Thank you for that report. There is very dangerous conditions. Make sure to take appropriate protections whenever alerts come in throughout the region. We welcome you on the channel. Alerts incoming right now throughout the region, which means I expect another round of firing towards Israel at any moment. Iran has made very clear that they are not actually engaged in any talks with the U.S. And they really don't like the way the U.S. is representing what's going on. Hello, Real. It's so good to see you. That they really don't like. Iran just keeps getting very mad when the U.S. keeps presenting things like things are going well. There's talks. I'm going to show you the latest from Tehran tonight, where this is why Iran is continuing to shell other countries, because Tehran is continuously getting bombed. Here's the latest from Tehran tonight. It's very censored to protect the sources. Tehran tonight. Okay, Tehran tonight. More from Tehran tonight. Oh, God bless you, rigged outcome. Maybe I'll put the White House press briefing on and go get some supplies and dinner in the next hour so I can be ready for the night. You're so kind. We should watch the press briefing anyway. God bless you, rigged outcome. Hold on. Rigged outcome. I think of the ever-flowing and spacious environs of beautiful Canada whenever I get the honor of seeing your username. You pop up. God bless you. You are wonderful, rigged outcome. You remind me of serene and wonderful pastures during times of war, and that is relaxation we all need. This is Tehran tonight. Tehran tonight.
دوشنبه 10 فروردین
Tehran tonight.
9:30 شب منطقه اکباتان پشتمون سرها و صنایع هوایی با چند تا سرگاه شکر حدوداً 10 تا انفجار پایین داشت.
ماشاءالله. Baríkalla.
Latest from Tehran. So very serious bombing back and forth. I do not even have a damage update for you from Tel Aviv. All right. I'll show you the latest from Haifa earlier, where the refinery was hit for the second time in 2 days. This is Haifa, Israel earlier. Okay, now speaking of Haifa, here's Hezbollah's ballistic missile launch at Haifa from earlier. It was an NASR ballistic missile. Okay, this is launched at Haifa earlier. I also have a statement from from Jordan and 2 other countries. Give me 1 second regarding today's developments. I have a statement from Jordan, the UAE, the Republic of Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the Republic of Turkey, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the State of Qatar and Egypt. Okay, I have a joint statement from like 9 countries to read for you right now. They are very mad about the restrictions in Jerusalem. So this is a statement from Jordan, the UAE, Indonesia, Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt. Okay, they've all released a joint statement. I haven't read it yet. I read a bit about it. Here it is in full. This is like 7 countries. They've all released a joint statement at the same time 3 minutes ago. The statement is as follows. You got this, British reporter towel.
Conversation. The foreign ministers of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, the Republic of Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the Republic of Turkey, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, and the Arab Republic of Egypt condemned in the strongest terms the ongoing restrictions imposed by Israel on freedom of worship for Muslims and Christians in occupied Jerusalem, including the prevention of Muslim worshippers from accessing the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, noble sanctuary, and the prevention of the Latin Patriarch in Jerusalem and the custodian of the Holy Land from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to hold Palm Sunday Mass. They renewed their condemnation and rejection of any Israeli attempts to change the historic and legal status quo in the Islamic and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. These ongoing Israeli measures constitute a flagrant violation of international law, including international humanitarian law, in addition to breaching the existing historic and legal status quo, and represent an infringement on the unrestricted access to places of worship. The ministers affirmed their absolute rejection of Israel's illegal and restrictive measures against Muslims and Christians in Jerusalem, including preventing Christians from having free access to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to perform their religious rites. They stressed the necessity of respecting the existing historic and legal status quo in Jerusalem and the Islamic and Christian holy sites therein, reaffirming once again that Israel, as the occupying power, has no sovereignty over occupied Jerusalem, and highlighting the need to halt all measures that impede worshippers' access to their places of worship in Jerusalem. The ministers renewed their condemnation of Israel's continued closure of the gates of the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, noble sanctuary, to worshippers for 30 consecutive days, including during the blessed month of Ramadan, and the imposition of restrictions on freedom of worship, which constitutes a serious violation of international law and the existing historic and legal status quo, as well as Israel's obligations as the occupying power. They warned of the risks of these escalatory measures to regional and international peace and security. The ministers reaffirmed that the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, in its entirety spanning 144 dunams, is a place of pure worship for Muslims, and that the Jerusalem Waqf and Al-Aqsa Mosque Affairs Department, affiliated with the Jordanian Ministry of Awqaf, Islamic Affairs, and Holy Sites, is the legal entity with exclusive jurisdiction over the management of the affairs of the noble sanctuary and the regulation of entry to it. The ministers called on Israel, as the occupying power, to immediately cease closing the gates of the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, noble sanctuary, to lift the restrictions imposed on access to the Old City in Jerusalem, and to refrain from obstructing Muslim worshippers' access to the mosque. They also called on the international community to take a firm stance obligating Israel to halt its ongoing violations and illegal practices against the Islamic and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, as well as its violations of the sanctity of these holy places.
Okay, that's the latest from like 7 countries. They only issued it in Arabic, but I was able to translate it for you. So, yeah, it's very interesting because the Arabic countries are now, the Muslim countries in particular, are now joining, like, they're joining this, like, pressure on Israel from 2 fronts. They're, like, uniting with the Christians. It's a very strange, it's almost like the most unexpected development you could imagine. Like, the Muslims and the Christians uniting because they can't celebrate their holy religious rites in Jerusalem. It's a very unique strategy by Iran and also by some of the other Arab countries. It's genius, but it's very unique. Now taking you earlier today to Kafar Kila in southern Lebanon. IDF forces in Kafar Kila fighting with Hezbollah, southern Lebanon. You're looking at on-the-ground fighting in southern Lebanon earlier today. Not really sure who's fighting who or why they're fighting. I think it's over. Oh, goodness, that whole town has been demolished. Israel is demolishing towns in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah is trying to resist, but Israel is clearly demolishing towns in southern Lebanon. You can't actually see anyone firing. You only hear the small arms fire. But it's very clear that just looking at the humanitarian toll of this war, entire villages are being bulldozed and leveled in southern Lebanon. That's why Hezbollah is resisting so hard, because Israel is knocking down all of the houses. Look at what you're looking at in South Lebanon. The whole village is gone. It looks like Gaza. Substantial amount of small arms fire. So what you're hearing is a combination of Israeli bulldozers and like troops, and then Hezbollah resistance, and they're fighting in like a decimated town. There is nothing left of this town. It's gone. I mean, what you're seeing, the real human toll of this war on southern Lebanon. That's why so many humanitarian organizations are begging for intervention, because the people who live in those towns have nothing. The Christian towns, I think, have been mostly spared, but the people who live in those towns have nothing to do with this conflict. They're not necessarily Hezbollah, they're not necessarily pro-Israel, they're just living there, and their towns have been turned into battlefields. Here's footage from Hezbollah of an NASR ballistic missile launch at Haifa. From the 25th, but just released today. We might have seen it already. I don't know. Okay, so that's the latest from Hezbollah, showing the launch of ballistic missiles at Haifa. Give me 1 second while I load the latest developments for you. I have a statement from the UN Human Rights in Palestine. Okay, I'm going to read the latest from the UN in Palestine on the passage of the law by the Israeli Knesset in the past few hours. Might have to translate it into English. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to have this read for you. It should translate. Try again, please. Please translate the page. It would be really helpful if you could Alright, I'm going to have it read for you now. Alright. It's translated from Arabic, so it may not be perfect. This is the latest statement from the UN in Palestine. Yes, British reporter Tal. I know you could do it. I know it's a lot of text, but you could do it.
Press releases from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Israel, Turkey insists that legislative proposals regarding the death penalty for Palestinians must be dropped. Geneva, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, today called on Israeli authorities to drop plans to introduce new legislation imposing mandatory death sentences exclusively on Palestinians in certain circumstances, whether in the occupied Palestinian territories or within Israel. Noting that these proposals contravene international law on several levels. Turk added that a series of proposals before the Israeli Knesset to lower the threshold for the use of the death penalty raise serious concerns about discrimination against Palestinians, violation of fair trial guarantees, as well as other violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Turk said, when it comes to the death penalty, the United Nations position is clear. It opposes it in all circumstances. It is extremely difficult to reconcile this punishment with human dignity, and it also carries the unacceptable risk of executing innocent people. The High Commissioner added, such proposals are inconsistent with Israel's obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In particular, the introduction of mandatory death penalties deprives the courts of any discretion and violates the right to life. He noted that the proposal also raises other human rights concerns, including that it is discriminatory because it will be applied exclusively to Palestinians. He explained that the wording of this legislation, along with statements made by Israeli politicians, indicates that it is intended to be applied only to Palestinians, who are often convicted following unfair trials. The proposed amendments would modify the military law applied in the occupied West Bank, and require military courts to impose the mandatory death penalty in all cases of conviction for premeditated murder in the occupied West Bank. Furthermore, the proposed legislation would amend the Israeli Penal Code and introduce the death penalty for the premeditated murder of Israelis in what are termed terrorist acts. This legislation would also retroactively apply the death penalty to individuals convicted of murders related to the horrific attacks of October 7, 2023, in violation of the principle of legality enshrined in international law. Turk also pointed out that the proposed changes include provisions relating to acts of terrorism, racism or hostility towards the public, terms that are very vaguely and broadly worded. The High Commissioner added that these proposals also violate the rules of international humanitarian law relating to criminal procedures and the imposition of the death penalty on the population of the occupied territories. He reiterated that denying any Palestinian in the West Bank or Gaza the guarantees of a fair trial stipulated in the Fourth Geneva Convention amounts to a war crime.
Okay, so the UN in Palestine has taken a very serious position on the Israeli death penalty law. Now I have a statement from the, I think it's the government of Ireland. It's the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Trade, and the Minister for Defence in Ireland. She's a deputy leader of Fine Gael. Her name is Helen McEntee. Okay, and we're going to take a listen to this statement from the Irish minister on the Israeli law that was just passed now. Okay, here's the statement. Okay, I'll have it read out for you now. Yes, okay, let's do it. Go ahead, British reporter Tal. Ooh, a British reporter Tal reading an Irish statement. Oh no, you can do it, British reporter
Press
Tal.
release.
Thank you.
Statement by Minister McEntee on Israeli Parliament's death penalty bill. 1. From Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. 2. Published on the 30th of March 2026. 3. Last updated on the 30th of March 2026. Ireland condemns the law passed by the Israeli parliament to expand the scope of the death penalty and revive its implementation in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. The right to life is a fundamental human right, and Ireland is consistently and strongly opposed to the use of the death penalty in all cases and in all circumstances. I am particularly concerned about the de facto discriminatory nature of the bill as it relates to Palestinians. Ireland urges the Israeli government and parliament to not implement this law. Press office.
Yes, that's the end
The
of the
3rd of March 2026.
Yes. That's the end of the statement.
Help us improve gov.ie.
No, I don't want to help you do that. Thank you. That's the latest statement from the Irish government regarding the law passed in the Knesset that has induced quite a reaction. I'll show you now the latest from Western Tehran.
Help us improve gov.ie.
No, stop it.
Manage cookie preferences.
No, stop it.
Conversation.
Okay, here's Western Tehran. U.S. assets in the UAE have been hit. Here's the FBI this afternoon confirming the attack in Michigan was inspired by Hezbollah, which two of the family members of one of the men who did the attack were apparently killed in an
We assess
Israeli
this attack to be a
airstrike.
Hezbollah-inspired act.
So this is the FBI earlier today regarding the Michigan synagogue bombing earlier this month.
We assess this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism, purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and keen evaluation of the facts. In this case, the evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by Hezbollah's militant ideology. Although the assailants' attack planning and mobilization to violence began in earnest on March 9th.
Okay, so that's from the FBI in Michigan. Now I have for you the opposition leader in the Israeli Knesset speaking on the death penalty bill tonight, which he opposed. Okay, I have the opposition in the Knesset speaking on the death penalty bill with English subtitles here. The bill passed.
אני מתנגד לחוק הספציפי הזה, מפני שהחוק הזה הוא כניעה לחמאס. החוק הזה הוא חלומו של החמאס. החוק הזה הוא מה שרצה חמאס כשהוא פלש לישראל ב7 באוקטובר. החוק הזה הוא סיוע לחמאס. החוק הזה הוא חיזוק החמאס. החוק הזה הוא חלק מתוכנית החמאס לחיסול מדינת ישראל. החמאס יודע מה סוד כוחה של מדינת ישראל. כוחה ועוצמתה של מדינת ישראל לא מגיעים משירי נקם, לא מסרטונים עם חבלי תלייה ולא מריקודים על הדם שבהם אנחנו נראים בדיוק כמוהם. סוד כוחה של מדינת ישראל הוא במדינה מתוקנת, מדינה חזקה, בטוחה, מדינת חוק, מדינה עם ערכים מוסריים, מדינה שאינה נשלטת בידי היצרים הכי אפלים.
Okay, that was the Israeli opposition about today's death penalty bill. I now have the latest from the IRGC. I'll play it for you in Farsi and then I'll get the translations to English. Give me 1 second. So you'll see it in Farsi and then it's the latest from the IRGC and then I'll get it for you in English in about 2 minutes. This is going to be Farsi first and then English.
الله الرحمن الرحیم. تداوم عملیات‌های موفق نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران علیه دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی موج 87 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا عبدالله حسین علیه السلام و تقدیم مجاهد نستوه و سردار شهید سرافراز دریابان تنگسیری و شهدای دلاور و قهرمان نیروی سپاه به اجرا درآمد. مراکز کنترل و فرماندهی، آشیانه‌های پهپادی و انبارهای لوجستیکی، پشتیبانی، تسلیحاتی و مراکز اختفا نظامیان تروریست به ویژه خلبان‌های آمریکایی و صهیونیستی در مناطق مختلف از جمله 5 پایگاه از شب گذشته تا امروز ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران با پهپادهای هجومی های رادار دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی مستقر در امارات که مأموریت کشف و رهگیری موشک‌ها و پهپادهای رزمی را به عهده داشتند و همچنین مراکز زیرساختی البیت سیستم و محل تولید و توسعه سامانه‌های پدافندی و آفندی رژیم در تل‌آویو را مورد حملات دقیق قرار داد. هجوم مقتدرانه نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به فضل الهی و تحت فرمان فرمانده معظم کل قوا حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی خامنه‌ای مدظله العالی تا به زانو در آوردن دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونی تداوم خواهد داشت و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
One more from the IRGC while I get the subtitles. Go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. در تداوم عملیات‌های موفق نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران علیه دشمنان صهیونیستی موج 87 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا ابا عبدالله الحسین علیه السلام تقدیم به مجاهد نستوه و سردار شهید سرافراز دریابان تنگسیری و شهدای دلاور و قهرمان نیروی دریایی سپاه به اجرا درآمد. مراکز کنترل و فرماندهی، آشیانه‌های پهپادی و انبارهای لوجستیکی، پشتیبانی، تسلیحاتی و مراکز اختفای نظامیان تروریست به ویژه خلبان‌های آمریکایی و صهیونیستی در مناطق مختلف از جمله 5 پایگاه آمریکایی در منطقه و مرکز نظامی در جنوب، مرکز و شمال سرزمین‌های اشغالی فلسطین شامل حیفا، کریات شمونه، تل‌آویو، بیروسب، دیمونا، الخرج، جفیر و ویکتوریا با موشک‌های بالستیک سوخت جامد و مایع عماد، قیام و خرمشهر و پهپادهای هدامی نقطه زن مورد هدف مؤثر قرار گرفتند. از شب گذشته تا امروز ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران با پهپادهای هجومی ایستگاه‌های رادار دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی مستقر در امارات که مأموریت کشف و رهگیری موشک‌ها و پهپادهای رزمی را به عهده داشتند و همچنین مراکز زیرساختی البیت سیستم و محل تولید و توسعه سامانه‌های پدافندی و آفندی رژیم در تل‌آویو را مورد حملات دقیق قرار داد. هجوم نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به فضل الهی و تحت فرمان فرمانده معظم کل قوا حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی خامنه‌ای مدظله العالی تا به زانو در آوردن دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونی تداوم خواهد داشت و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Working on the translation for you now. That's the latest from the IRGC. I don't actually know what they said. In order to do this, I have to have the translation process for you because I don't speak Farsi. So I have the translation for you now. What I upload the video while it's playing, like I have to get it and then I have to upload it. Then I have it like ripped into the process of news reporting. So then I go over here, okay, and then I do, hold on, it might get a little angry with me, but I can do it. Latest from the IRGC English captions, okay? So you have to go rip the captions. You have to go get the video. I go down, I grab that video from right there. Then you have to take the source video, what I was doing in that 2 minutes, and I can do it in about 120 seconds. I was grabbing that source video, and then I upload it to another platform. And this is the only time I use AI. It's not even AI. It's more just like an auto transcript to translate the video. So then I'll grab the video. You have to make sure that it's the actual source video. Almost grabbed another IRGC video from yesterday. Then you have to grab the subtitle file, okay? It's like a captions file that's separate. This saves you from having to superimpose the captions on the video. It takes way too much time, and it's way too difficult to do that, to actually impose the captions on the video. It's much smarter to just rip them to an SRT file, which is like a captions file. Then make sure the captions file is for your video. Go ahead and upload it. It needs to be in SRT format. Click done over here. Okay, now when I play this video in the preview, it should have English captions. There you go. So now I have the English version for you. I'm going to play this for you. It's the statement we just watched with English captions. So I didn't show you like all the steps, but I did that in about, 3 minutes. I was able to get these captions, and now you can understand what the man said that you watched twice. Do I think you'll be able to speak Farsi after this? No. All right. Hold on. I'll play it full screen so you can see them. Hold on one second. Yes. I would like to go full screen, please. Then I'll restart it with volume. It was not listening to me. So we could actually understand what he said. Yes, could you go full screen, please? I would really appreciate that. All right, I'm going to start it again with volume so you can hear it.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. در تداوم عملیات‌های موفق نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران علیه دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی موج 87 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا ابا عبدالله الحسین علیه السلام و تقدیم مجاهد نستو و سردار شهید سرافراز دریابان تنگسیری و شهدای دلاور و قهرمان نیروی دریایی سپاه به اجرا درآمد. مراکز کنترل و فرماندهی، آشیانه‌های پهپادی و انبارهای لوجستیکی، پشتیبانی، تسلیحاتی و مراکز اختفای نظامیان تروریست به ویژه خلبان‌های آمریکایی و صهیونیستی در مناطق مختلف از جمله 5 پایگاه آمریکایی در منطقه و مراکز نظامی در جنوب، مرکز و شمال سرزمین‌های اشغالی فلسطین شامل حیفا، کریات شمونه، تل‌آویو، بیروسب، دیمونا، الخرج، جفیر و ویکتوریا با موشک‌های بالستیک سوخت جامد و مایع عماد، قیام و خرمشهر و پهپادهای انهدامی نقطه زن مورد هدف مؤثر قرار گرفتند. از شب گذشته تا امروز ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران با پهپادهای هجومی، ایستگاه‌های رادار دشمن آمریکایی صهیونی مستقر در امارات که مأموریت کشف و رهگیری موشک‌ها و پهپادهای رزمی را به عهده داشتند و همچنین مراکز زیرساختی البیت سیستم و محل تولید و توسعه سامانه‌های پدافندی و آفندی رژیم در تل‌آویو را مورد حملات دقیق قرار داد. هجوم مقتدرانه نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به فضل الهی و تحت فرمان فرمانده معظم کل قوا حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی خامنه‌ای مدت ظله العالی تا به زانو در آوردن دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونی تداوم خواهد داشت و من نصر من الله العزیز الحکیم.
Oh, so an Iranian comedian has put up a video after what the IRGC just put up. I don't think this is necessarily the best idea.
وانقلب منقلب و من قبل قنبل قلمون. اینو تا اینجا داشته باشین. خب بریم برای بعدیش. خیلی هم ترسناک، چشا دریده. نیروهای مقتدر هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در یک حمله رعدآسا به پایگاه‌های دشمن بی‌ادب در تمام کشورهای منطقه تعداد 400 و 500 و 600 هزار و 2 نفر را از پای در آوردند. بعد دیگه و این غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون.
So that is an Iranian comedian mocking the spokesman. One more time.
و این غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون. اینو تا اینجا داشته باشین. خب بریم برای بعدیش. خیلی هم ترسناک چطور دریده. نیروهای مقتدر هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در یک حمله رعدآسا به پایگاه‌های دشمن بی‌ادب در تمام کشورهای منطقه تعداد 400 و 500 و 600 هزار و 2 نفر را از پای در آوردند. بعد دیگه و این غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون. و این غلبمون غلب و من.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. All right, so tell me, do you think that this guy like nails it? I mean, way better. Like you could look at them. Like let's just look at them playing side by side. Okay, I work. So let's.
و این غلبمون
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم.
غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون.
عملیات‌های موفق نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران علیه دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی موج 87 عملیات بعدی.
No. I got an idea. So what if I do this, right? And then do this, and do that, and then do this, and then do that. Okay, and then I do this, and then what if I do this, and then okay, and then that, and then this. Okay, now can I make them both play at the same time? Oh yes. All right, we got this. You ready for this? Okay. Okay, so you tell me which one you think is better. I think I can get them both to play at the same time. Okay. Who did it better? The guy on the right or the guy on the left? Vote 1 for guy on the left. Okay, vote 1 for guy on the left, vote 2 for guy on the right. Who is the better spokesman for Iran? Personally, I think it's guy on the right. He's much more amiable. So 1 for guy on the left, 2 for guy on the right.
وإن غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون. اینو تا اینجا داشته باشیم. خب بریم برای بعدیش. خیلی هم ترسناک چشا دریده. نیروهای مقتدر هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در یک حمله رعدآسا به پایگاه‌های دشمن بی‌ادب در تمام کشورهای منطقه تعداد 400 و 500 و 600 هزار و 2 نفر را از پای در آوردند. بعد دیگه و این غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون. و این غلبمون غلب و من قبل قنبل ابو غلمون. اینو تا اینجا داشته باشین. خب بریم بعدیش. خیلی هم ترسناک نیروهای مقتدر هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در یک حمله رعدآسا به پایگاه‌های دشمن بی‌ادب.
He said he's Iranian. Hold on, he said he's Iranian. Hold on. This comedian says he's Iranian. I am not going to just assume he's not Iranian. All right? Like, you got to put some kind of proof forward if you're just going to claim the comedian's not Iranian. All right, now I'll play you the actual IRGC statement with this guy, like, not talking. And you tell me which one you think's better.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. عملیات‌های موفق نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران علیه دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی موج 87 عملیات بعدی صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا ابا عبدالله الحسین علیه السلام و تقدیم مجاهد نستو و سردار شهید سرافراز دریابان تنگسیری و شهدای دلاور و قهرمان نیروی دریایی سپاه به اجرا درآمد. مراکز کنترل و فرماندهی، آشیانه‌های
By the way, they invited this memeing on themselves. Don't say for 1 second that using this AI-generated spokesman did not invite that memeing on themselves. I know exactly what they used to generate it too. It's based on a real guy. He actually has a PhD in Western philosophy. And I think he has like an undergraduate degree in engineering. But yes, like if you can't take me being memed, don't put stuff out like that. And yes, that guy is an Iranian comedian. Maybe he's falsely claiming to be Iranian. But yeah, the guy who's mocking the IRGC guy is Iranian, and that's hilarious. With everything going on in this war, a little humor, like every once in 3 hours, is not a bad thing. It really isn't. And frankly, like, the Iranians don't take themselves too seriously. They put memes on their missiles. Literally memes, okay? Sympathy for the IRGC spokesman if he gets memed a little bit. If he can't handle it, he shouldn't dish it out. And he memes all the time. If he's even a real guy. I think he's based on a real guy, but I don't think that video is actually real. But yes, if that guy is falsely claiming to be Iranian, the comedian, that makes it a whole different thing. But no, he's an Iranian comedian who's clearly in exile, and a little humor every once in a while doesn't hurt anyone. Now, are there a lot of Iranians? But remember, there's 90 million Iranians. There's so many different sections of Iranian society. Are a good, decent amount of the expats like anti-IRGC? Yeah, of course. So does it make sense that, like, of all the people in the world who are going to mock the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it's going to be expat Iranians? Yeah. Would I do it? No. But, like, an Iranian, like, citizen doing a political protest through humor, that's exactly the kind of thing that I think works as a mental decompression break. So anyway, yeah, it's self-deprecating humor. And by the way, the Iranians put memes on their I kind of thought through a little bit more, and I was like, is it offensive? Like, is it in bad taste? Like, no, I really think it's just match tit for tat with their, like, memes on their missiles. And frankly, I was a little offended by the memes on the missile thing, so. All right, I will get my dinner. It will take me like 5 or 10 minutes. Lynn or Chamon Bunny can be in charge while I go cook my dinner. It will only take me a few minutes. I'll let you watch the interview with the Secretary of State. It was actually a really good interview. Al Jazeera does, like, I'm glad they got this interview. They broadcast it on all their channels. It's a really good interview. I already saw it once, so while I'm downstairs cooking my chicken, I'll let you watch it again. If you missed it the first time, you should watch it. The Al Jazeera host gets a great amount of information out of the U.S. Secretary of State. Like, it's just a really good interview. So I'll give you a chance to watch a little. I think they show the whole thing. It's like 20 minutes. And I'll be back with you once I finish cooking dinner. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's 4:44 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. It is 10:45 p.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa, and it is 12:15 a.m. on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 in Tehran. We'll take a listen to this interview with the Secretary of State of the U.S. while I go ahead and cook my dinner. Chat Mom Lynn or Chat Mom Bunny or whoever's here, they will be in charge. I'll also be watching the chat. All of you just behave, be nice to each other. There's 180 countries here, every faith possible, every perspective, sector of society. And I think you all being nice to each other is a testament to the compassion that defines this world among times of turmoil. All right, God bless. Be well. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm not going anywhere. I have my phone to monitor the chat, but I'm going to cook my dinner. Otherwise, I won't be able to do the stream the whole night. I might also make a coffee. We'll see. Here you go. I'll be back.
I'm Lee Barker. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says U.S. President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy as a way to end the conflict in Iran. President Trump renews his threat to obliterate Iran's civilian energy facilities if a deal isn't reached to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israel's largest oil refinery in the city of Haifa is hit for a second time. Hezbollah claims responsibility. And in other news, Israel's parliament passes a law making the death penalty a sentence for Palestinians convicted of lethal attacks. Good to have an exclusive interview. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has told Al Jazeera President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy rather than military escalation with Iran. Rubio says there have been talks with Iran and the conversations have happened mostly through intermediaries. But Rubio also stressed that Tehran will face severe consequences if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened. President Trump has also renewed his threats on Iranian energy facilities while claiming to be in talks with officials in Tehran. Iran has denied directly talking to Washington. Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel alongside Hezbollah fighters. Well, we are going to be unpacking all of this with our guests shortly, but here is our Washington Bureau Chief Hashim al-Barra's exclusive conversation with Marco Rubio.
Secretary Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. You're speaking to a global audience across Al Jazeera English, Al Jazeera Arabic, and our digital platforms, reaching viewers across the Middle East, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Iran, as well as millions more around the world. Let me start by asking you this. Have formal talks begun with Iran, or are these still in direct communications, exploring common ground?
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran, for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
What are your main demands for Iran at this particular stage of the war?
Iran can never, Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons, and they need to stop sponsoring terrorism, and they need to stop building weapons that can threaten their neighbors. These short-range missiles that they're launching, they only have one purpose, and that is to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons, and they have thousands of them. They've built extraordinary numbers of them, and not to mention, you know, their desire to have this nuclear weapon to threaten and blackmail the world with. That will never be allowed to happen. It's too great a risk.
What would you consider to be the minimum concession from Tehran to bring this conflict to an end?
I think they have to take demonstrable steps towards ending any ambition of having nuclear weapons. If what they want is nuclear energy, there are multiple countries in the region that have or will soon have nuclear energy, and to do it through a well-established mechanism that everyone else has agreed to, and that is that you allow imported fuel you import the fuel, and that fuel is used to power up your power grid and provide energy resources for your people. What they cannot have is a system that allows them to quickly weaponize it. They have to stop making all of these drones and all of these missiles. We saw recently where they've lied. They said they didn't have long-range missiles, and then they fired two that extended well beyond the range of what their own foreign minister just a few days earlier said they didn't have the range to reach. So they have to abandon all these weapon programs and all of their nuclear ambitions. And if they do that, then Iran's future can be bright. But they have to choose that path, and for 47 years they've refused that path.
Iran said it rejects the U.S. demands and is setting its own conditions, such as the financial compensation and also recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Are those demands acceptable from an American perspective?
Not only is the Strait of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's an illegal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
As the US-Israeli campaign continues, there's no clear indication that the Strait of Hormuz is secure enough to restart the flow of oil and gas into global markets. Are you consider a plan to ensure full control over the entire strait?
Well, the Straits of Hormuz will be open. When this operation is over, it will be open, and it'll be open one way or another. It will be open because Iran agrees to abide by international law and not block a commercial waterway, or a coalition of nations from around the world and the region, with the participation of the United States, will make sure that it's open. One way or the other, it's going to be open. But we have very clear objectives that we're trying to achieve here. Those objectives are the destruction of their Air Force, which has been achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has largely been achieved, a significant reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have, which we're on our way to achieving, and we are going to destroy the factories that make those missiles and those drones that they are using to attack their neighbors and the United States and our presence in the region. We will achieve those objectives. We are well on our way, or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the Straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Your regional allies in the region, the critical energy installations are being bombed, the cities bombed almost on a daily basis, and they're looking for a clear path back to stability. What would be your message to them?
Well, I think the best way to stability, given the people who are in charge in Iran, is to destroy the ability of Iran in the future to launch these missiles and these drones against their infrastructure and civilian populations. If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, work very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends, and we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught. And by the way, they're not the ones. Iran is targeting them in retribution, which tells you the nature of the people we're dealing with, unfortunately.
But it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the only focal point for you, because with the Houthis stepping in and firing missiles into Israel, Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea could become issues that you will have to reconsider.
It could, and look, that's been an ongoing issue. And when they did that, the United States took action against it as well, and many of our regional allies have had to do so in the past. It's the desire, whether it's the Houthis on one side or Iran on the other, to close these international waterways and create a toll road where basically you have to ask for their permission in order to use them and get your products in or out of market. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to us, but it should be unacceptable to the world. And I think it's important, and I'm glad to see the effort Bahrain is leading in the United Nations, which we've been very supportive of, to get an international coalition that says we will not accept a world and where either the Iranians on one side or the Houthis on the other get to control international waterways and impede the free flow of goods from nation states. That's just not something we're going to accept, neither should the world.
Do you have any issues with Mujtaba Khamenei staying in power once this is over, and the IRGC continuing to play the crucial role it plays now?
Well, let me say, first of all, we don't even know if he's in power. I know they say he's in power. No one has seen him. No one has heard from him. It's very opaque right now. It's not quite clear how decisions are being made inside of Iran. But our objectives here from the very beginning had nothing to do with the leadership. But would we love to see a difference? Do we think the people of Iran deserve better leadership than what they've gotten from the clerical regime? 100%. Would we be heartbroken if there was a change in leadership? Absolutely not. If there's something we could do to facilitate that, would we be interested in participating? Of course. But that was not the objective of this operation. The objective of this operation was, which I outlined now and the president outlined clearly on the first night, is the destruction of their Air Force, which we've achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which we've largely achieved, the destruction of their factories, which we are well on our way to achieving, meaning factories that make these weapons, and significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they have so they can't continue to threaten their neighbors and America. Those were our objectives. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we are well on our way towards achieving.
Are you fully aligned with the Israelis when it comes to the objectives and the end game?
Well, they have a different objective in terms of they are focused on the mid-range missiles in the northern part of Iran that target them. And obviously we coordinate and deconflict with them in terms of our operations. But what they are focused on is different. We're not critical of it. Those things are threats to them. Those mid-range missiles that Iran launches that reach into Israel, those are threats that they're facing. They're also facing a threat from Hezbollah, which they're confronting as well. So they have their own objectives. We deconflict so that our objectives and theirs don't run into each other. But the president, for the United States of America, has established a very clear mission, which we're executing on, and we will achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks.
Do you believe the EU and NATO countries betrayed the US at this crucial moment?
I think it was very disappointing. You have this, and again, look, the president and our country will have to re-examine all of this after this operation is over. But one of the reasons why NATO is beneficial to the United States is it gives us basing rights for contingencies. It allows us to station troops and aircraft and weapons and in parts of the world that we would normally have bases. And that includes in much of Europe. And to see that in a time of need, the United States has identified a grave risk to our national security and our national interests, and we needed to conduct this operation. And we have countries like Spain, a NATO member, that we are pledged to defend, denying us the use of their airspace and bragging about it, denying us the use of their bases. And there are other countries that have done that as well. And so you ask yourself, well, what is in it for the United States? And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined.
I've recently spent some time in Europe, and basically what they say is that it's the US which is sending confusing messages to us. It's the US which is planning to disengage from Europe. It's the US which doesn't seem to be really willing to team up with NATO when it comes to moving forward in Europe. And this explains the reason why we have been very cautious dealing with the Americans when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz in particular.
Well, if that's what someone in Europe told you, that person's very disingenuous. The United States has tens of thousands of troops stationed throughout that region, billions of dollars of weaponry staged throughout Europe. All of it there to defend Europe, not to defend America, to defend Europe from attack. Okay, all over. The United States is without the United States, there is no NATO. I mean, everyone recognizes that, including NATO. If we decided tomorrow that we were going to remove our troops from Europe, that would be the end of NATO. So they know that. And that commitment, we haven't moved troops out of NATO. So anyone who said that's not being honest or is not, I think they're playing games. At the end of the day, it's very simple. NATO is an alliance, and an alliance means it has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-way street. Let's hope we can fix it. We'll have time to address it after. Right now, we're focused on this operation.
Let's move on to something else. I would like to talk to you about Venezuela after the capture of President Nicolas Maduro. Could you tell us more about your plans for Venezuela in the future?
I think it's moving along very well. We said it from the very first day after that operation happened. I said our hope is, number one, to stabilize the country. We didn't want to see civil war. We didn't want to see systemic collapse. We didn't want to see a mass migration event. You've seen none of these things. What you've seen is that for the first time in decades, Venezuela is now selling their oil in the global market at full market price, and the money is coming back to Venezuela and being spent for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. It's being spent to buy medical goods and equipment. It's being spent to cover the salaries of teachers and police officers and civil servants and people that sanitation workers and things of this nature. So it's a very important part. The second phase after the stabilization occurs or concurrent with the stabilization is a period of recovery in which you try to recover the elements of the country that allow it to prosper and grow. And that is attracting businesses back, creating the kind of stability that bring businesses back. We're seeing begin to happen. But you're also seeing civil life come back to life. Independent media is now allowed to operate. Political prisoners have been released. Political parties are forming again. People are speaking and participating in public life. And finally, we want to see a full transition, because in order for Venezuela to fulfill its economic potential, it has to have a stable democratic government that people are willing to invest in that economy because they know that they're protected by laws and courts and legitimacy. So we are well on our way to achieving this. A lot of credit goes to the interim authorities who have assumed this responsibility. We've reopened our embassy. We enter in dialogue with them every single day. We feel very positive about it.
Many assume Washington will focus on Cuba next once the war is over in the Middle East. What kind of decisions or policy would you would like to see in place for potential regime change?
Yeah, look, we don't need anything from Cuba, to be honest with you. I mean, Cuba needs from us. We don't need from Cuba. What I mean by Cuba, I mean it's their regime. The problem Cuba has, it's a very fundamental problem, and they need to understand it. And we've tried to explain it to anyone who will listen. Their system doesn't work. Their system of economics, I can't even describe it, but it's completely dysfunctional. It's just not a real system. And you can't change it unless you change the government. As an example, a week ago, they said, well, Cuban Americans can now invest on the island. Invest in what? Invest in a country that has arbitrary laws, no established system of courts and justice. Who's going to invest in something like that? You also can't have economic prosperity without some significant level of political freedom. If I'm going to participate in the economic life of a country and I don't like the regulations or the rules that government is putting in place that are hampering me, I have to have the ability to complain about that. And in that country, you can't complain about that or you'll be put in jail. So I think Cuba needs to make, and if Cuba really wants to emerge from the hole they've put themselves in, meaning the regime has put them in, they really need to undertake very serious reforms of both their government and of their economy. And if they're willing to do so, we're going to help them. We've done nothing punitive against the Cuban regime. They claim we have, but we haven't. The only thing that's changed for the Cuban regime is they're not getting free Venezuelan oil anymore. They're not getting subsidies anymore. That's the only thing that's changed. These blackouts that are occurring that I see people reporting have nothing to do with us. They were having blackouts last year. They're having blackouts because they have equipment from the 1950s in their grid that they've never maintained and never upgraded because they're incompetent. That's why they're having blackouts.
So my last question, if you don't mind. Do you have any sense of clarity about when the war is going to be over in the Middle East?
The operation in Iran, as soon as we achieve our objectives, as I've outlined them repeatedly, and that is we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we are well on our way to destroying the majority of their arms factories, and we're well on our way to significantly degrading their missile launchers. When those objectives are achieved, we will have achieved the purpose of this operation, and that's something that's not going to take months. That's a matter of weeks. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many weeks, but a matter of weeks, not months.
Okay, there you have it. Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, speaking to our Washington Bureau Chief Hashim al-Barra a little bit earlier. Let's bring in Alex Vatanka. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of the book, The Battle of the Ayatollahs in Iran, United States Foreign Policy and Policy Rivalry. Welcome to the show. Good to have you. So, Secretary Rubio is setting a very specific clock, isn't he, for the end of operations. From a strategic standpoint, what would a concluded operation actually look like in that time frame? That time frame of weeks, not months.
It's great to be with you. Look, I think obviously what Secretary Rubio is doing here is to provide political reassurance. Mainly, I suspect his audience here is in the United States, to reassure, kind of similar to what President Trump does occasionally when he says, you know, there is a deal just around the corner. But the fact is, you know, when I listened to the interview, I even left with more questions than answers. I mean, we heard from the Secretary now, the key objectives seem to have been the Iranian Air Force and Navy, which were never really causing any real headache for the United States. I mean, they weren't much as a threat to the United States. He talks about the missiles, and I guess he's pretty assured that within weeks, Iran will not be able to fire missiles at Israel or the Gulf states. That could be the case. But what if Iran can continue to do that? What does that mean to the mission being accomplished? I suspect that means mission hasn't been accomplished. And again, so I'm left here listening to him with sort of more questions essentially than answers in terms of what to expect coming up.
Right. I mean, it's clearly, I mean, as you rightly suggested, it's going to be much more than a wish list of targets that they're simply going to tick off. I mean, if the US achieves its technical objectives, destroying factories and launchers and other hostile targets, but Iran remains defiant, does the conflict actually end, or does it just change shape?
Look, I mean, the United States can pull away from this conflict any moment and leave the rest of the world, the region, to deal with the consequences. That much Donald Trump can do, and he sort of suggested in the past he might do that. The problem with that is he's still going to feel the pains, because the energy crisis that the world will suffer will also find its way to the United States, will find its way to the gas stations across the United States, and that way Donald Trump will not be able to sort of forget about it. But I also wanted to point out that when I was listening to Marco Rubio earlier, I didn't hear him talk about the nuclear program. I didn't hear him talk about the 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. I mean, the whole conflict began on the premise that we're going to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
Alex, let me jump in. Why not, do you think?
I don't know why, because I tell you why, because I think this interview was essentially a political messaging of reassurance to the United States. If you're talking to the American public today and saying, well, there is 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that we still know where it's hidden and we need our hands on it, or the IAEA, the inspectors need to go in and keep, what you're saying essentially is you have to leave open the option that the United States by force has to go and get it, which means ground forces, which means something that's much more than just U.S. Air Force striking targets, which is something this administration really is uncomfortable contemplating, because it means far more in terms of the selling it to the U.S. public opinion of a war that widens, deepens, and will drag the U.S. further into it than they're comfortable with.
Alex, by setting this very public deadline of weeks, is the US, do you think, is it inadvertently giving Iran a clock now that it can essentially try and outlast, rather than a real reason to back down? Because the option being presented to Iran right now is either deal or destruction, apparently.
Yeah, look, I mean, time is something the Iranians feel it's on their side, because this Iranian economy is one that's basically been parked outside the global economy for at least a decade, probably more. So they're not integrated into the global economy. They can take the pain. This is a regime that frankly doesn't care what happens to its people if they're suffering as a result of this conflict. They will sort of try and sell the narrative as this is defense of the motherland. Just suck it up, and then we have to stay in this war till we get something better from the American side. And again, it just really takes us back to the United States, this administration misreading the Islamic Republic. It's an ideological entity in many ways. It's willing to sacrifice not only members of the regime, but also the general Iranian public. And again, I think that seems to have been misunderstood by the Trump administration, that frankly, based on everything I can see here in Washington, sort of felt that this war would have been gone and concluded a long time ago. And the fact that they're here and potentially have to contemplate an escalation to wrap it up, it puts them in a very awkward situation. And so essentially what they're doing is trying to deal with the messaging from a political point of view, which is, I think, what Secretary of State Marco Rubio was doing there.
OK, Alex, many thanks for joining us. Alex Vatanka, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Institute, and author of the book, The Battle of the Ayatollahs in Iran. Iran has called US proposals to end the war unrealistic and maximalist. But just earlier, the White House's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said Tehran is pushing much different messaging in private than it is publicly.
Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism.
Well, here's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, with more on that.
off the top, Caroline Leavitt did give the administration's position on how the war is going so far against Iran. What she said is that it's the Trump administration's belief it's moving ahead successfully. She outlined that there have been 11,000 targets that have been struck so far, and that it is the belief of the U.S. military that Iran's capabilities in terms of defensive capabilities as well as offensive capabilities have been crippled. What we also know, she says that the Iranians' ability to conduct drone and ballistic missile attacks has been cut by 90%, according to the United States. And she says 150 of their vessels in the Navy have also been destroyed. So the United States right now basically saying that they believe there is a military advantage. They believe they control the skies. And it is the view of the Trump administration that Iran, as a result of this, is increasingly eager to negotiate, and that the talks, according to the Trump administration, are going well. We should underscore these are talks that the Iranians deny, but the White House projecting confidence and also military advantage.
Despite Donald Trump's claims that negotiations are progressing, Iran says diplomacy with the United States is not being held directly.
To date, we have had no direct negotiations with the United States. Since the last round of talks, what has occurred has been the receipt of messages through certain intermediaries, including Pakistan, conveying the United States' interest in and request for negotiations. It is only natural that whenever talk of negotiations comes from the United States, everyone's sensitivities are heightened. I do not know to what extent these claims are taken seriously even within the United States itself, or how seriously they are viewed internationally. Our position is clear. Unlike the other side, which constantly shifts its stance, the Islamic Republic of Iran has known its position from the very beginning. The points that have been conveyed to us, whatever one chooses to call them, 15-point clauses, more or fewer, they're highly excessive and maximalist in nature.
Now, there's been continued US-Israeli strikes across cities in Iran. Take a look at these pictures. They are from southern Tehran. Rescue workers responded to the scene of an air raid there. A petrochemical plant in the northwestern city of Tabriz has also been hit. Mohammed Val is in Tehran. Mohammed, so judging by these pictures, a catalogue of more destruction in various different locations in Iran. Mohammed, while we know discussions are apparently underway on some level, at your end, what more can you tell us about the communication between Iran and the United States?
Well, several officials here in Tehran acknowledge that there is a level of communication, but not direct communication. They are still talking about messages being conveyed to them via the Pakistanis. That's the only thing they are saying regarding the level of communication and contact with the other side. So there is no direct negotiations. Nothing has changed. This is the very same thing they've been saying from day one. There is this level of communication through intermediaries, and they looked at those 15 points. They found them maximalist. They found them excessive and unacceptable to Iran. Iran cannot, according to these officials, give up on its nuclear program. It cannot give up on the Strait of Hormuz. It cannot give up on many other things that are being demanded in those points. So it's, according to them, it's going to take a lot of effort for the two sides to be close to each other in these negotiations. And for them, it's the very beginning of something that hasn't even yet started, contrary to what the US president is saying. The US president is saying that these negotiations are advanced, that they are close to a deal and so on. But here in Iran, it's totally different concepts, totally different understanding of the whole thing and what Iran can give up on, what Iran can compromise on. And that's just what they are saying here.
Okay. Mohammed Val with a view from Tehran. Thank you. Israel's largest oil refinery in the northern city of Haifa has been hit for a second time. The Israeli Fire Service said an industrial building and a fuel tanker was struck by debris from an intercepted missile, starting a fire. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for the attack. Staying in Israel, the country's also passed legislation that now imposes the death penalty as the default punishment for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks. The bill passed with 62 votes to 48. Take a look. The man behind the bill is far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. He's seen celebrating with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. The bill has drawn criticism from the foreign ministers of Germany, the Netherlands, France, Italy and the United Kingdom. While the law comes into effect in 30 days, the legislation could still be struck down by the Supreme Court. Those following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. I think it's fair to say it is very rare, extremely rare, in any kind of democracy for the death penalty to actually be imposed rather than repealed. Yet, here we are, Noor.
Yeah, and it's imposed not on anyone convicted of the crime of killing, of murder. It is imposed on a specific group, and hence the discriminatory part of it, Neve. Now, this law has been the subject of much debate since it was first legislated. And I have to say that it wasn't just proposed by Itamar Ben-Gvir. He had support even from the opposition. So there is no point of principled opposition to this law. Some of the objections we heard during the discussions had to do with technicalities, with political, points and scoring points, like Benny Gantz, for example, a former minister of defense and a prominent opposition figure who objected to this bill, not because he opposed killing Palestinians, because in his words, I've killed more Palestinian so-called than all the members in the plenum today, but his point of objection was that this would be helping Itamar Ben-Gvir. Now, this law will be challenged in Israel's High Court. Human rights organizations and two Palestinian Israeli parliamentary blocs will be challenging this law. But the fact that it passed, the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister voted in favor of it despite international objections, the fact that the discussion around it was not about discrimination, was not about the fact that 88 Palestinians have already died because of torture and abuse since October 2023, and that the conditions of starvation and abuse have been mainstreamed and normalized, almost institutionalized. That is what is so concerning to human rights organizations. That's why we're hearing from capitals in the European Union. We're hearing calls for suspending the partnership agreement with Israel, for sanctioning Israel even because of it. And we're also hearing from the UN about this, from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, calling for its repeal. It is an unprecedented kind of law, and it does reflect the moment in which Israel finds itself, the political atmosphere in which Israel finds itself, not in the right, in the far right, Neve, where abuse and dehumanization of Palestinians is simply one more thing to say.
Sounds like an extraordinary moment, Noor. Many thanks, Nora, there, covering developments from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, the Israeli parliament also passed its budget early on Monday after 13 hours of deliberations, including delays by the opposition and interruptions from sirens. It's Israel's largest budget and includes a big chunk for military and security spending and keeps Netanyahu's government in power until elections later this year. Ida Ibrahim reports from the occupied West Bank.
It's the largest spending budget in Israel's history. With $271 billion, the bill gives another lifeline for Benjamin Netanyahu's government for a few months. Delayed by the opposition and interrupted by sirens warning of incoming Iranian missiles, the passing of the budget averted early elections, a test for the government since the latest polls suggest Netanyahu's coalition could lose if elections were held now.
Too much egos between the different parties of the opposition, so they were unable to stop or to change or to at least amend parts of the budget. And this does not only tell us about the coalition, it tells us a lot about the opposition in Israel.
the ultra-Orthodox religious parties, members of Netanyahu's governing coalition, voted in favor of the budget, even though they didn't get their long-term demand, a law to give their members a blanket exemption from military service, perhaps because the bill increased money allocated for their institutions and constituents. These Israelis are protesting against increasing funds to those who don't share the conscription load, a debate arising in light of the Israeli government's push to occupy more lands in southern Lebanon to fight Hezbollah. Israel has been continuously in a state of war since October 2023. That's why the budget has a sharp increase of $10 billion for military and defense spending. This also signals Israel's intention to maintain the state of war despite attempts to de-escalate tension in the region. Despite multiple wars, corruption charges and failure to prevent October 7th attacks, Netanyahu's government is expected to be one of the few Israeli governments to complete its term in full, and some even expect it to last even beyond. The continuation of the war serves Netanyahu's coalition and could even raise his chances of winning elections later this year. All of this depends on how the war unfolds in Iran and Lebanon. On Monday, a joint and simultaneous attack from Iran and Hezbollah hit Israel's oil refinery site in Haifa on Monday. A fuel tanker and an industrial building were reportedly damaged. It's unclear if this was from missiles or debris from interceptions. This is the second attack on Israel's most critical energy facility since the war in Iran began. Attacks like these may increase the pressure on the government and the coalition, but Monday's budget vote also shows how divided Netanyahu's opponents are. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top story this hour. In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy over military escalation with Iran. Rubio also stressed that Tehran will face severe consequences if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened.
There's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it. Not only is the sovereignty over the Straits of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's an illegal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, and Jordan's King Abdullah have wrapped up a brief visit to Saudi Arabia. They're holding talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Jeddah. It comes as diplomatic efforts are ramping up to end the war in Iran. On Saturday, Saudi foreign ministers held talks with Pakistani, Turkish and Egyptian foreign ministers in Islamabad. Pakistan's facilitating discussions aimed at ending the conflict. Well, Gulf nations have condemned what they've described as heinous attacks on Kuwait. One Indian national was killed in an attack on a power and water desalination plant earlier on Monday. This brings Kuwait's death toll to 7 in the conflict. Iran's denied carrying out the attack and says it's a false flag operation by Israel. Okay, let's cross over to London now, and my colleague Jonah Holt for a closer look at how the war is affecting the global financial markets.
Hello there and welcome back to Al Jazeera's studio here in London. Well, let's begin with European shares because they've edged higher on Monday, only just though because the spectre of a drawn-out conflict continues to overshadow sentiment. Oil is now trading at $113 a barrel. That means rising costs for other industries reliant on fuel like farming. 30% of the world's fertilizer normally travels through the Strait of Hormuz, but that's remained closed to most maritime traffic. So for farmers, it's creating a double shock, higher diesel prices, which make it more expensive to run machinery, and the higher cost of fertilizer, all just as the spring planting season gets underway. Milena Veselinovic reports now.
They're moving slowly, but that's by design. These buses are crawling through Paris in protest against rising fuel prices.
Every day, members are losing money just by driving, like the lorry drivers. The tourist coaches behind me, which 2 months ago signed contracts with their clients and told them it would cost a certain amount, today it doesn't cost that. It costs that plus 500 euros.
The chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz is not just affecting fuel. Important components for fertilizer, essential for crops, are also being held up. It's driving up costs for farmers, with some now questioning whether they can afford to plant all their fields. If they don't, food shortages could hit Europe by September. The warning has set off alarm bells, with G7 finance and energy ministers alongside central bank governors meeting virtually on Monday to assess the impact. In Brussels, EU agriculture ministers are also holding talks.
There is a growing unrest among our farmers because the prices of fertilizers and also the prices of energy is growing now very rapidly.
Solutions may take time. For now, unless fertilizer starts moving soon, the strain on food production is likely to show up on supermarket shelves before long. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera.
Well, as governments grapple with what to do about all this, the German Chancellor has warned the economic fallout of the conflict in Iran could have a lasting impact.
If the war escalates into a major regional conflict, it could place an even greater burden on Germany and Europe, as heavy as the one we last experienced during the COVID pandemic or the start of the war in Ukraine.
Well, joining us now here in the studio is commodities consultant Colin Hack. She's formerly the head of research at global trading firm ED&F Man Commodities. Great to have you with us. So government's nervous, clearly. A double shock for farmers, higher prices, higher fertilizer prices and fuel prices, of course. Meanwhile, the market generally and globally looks like it's pricing in bad news at the moment, rather than the sort of optimism that the markets were showing perhaps a week ago.
Yeah, we're into our second month of the war now, and there's no sign of de-escalation. Despite a lot of the mixed messaging that's coming out of the USA, what you're actually seeing on the ground is, unfortunately, escalation. So there's no freeing up of the critical Hormuz Strait, where 30 to 40% of the world's fertilizers, energy, you name it, critical commodities are being choked at that point. This has massive ramifications for the world and for the world financial markets. I mean, today what we're seeing is an energy shock like we haven't seen in decades, possibly, I would say, one of the worst we've ever seen in our lives, I'd say. And I think the ramifications for this, even though as a world we are less energy intensive than we were, we're nowhere near, we've not weaned ourselves off energy, unfortunately. So whether it's petrol, whether it's gasoline, diesel, fossil fuels is still something we very much rely on. We're at the transition phase where we would like to be moving away into renewables, which arguably is less impacted by such wars, but we're not there yet. And
we're not there yet, still a way to go. Analysts talk about a price shock that is greater perhaps than the 70s oil price shocks and the gas price shock of the 2022 war in Ukraine put together. Look, stay with us. Let's dig a little deeper into this because we'll take a closer look now at food production here in the UK and how it's vulnerable to global supply chain shocks. Because even though the UK grows and produces more than 60% of its own food, it is highly dependent on imports of fruit and vegetables. 84% of its fruit and 47% of its vegetables are sourced from other countries. Plus, in January, 12% of UK households, that's around 6.3 million adults, experienced food insecurity. That is when someone can't reliably access affordable, nutritious and healthy food. But it's not just bad news for consumers. As we've been discussing, farmers say the future looks bleak. And as Camille Nedelec reports from a farmers' market in London, producers are being forced now to choose between accepting lower margins or putting up their prices.
The longer the Iran war lasts, the more severe the food shock will be the world over. And that includes in countries closely allied to the United States, such as the UK. From traditional food markets like this one to large firms that benefit from economies of scale, producers, consumers and firms are being hit on multiple fronts. Around a third of the world's chemical fertilizers pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And while the organic produce sold at this market isn't impacted by that, it will be hit in other ways.
With farming as well, we've got tractors, so it's affected diesel prices. So it's almost doubled to what it was a couple of weeks ago. So it's, missed our chance. So we'll probably have to cut down on some outside expenses, but that's, nothing.
I think people are being really loyal in quite a difficult time. So I'm grateful. If things keep on getting more and more and more, like God knows, I don't know.
While far from the hardest hit in a looming food crisis, if the UK is forced to tighten its belt, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will come under increasing pressure from voters. He'd promised to lower the cost of living, meaning that the White House may find it increasingly difficult to get buy-in from Westminster if the current conflict becomes a protracted war. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera, London.
Kona, there's a real problem here looking at that, isn't there? If food prices go up, and it looks very much like they will, with so many people, millions of people living on the edge, albeit probably not the sort of people who visit a London farmer's market over a weekend, but with so many people living on the edge, consumers are not necessarily going to be able to absorb those higher prices. What happens then?
So initially we need to see how quickly the farmers pass that cost on. So there's a double whammy. First of all, the high fertilizer prices will then get impacted in the sense that the yields might start falling. So the crop that's going to be harvested at the end of this year, there'll be yield risks if they start reducing fertilizer usage because of cost. So that's one thing. You have a supply deficit of food. The second thing is that the high fertilizer cost increases the cost pressure on the farmer, who then has to make stark choice. Do you actually not produce it at all, or do you pass that on? Either way, we're ending up with, as you said, consumer prices going up at the food shelf. Now, it won't all rise at the same time. Some farmers would have hedged and some retailers would have hedged as well. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it'll be the poor. The poorest segment of society who spend a higher proportion
and not just here in the UK, but of course
oh my God, globally it'll be Asia and Africa who are naturally food import dependent regions. They will see such high proportions of their disposable income spent on food. They will inevitably suffer.
Well, look, you touched on the pressure on farmers. There's another key factor to look at here, because one big number to look at now is the price of what's known as red diesel. That's a form of diesel that's subject to lower taxes. It's aimed exclusively at agricultural vehicles. In other words, it's a form of help for farmers in being able to produce cheaper fuel. Well, red diesel, take a look at this, is currently selling at $1.74 a litre. That's doubled since the war in Iran began. Well, let's go back now to Kona Hack. And here is this other problem emerging, because if consumers can't foot the higher prices of food, and if producing the food becomes prohibitive for the farmers, do we have the seeds then of another crisis, which is farmers going bust or simply downing tools? We've already seen protests in countries like France and Germany.
Yes, the short answer is yes. It's going to be a repeat of the Ukraine war, where straight after in 2022, Russia, Ukraine, massive exporters of grains, suddenly couldn't produce enough. And that led to massive supply-demand imbalance. Prices went through the roof. Food inflation was at multi-year highs. So, yes, today we might be seeing energy inflation, but it's only a matter of time. They move together before we see food inflation. And the third component that wasn't mentioned is that the shipping cost of moving this stuff has gone up because of diesel, because of fuel. So, and freight rates have gone up. So that's all just putting up the pressure on food prices.
And many of these price rises just filtering through now. We haven't really seen the full scale of it. That's yet to come. Kona Hack, many thanks for your time, your insights. Commodities consultant there joining us here in London. And that is all from the team and me, Jonah Hull, here. Back to you in Doha.
Thank you, Team London. Well, let's stay with the news out of Europe. And G7 ministers and central bank officials have gathered in Paris to tackle the economic consequences of the war in the Middle East that has sent energy prices soaring and has triggered fears for the world economy. The squeeze on supply has pushed oil and natural gas prices higher, with drastic knock-on effects for supply chains in multiple industries. Well, in France, truck drivers have protested rising fuel prices on Sunday by blocking off roadways. Natasha Butler has this from the capital.
Well, we've seen a number of G7 meetings over the past month, not always with real concrete results. It is the turn once again of G7 economy and finance ministers looking at ways to try and limit the impact of the Iran war on the global economy. They're looking at a number of ideas, and one of them is another release of emergency oil stocks, something we saw them do a few weeks ago. They're also looking at perhaps capping oil prices. There is no doubt the governments around the world are extremely concerned, some rolling out measures to try and protect people from these rising fuel costs. Here in France, we have seen transportation companies protesting in Paris and around, blocking roads. They are very angry. They say that things are becoming very difficult indeed for their companies. They're calling on the French government to do more to help. We spoke to the head of one of France's main transportation unions.
30% of our costs are related to fuel, and we had a 30% rise, and we have a 1% margin. So that gives you an idea of the violence and the very strong impact it had on our companies. So right now we need something fast, simple, and that can help us.
Well, the French government's already announced some $50 million of aid for these transportation companies for the month of April. The problem is, for the French government and others around the world, is no one knows just how long this war will last. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
OK, let's take a look at some of the other news happening around the world. And the United States has officially reopened its embassy in Venezuela, calling it a new chapter in diplomacy. The embassy was closed 7 years ago when Trump's administration rejected President Nicolas Maduro's 2018 re-election as illegitimate. In early January, Maduro was captured during a U.S. military operation. He remains in U.S. custody, facing charges of drug trafficking, which he denies. A Russian tanker carrying 100,000 metric tons of crude oil has arrived in Cuba. The shipment of oil is the first to reach Havana since January, when Washington imposed the effective blockade on the country. It's likely to be a lifeline to the island that's been plunged into darkness amid an energy crisis. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports from the Cuban capital, Havana.
After 3 months of acute blackouts, power and petrol rationing, the news of relief from Russia is spreading like wildfire throughout Cuba.
Thank God, now maybe our transportation will flow again. Thank God.
But Russian fuel won't reach the pumps right away. Russian rather than Cuban authorities announced the arrival of the Anatoly Kolodkin, a tanker that's carrying 750,000 barrels of crude to the port of Matanzas here in Cuba. It's enough, according to experts, for 15 days of badly needed fuel. But it first needs to be refined, and that could take up to 20 days. Cuba has been under a fuel blockade since early January, with President Donald Trump threatening to punish any country that violated it.
Russia, of course, believes it is our duty not to stand aside and to provide the necessary assistance to our Cuban friends. We are pleased that the shipment of petroleum products has already arrived.
There'd been speculation of a confrontation if the U.S. used force to stop the tanker. But as it approached Cuba, President Donald Trump made a surprise announcement of his own.
If a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it. If other countries want to do it, it doesn't bother me much. It's not going to have an impact. Cuba should have a bad regime.
It's uncertain if this means that Trump will ease or end his campaign to choke off fuel. But what he has made clear is that he has changed his mind about taking over the island after he's finished with Iran. For now, the next good news could be the arrival of the Seahorse, another smaller Russian tanker that's bringing diesel to Cuba for a country that's struggling to live day to day with a little crop helps. You see, and you're at Al Jazeera. How bad?
Activists in Haiti say at least 70 people have been killed since Saturday, more than the initial government figures. Members of the Grand Grif gang burned houses and left multiple people.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. In a very odd situation right now. It is very quiet. I was just making some chicken. I made myself some chicken. It's very good. I may have actually gotten chicken and rice. But it, you know, I couldn't figure out how to make it.
عملیات‌های موفق طرفراز در یابان تنگسیری و آمریکایی در و رهگیری حملات روز رهگیران آنو در شهر و پهپادی ایستگاه‌های راه نظامی در جنوب مرکز و فیل آمریکایی و صهیونیستی.
All right, we already listened to that one. I was checking a statement from the IRGC. I'm going to keep eating my chicken. I'll keep you updated. It's been very quiet for the past 3 hours. Almost oddly quiet, but I'm with you for the rest of the night. Good to see you all.
People dead in a town in central Haiti. Police had first put the death toll at 16. Haiti has seen gang violence for years, with a UN report last week estimating more than 5,000 people have been killed in the 10 months before January. Chancellor Friedrich Merz says 80% of the more than 900,000 Syrian nationals in Germany returned to their home country. His remarks came during Syrian President Ahmed al-Shaara's first official visit to Berlin. Shaara held talks with Merz on a range of issues that included the recovery and reconstruction of Syria after years of war.
Looking ahead over the next 3 years, as President Shaara has expressed his hope, around 80% of Syrians currently residing in Germany are expected to return to their home country. From my perspective, I can only reiterate this. Thanks to the German people, who have been willing to take in this large number of refugees over the past few years. But the civil war is over, and now there is, in principle, the prospect of returning to their home country, Syria. We want to make that possible together.
We cannot speak about the recovery and rebuilding of Syria without mentioning the Syrian refugees settled in Germany. Here, there are 1.3 million Syrian citizens, including 6,000 doctors serving in your hospitals. More than 250,000 Syrians are working, paying their taxes, and contributing with efficiency to the German economy. We are proud to see the Syrians with their knowledge, expertise, and fast-earned skills now representing common national assets. So we are working with German officials to set a model of returning migration where the Syrians here can contribute to the rebuilding of their motherland without undermining their settled lives they had built here in Germany.
Step Varson is in Berlin following Shaara's visit.
For Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the return of the refugees to Syria is high on the domestic political agenda, especially under pressure from the rising popularity of the far-right party, the AfD, who also insists that these refugees all have to return. Merz says now that 80% of all the 950,000
I figured that's exactly where it was coming from.
Refugees in Germany should go back in the next 3 years. It sounds to many here as an unrealistic plan, because if we look at the people who have voluntarily returned in the last year or so, it's only a few thousand. Also, President al-Shaara had a bit of a different statement that he wants people to come and help with the reconstruction of Syria, which is very important because people had a very good education here in Germany, so that could be very useful, but they should not lose their security here in Germany. So basically maybe a more long-term plan to have people returning to Syria if they want, but if they want to stay here, that should also be possible, according to the Syrian president, because thousands of Syrians are now working here as medical doctors. They're filling in the labor shortages. So also Friedrich Merz said for these people, they should not have to leave, but he wants 600,000, 700,000 people to leave.
Hi, Reaper. I am going to go until, let me check the clock. We'll go for another 6 to 7 hours, so probably until midnight Eastern, maybe 1 a.m. Eastern.
Within the next 3 years, the Syrian refugees who are protesting here today said they want to leave eventually, but it's not possible right now. Steadfast in Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Next on Al Jazeera, full coverage of the US-Israel war in Iran continues. Make sure you stay with us here at Al Jazeera.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
That's Zena Kador, excellent reporter in southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone had infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what
Reaper, we can add a weather command, but I don't have one.
Prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A weather command would be cool.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective
We have a comment from Rotoro. You're the best reporter. Regards from Fiji. I managed to see how that missile goose stepped. Thank you. Oh, God bless you, Rotoro. Welcome to the channel. That was certainly a hell of a missile going around there, that's for sure. Going around the Israeli interceptors.
To destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran.
I want to listen to the press conference. Give me 1 second.
Thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront technical.
This was the White House press conference.
On Al Jazeera.
On that, he set himself a very
in-depth analysis of the day.
Syria, Lebanon.
Joining me in the studio.
Inside Story.
Bases
on Al
Jazeera is really good. We're about like 20 minutes. Nah, I let us go like 5 minutes behind. Let's watch the press conference with the White House press secretary. There's an ad playing. Remember to turn off your ad blockers. It supports YouTube. Here's the press conference from earlier. Secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you hear our amen in there? We just said a little prayer as a team. In this Holy Week, President Trump and the First Lady are joining in prayer with Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the President will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian.
Ifti Ahmad, you'll be interested to hear how the press questions her. They definitely don't let her get away with anything.
Regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the sky, have asserted air dominance over completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table. While
Speaking of that, here's the latest strike in Shiraz, Iran. Thank you for this. I saw this as well. It's the latest strike on Shiraz, Iran. Okay, I'll show you more of the hits on Iran before we go back to the press conference. This is the latest footage coming in from Iran. Oh no, Tal Momlin, you go take a rest. Tal Momlin, I got it from here. Definitely prayers. Hold on, you're getting a buffer. All right. Here we go. And then let me close this one. All right, there you go. That should make things a little bit easier. No promises, but that should make things a little bit easier. All right. That should reduce a little bit of the buffer. And then what helps with the buffer is sometimes when I refresh the chat cache. I'm just going to take a little bit of chat cache out of the buffer. And that might speed the stream up. I am one man, of course, doing this on a computer. So I appreciate all of your patience. Normally I can get it going pretty good. I just got to kind of... I gotta be a little patient. It should refresh now. Normally when the stream buffers, I can make a refresh by just kind of adapting to what the computer needs. It might actually be the temperature. It's kind of warm outside. Computer likes a nice and cold environment. Might be able to get something working in that regard, though. For the time being, though, just gonna get it refreshed here. Yeah, it's the temperature in the room. Electronics don't like when it's warm. It's getting up to 66 degrees Fahrenheit in Boston, Massachusetts today, where it is 5:52 p.m. Eastern. I'm doing a little fix on my back end here to make things a little bit smoother for you, hopefully. No promises on that end. It doesn't always work, but it sometimes does. Yeah, it'll work. Sometimes the best way to get it kind of to refresh, your chats fill up a lot of what's called the cache. So like if you all do like, I don't know, like 1,000 or 2,000 chats, that all writes to my disk. And sometimes like the file that kind of buffers from writing from the disk to the computer and the stream software, if that gets filled with a lot of like chat comments, it can slow everything down. So I put some, it should be a lot better now. Yeah, I was the chat cache. I just went from 100% CPU usage to 55. You all chat so much it actually writes my cache into like a slowdown. I got to think of a way to auto refresh this chat. I managed to completely fix it just by refreshing the chat cache. That's wild. That's actually really impressive. You all chat so much you can slow down a computer. I thought it was the heat. I really did. I was going to go put a fan next to the computer to blow colder air on it. But it's instant chat. Oh, goodness. At least I know. You have to know what's going wrong to be able to fix it. Here's the latest from the Shiraki Garab area in Tehran. It's edited It's edited to protect the source. I have more from Tehran tonight. This is the end of the Zendo-Dian highway towards Hakamaya and Tehran Pars at 9:20 p.m. tonight. This is in Iran. The only chat on YouTube that can slow down an entire computer by writing to the cache until it takes over the RAM. Hey, David Yannetti formed a new firm. David Yannetti and Greg Johnson. Good for Mr. Yannetti. I don't know who Mr. Johnson is, but I like Mr. Yannetti. More than 1,100 airstrikes have hit Tehran within 24 hours. You're looking now at the latest footage from on the ground in Iran, from Tehran in particular. Well, I apparently got some A-10 footage coming in for you. Tehran is the one where all of the strikes seem to be tonight. Tehran seems to be where a lot of the activity is. I'm going to show you footage from the last 24 hours in Tehran. Yes, David Yannetti opened a new law firm. Hello, T.A. Sarah. I was eating dinner. I didn't see you come in. Thank you, T.A. Sarah. 50 million bonus points for complimenting Professor Towel's suit. All right, here's the latest from the A-10s being deployed. Everybody loves an A-10. That's a war. Also, remember, folks, if you didn't hear me earlier, definitely send your prayers to Chat Mom Lynn. Chat Mom Lynn's back's not feeling too good, so we're praying for her tonight to feel better. She's Chat Mom Lynn. Everybody loves Chat Mom Lynn. She loves penguins, so, you know, if you want to, just let, you know, some prayers for Chat Mom's Lynn back. We hope it feels better. Chat Mom Lynn, we're thinking of you tonight. You lay down. It's like when Standing Stone sciatica acts up. You just lay down, tell Mom Lynn, we got all this in the chat. We got it taken care of. Here's the past 24 hours in Tehran, where there have been 1,100 airstrikes. It's going to be loud. Hi, Slicky Socks. Makes you wonder, how much can the IRGC possibly have left? I know they keep firing missiles, but they haven't launched in 3 hours. Do you think they're done? This is one of their records at night. They haven't launched in 3 hours. Hello, Mr. Rockstar. Hello, Mrs. Rockstar. But yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, there's something going on in Tehran. Here's the new law firm that Mr. Yannetti Mr. Yannetti is a lawyer in Boston. Been involved with a number of high-profile trials. So it looks like they've formed a new firm. Well, it's the same firm, but it has a new name. Yannetti and Johnson, PLLC. Congratulations to them. Is it the top of the hour? Yeah, let's take the top of the hour update. I don't think Al Jazeera is just going to play this Secretary of State thing every top of the hour. Like, they kind of have to do updates from around the region with all that's going on. So let's see if they do that now. Hi, George. How are you? I'm feeling better now that I ate, by the way. I was struggling earlier. Here's Channel 14 in Israel claiming they got an exchange between Iranian leaders. Let's take a listen.
Conversation. Channel 14 says it obtained an exchange among Iranian leaders. President Pezeshkian, I want to be involved in the negotiations with the US without a quick deal. Our entire economy will collapse in 3 weeks. IRGC Chief Friedi, that's exactly why you can't be involved. You'll give up everything for a deal. After the call ended, the report says the Iranian president told his companions he feels like a hostage. I'm unable to resign. I cannot make my own decisions. All I can do is read from a script I'm given. Channel 14 concludes its report by saying that the IRGC is effectively running the country now.
I think everyone knew that. Let's take a look at the top of the hour from Al Jazeera. They've been playing the U.S. Secretary of State interview every top of the hour. I don't think they need to. It's a good interview, but they don't need to play it every top of the hour.
There's live, extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran coming up on the program in the next 16 minutes.
It'll be up to Iran to decide, and if they choose to try to block this,
they're going to do it again.
And if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says...
Going to show you the latest from Tehran because I think they're going to play that interview again. Here's 1 minute of footage from Tehran. Apparently Tehran is getting very hard tonight. This is near Tehran's Corporation Boulevard, 9:20 p.m. in Tehran tonight. This is Tehran. That's true, Sarah. Mr. Yannetti has been doing that. This is a minute of footage from Tehran tonight. I'll get you the full screen. Tehran tonight. Joyce, I don't think that's allowed. I think they have to bring the bodies back, but they may, of service members, but they may be able to impose a military blackout on talking about it. This is Tehran tonight. Tehran tonight. This is Tehran tonight. Here's the latest report I have from you. You're looking at the explosions that hit Tehran. Now I have a report from you from the ground and more footage from other areas of the Iranian capital. There's also a fire burning at the U.S. base in Erbil. Okay, so here's the latest on the impacts in Iran tonight.
Conversation. Breaking. Multiple areas across Tehran were targeted by Israeli airstrikes starting at approximately local time. Heavy explosions were reported in the Ekbatan and Mehrabad areas, with additional impacts assessed in Sharak-e-Garb, Saadat Abad and the Al-Mahdi garrison. Footage and reports also confirm repeated detonations across western Tehran, indicating a concentrated wave of strikes in that sector.
All right, and then here's the footage from Tehran. Hi, Bear. Welcome back. This is Tehran tonight. Might explain why there's no launches from the Iranians. They might be done. So you're looking at footage from the ground in Tehran tonight. There have been no launches in 3 hours. Here's the latest from Benjamin Netanyahu on Newsmax. Benjamin Netanyahu did an interview with Newsmax today. Let's take a listen to the clip. Oh, I guess I didn't retweet it. I thought I did. Here's the latest from the Victoria base near Baghdad. This is the U.S. Victoria base near Baghdad. It gets shelled once a day now, either by the Iranians or the Iranian proxies. Let me see if I can get you Bibi Netanyahu's full interview with Newsmax. He just did it just now. Let me see if I can get you the interview. Al Jazeera has just been playing the U.S. Secretary of State interview over and over again. I'm looking for the Newsmax Bibi. This is Bibi's first sit-down interview since the start of the war, so I'll comment on it. It just aired on Newsmax maybe like an hour and a half ago. I didn't take it live because I was eating. But let me see if I can get you the video of Newsmax. Yeah, no Rubio. All right, let me see. So, I don't think Newsmax put up the full interview, but they put up... I don't want to use that. Why don't they have it on their YouTube channel? I imagine Newsmax has a YouTube channel. Newsmax is a American news outlet that got an interview, sit-down interview with Bibi Netanyahu, his first since the start of the war. I'm going to see if they have the interview up as like a video to comment on. They probably do. They're really good with their... Newsmax is very quick with getting up their clips. Yeah, here we go. All right, so they broke it up into a few clips. We don't have the full interview. But let's take a look at this first clip from Benjamin Netanyahu on Newsmax tonight. It's just a short clip.
They said nothing could fix it, but wait till you see.
Again, remember to leave your ad blockers off on YouTube. Here's the first segment from the BB interview. It's in clips.
We already have some news here in Israel.
This is the first interview with Benjamin Netanyahu since the war began, the first sit-down interview. He did it with Newsmax. Iran did fire a few missiles earlier. I don't have an impact assessment. They did hit in Tel Aviv. It might have been the airport. It's unclear where they hit, but there have been no alerts in 3 hours. Here's the latest from Benjamin Netanyahu's interview with Newsmax. Just a clip of about 4 minutes of the full interview. This is a short clip. It was earlier. It aired about an hour ago. So these are the latest from the Israeli Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister, we already have some news here in Israel that during Palm Sunday, yesterday, here in Jerusalem at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Latin Patriarch, the Catholic Archbishop, was denied the ability to say Mass on Palm Sunday. What really happened?
Well, what happened was that the Iranians have been firing missiles at the old city of Jerusalem, where you have the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest places for Islam, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, one of the holiest places for Christianity, and the Western Wall, which is the holiest place for Judaism, and the fragments nearly hit the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. So as a result, the Israeli security authorities said, okay, let's take out the worshippers right now because they'd be hurt. There's no protection there. And that was a general instruction that applied to the Jewish places, to the Muslim places, and to the Christian places. And that was the reason that a police officer on duty said, oh, okay, I'm applying it also to the Patriarch. Now, look, I think that wasn't, I can understand the concern for his safety, and that was the only concern. There was no malice here, no bad intention, unlike the press reports. But nevertheless, I said, despite this concern, I gave an instruction immediately, the minute I heard about it. No, he should be free, the Patriarch, to come with his party and perform services as he wishes. There's a risk there, and we're trying to minimize it. So I'm trying to get...
Oh, that's why he did the interview. I understand now. It's damage control. Wow. He got in a lot of trouble for that, huh? Because I didn't understand. Like, you can give an interview to anyone. Why are you giving an interview to Newsmax? Newsmax is like a... it's kind of like... I'd say I'm a little bit more, like... I don't know, pluralistic. Newsmax is, I wouldn't say they're religious, but they definitely have like a religious perspective. So I can see why they're like friendly to Israel, but very religious. Like they remind me a lot of Mike Pompeo. Like him and Newsmax are very similar in my mind. I like them. They're like, I think we need more, personally, I'm a Catholic. I think like more religion, like more spirituality, even in like a pluralistic sense, is a good thing. So if you're like a religious news channel, I don't care if you worship or venerate the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or venerate Jesus, or whoever it may be. Like religion to me is a positive as long as it's not being weaponized for evil. I now see why he did this interview with Newsmax. This is the channel you would go on if you want to say to like the Christian world, like, hey, like, listen, I don't know what happened yesterday, but that was not what it looks like. I could not understand why he gave this interview. Now I do.
Through the holiday season, to try to get some worshipers to be able to worship in these sites, but in limited numbers, Jewish places as well, limit the numbers so that if we have an attack, as few as possible people would be hurt. So it really is just the opposite. I mean, our goal is to protect Christians. Our goal is to protect worshipers of every faith. And our policy...
Oh, no, it's not a matter... See, I don't think anyone tells the truth during war. But it's the question. It's like he asked for this question. So it's not a matter of like, I'm not thinking, is he being honest or not? I'm thinking, why did he want to do the interview? Like, it's... People can have like mixed motives for things, but I'm trying to figure out like what made him want to go on this specific station at this specific point in time. So it's not like, do I believe him? I think he probably did get a call and was like, what? Why would you do that to the patriarch? But like, it's more than that. He has to clean it up. That's what you would call it in PR language. He has to clean up the mess. And frankly, it was a mess.
Has been absolutely pro-Christian, the complete opposite of the slander that is being foisted at us. You look at the Middle East and you see in every country the Christians are shrinking. Their number is shrinking. Right. They're oppressed. They're in very bad shape. Many of them leave.
Dubai, thank you very much. Please be very safe. There have been reports of multiple hits in Dubai throughout the day. Those of you in the area, please stay safe and pay attention to all local alerts. We pray for those in the area. For some reason, Iran apparently is still shelling in the region, in particular in the UAE, which has been a huge target. Yeah, welcome, Lunatic Fringe. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. Yes, we pray for all of those who are potentially in harm's way. There is apparently, even though there's been a lull towards Israel, still an incredible amount of fire out there in Tehran, in the UAE, and elsewhere. So please be safe wherever you may be and heed all local alerts.
Only place where the Christian population has grown and the Christian community thrives. They serve, a Christian judge serves on the Supreme Court. They're in our Knesset, in our parliament. They're in the champions of our industry.
Yes, all the world's a stage, and then they kept it closed, but changed the decision about the patriarch. They reversed it.
They lead in indicators of, of higher education. They lead. That's because of the policy, and the policy is frankly the one that I am leading because of our general policy towards interfaith freedom, but also our affinity with Christianity.
I'm surprised the world is not condemning Iran for targeting the holy sites of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. It's getting no press, and they didn't do it in the 12-day war to the same degree.
No, they didn't do it at all in the 12-day war. They're doing it now, and they're targeting these, the old city where you have the three most sacred sites of the three monotheistic faiths, and they're doing it with impunity. So I think we're taking the protective measures, but the absurd thing is that we're being accused for protecting Christians, and this fallacy, this lie, this vilification that Israel is against Christians, when Israel is the only country in the Middle East and one of the few countries in the world that stands up for Christians, whether they're oppressed in Nigeria or they're oppressed in Syria or they're oppressed anywhere else in the Middle East. We protect them because that's the way we should treat all human beings, but especially our Christian friends.
And see, so whether or not you believe he's being authentic, yeah, Sarah, so he's definitely, Benjamin Netanyahu is definitely considered, I would say, like a little bit of a right-wing politician, even in Israel. Is he as right-wing as, like, the guy who was drinking champagne in the Knesset earlier to celebrate the death penalty bill for Palestinians? No. But on the whole, Benjamin Netanyahu is looked at as a relatively right-wing figure who supports war, supports this war. Now, in terms of myself, like, my job isn't to pass judgment on people's political ideologies. Like, I'm not from 180 countries. I kind of analyze how the different, like, geopolitical viewpoints, like, lead to either conflict or peace. On the whole, I think Bibi Netanyahu has contributed more to, like, discord and war than to peace. Like, his legacy will not be that of, like, a peacemaker. His legacy will be that of, like, he avoided indictment by inducing a perpetual state of war in the Middle East. I don't know. Is that I'm not an Israeli citizen, so I have no right to vote there. I have no right to petition their government. Is that, like, the best thing for Israel? Probably not. Like, just as an outside observer, but, like, I don't know. He has a coalition government. He managed to get in charge of that government. Do I agree with everything Hezbollah says? No. God, no. But, like, once in a while, Hezbollah will say something when I'll be like, oh, like, that's incredibly insightful. Like, it sometimes even lines up with, like, what the other states are saying. Like the American ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Hezbollah were saying the same thing yesterday about the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Yeah, they said the same thing. It's very rare they say the same thing, but the point is, like, I'll listen to everybody, but I don't really have, like, a political orientation on 180 different countries, like, leaders. On the whole, though, if you're asking me, like, is T.A. Sarah, like, do I think Mr. Netanyahu contributed to the war? Yeah, I'd say he's, like, one of the primary reasons there is a war, but it's also why we have to listen to him. This is his first interview that he's done at all related to the war. So I'm not putting his words up here because I'm endorsing them any more than I don't think T.A. Sarah was saying this, but just as a statement, I'm not endorsing his words any more than I'm endorsing any other side's perspective. I need to understand what he's saying to get into his mind. I have to listen to him in the context of the wider developments to sort of amalgamate his narratives and then kind of parse the kernels of truth. It's kind of like applied, like, epistemology, or like applied, like, reconstructive hermeneutics, kind of. It's like in the tradition of discourse theory. You try to get inside the mind of the speaker. That's why I like to listen to it. It's very rarely for the truth of the matter asserted.
Or just over a month.
Sarah, you might be right about that. I don't know if Netanyahu was Prime Minister, all the way back then. He was definitely in government, though. He was definitely in government.
We're into this war just over a month now. You're the war Prime Minister. And I think I'd like to understand what you feel you've achieved, Israel and the United States working together so far in this war. And when do you think we might see light at the end of the tunnel, mission accomplished?
Look, if you remember what happened before the war, Iran was the great bully of the Middle East and the world. It was the prime sponsor of state terrorism across many continents, including in the Western Hemisphere, including, by the way, with Venezuela and with others. And they killed and maimed more Americans than any other force in recent decades. Thousands and thousands killed and maimed in Afghanistan by Iranian IEDs. They bombed your embassies. They tried to kill President Trump twice. They're still trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Most importantly is they they chant death to America. They also say death to Israel, but they say America is the great Satan. They're religious zealots, and they have to wipe out Western culture led by America. And Israel is considered the little Satan because we're just standing in their way of conquering the Middle East, which is their preliminary step of getting to America and hitting America. So this is a regime that has been targeting America for 47 years. It's their raison d'etre, it's their reason for being. They're completely, ideological fanatics who are not necessarily responsive to, the careful calculation of cost and benefit. So they do things that other countries don't do. You have countries that are adversarial to you, but I don't hear North Korea chanting death to America. I don't hear China chanting North Korea. I don't hear Russia. These are all countries which are adversarial to you, but they're not seized by this fanaticism. Right. But Iran is. Right. So Iran wants to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city. And this is what this is about, preventing them from having this intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear weapons to tip them, which could threaten the life of every American. That's why President Trump chose to act to prevent them from doing this.
And I think you got some vindication recently with the attack on the almost striking of Diego Garcia, 2,500 miles from Iran. Nobody thought they had a missile that could hit or penetrate that distance. It did. Now, it wasn't an intercontinental ballistic missile, but it was pretty close.
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's getting there. It's 4,000 kilometers. And I've argued, for quite some time for my European colleagues, who have shown remarkable weakness. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them. Remarkable weakness in the face of a regime that says America is the great Satan, Israel is the small Satan,
right,
and Europe is sort of the middle-sized Satan in between, a civilization that has to be crushed too. I said they're developing missiles that will cover Europe. Well, now, with firing that long-range missile into Diego Garcia, they've got practically all of Europe under their fire.
Right.
And the question is, will the West wake up? And because it's not obvious. Churchill called it the slumber of democracies. He said democracies go to sleep and they can only wake up with a jarring gong of danger. It sort of wakes them up. Well, it may not wake them up because Iran has been pursuing nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to Washington, to New York, to Los Angeles and everything in between, and to London, Paris, and Berlin. And nobody woke up. And I've tried to say that to them. Well, I hope they're waking up now. But I'll tell you one man who woke up. He didn't need waking up. It's Donald Trump.
Yep.
He said 40 years ago, he said Iran is the great danger. When they took over hostages at the American embassy, he said this regime has to be confronted. He's talked to me about the need to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. He was very clear on that. He walked out of the disastrous Iran deal that paved Iran's way with gold towards a nuclear arsenal. If that deal had been consummated and they hadn't walked out, they'd already have nuclear weapons with international approval.
Information.
So for those wondering, it's not the full interview. It's just clips going up of the Netanyahu interview. And I'm kind of analyzing the clips as they put them up. So they're pretty interesting. I mean, this is the first time we've heard Netanyahu talk during the whole war. It's his first interview. And they have Elizabeth Warren ads running on the interview. That's kind of funny. All right, here's the next clip. They're just clips of it. And I'm kind of, we haven't seen Bibi do any interviews, so this is probably like an hour and a half old, and they're uploading it in like short clips, and I'm kind of like telling you what I think about it. It's an interesting insight. He's definitely not AI there, I don't think.
President Trump, as well as I do, he gets a laser focus when he sees a problem.
He does indeed.
And nothing will stop him from fixing that problem. And the problem I think he's really focused on now is what you just mentioned, the energy pipeline, the Strait of Hormuz. And he's very concerned about keeping that open. For the moment, the Iranians seem to have that as a choke point. How do you think
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Real. It's a PR piece for sure because of what happened yesterday in Jerusalem. But he's still got to do it right. You can't slip up. Or it can be like the Prince Andrew interview.
And the United States can open that strait so that Iran can no longer choke the energy? I heard there's about 1,000 ships or close to it waiting to go through either side of the waterway? How do we open it up?
I think there are military solutions to that the United States is leading, and I won't get into that. But I think post-war, there are things that I hear from the Arab countries and from in the United States as well. And I think these are interesting ideas to divert all the energy pipelines, oil and gas, from the Gulf, where the Iranians have a geographic choke point, westward to across Saudi Arabia, to the to the Red Sea, and up there to the Mediterranean ports, our ports in Israel, and therefore you just get around the geographic choke point. So you have an immediate problem of opening the Gulf, but a long-term interest to get around the geography and allow basically free flow of oil and gas.
It's interesting looking at the Iranian strategy here, because in the 12-day war, they just focused an attack on Israel. In this particular war and engagement, they're probably 70% of their attacks are in the Gulf region. Most of them are hitting UAE. What is their strategy in attacking the Gulf states? And maybe that will put them in more likely to be open to this pipeline.
Well, what they're doing, Iran is attacking the Gulf states to put pressure on America to stop the attacks on them and give them the freedom to develop their nuclear weapons. That's basically what they want. But I think it's boomerang, because many of the Gulf states, in fact, say, "Oh, we shouldn't succumb to this blackmail, because we'll be in a much worse place when they develop nuclear weapons and the other weapons that they want, because that'll be the end of the Gulf states. It'll be the end of many states." So they are actually encouraging, many of them are encouraging the United States to accelerate its action against Iran in order to prevent them from having these choke points.
We are hearing at Newsmax that part of that acceleration could be the use of American ground troops going into some of the islands near the Strait of Hormuz, the coastal areas, and maybe even Karg Island, which controls 90% of oil that comes out of Iran. Do you see that President Trump would order troops into that area? And how successful do you think such a move could be?
I leave that to him, and I'm certainly not going to get into this tactical discussion, which is important. But I think President Trump has shown amazing leadership, amazing fortitude. He's bold, but he's also he thinks things a lot more carefully than people think. But he's bold.
You guys have been hyper-focused on the military infrastructure with the Americans, U.S. forces. You've wiped out the Air Force, the Navy. You just hit some steel plants. What was the reason for that?
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. God bless you. I hope you're both doing well today. You've come in within an hour of Benjamin Netanyahu's first interview, and that's what we're listening to in clips. It was on Newsmax about 5 p.m. Eastern, so we got it about an hour after it aired. Very interesting perspective from the Israeli Prime Minister, and I hope both of you are doing well.
Is that a new change of direction for Israel in this war?
The steel plants are controlled by the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, who are basically the terror apparatus that controls Iran. They take the revenue there. They use it both for their, for their terror tyranny, but also to produce missiles, to produce weapons. So when you knock out their steel capacity, we knocked out about 70% of Iran's steel capacity, you're really attacking the war machine of the Revolutionary Guards. It's like taking factories out of the SS. If you want to, people don't know history, but there was a Nazi regime, and the Nazi regime had the army, the Wehrmacht, but it also had the lead troops, and that's the SS, the stormtroopers. The stormtroopers of this regime are called the Revolutionary Guards and the Basij. That's really what they do. They terrorize their own people. So when we hit that steel plant, we're hitting a major element of the terror tyranny's economy. And obviously it hurts them. And by the way, there's a lot of dissension there. They're talking now among themselves. They're criticizing each other publicly. Have you seen that? And that's quite a...
He's got to... He's trying to soften his image. That's exactly what he's doing right here. He's trying really hard to soften his image. He has the impression that people think he's a monster. So he's trying really hard to like show he's not. Don't forget to leave your ad blockers off on YouTube. It helps the site and different channels. Let's take a listen to the third segment. So they're uploading this in clips. They aired it live. I didn't watch it live on Newsmax. I like Newsmax. They're a little. Everyone has their bias, but Newsmax is good at covering GOP politics. So they got this interview because this is how Bibi speaks to the evangelical Christians, who they're some of the biggest supporters of Israel in the United States. He really needs that block. So this is an interview for the evangelical base. That's how you got to think about it.
Just before this war began, IAEA reported that Iran was with just in weeks.
Oh, God bless you, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. You're so kind. I absolutely will get an extra coffee tomorrow, and I'll be thinking of both of you. God bless you, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney, you are both so kind, and I will 100% get a coffee tomorrow with you and your compassion in mind. Oh, God bless both of you. Mr. and Miss Sweeney are wonderful. They're what's called like supporters on the ground. They've been longtime supporters of Karen Reed. They also go to other hearings. They're very good people. They're just very sweet. You know, we need people like Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney in the world. God bless both of you. Let's go back to the Israeli Prime Minister now.
Of getting the nuclear, weapons-grade nuclear plutonium necessary for a bomb. So there was an imminent threat. And now they say they still have 60% weapons grade. It's
right,
and they're getting closer. You feel this is very important that we find out where that is and either destroy it or make sure that it's moved. What is the latest status on the?
Well, I think that's the focus. You know, having degraded Iran's missile capability, their missile making capability, because we destroyed their factories to produce these horrible weapons. Also destroyed a lot of their centrifuges, the supply line to make enriched uranium. They still have a stock of enriched uranium, and that's the focus of President Trump's demand. He says, take it out. You know, either give it to me, possibly to the IA, possibly to others, but take it out of Iran. And that's the focus right now of much of what this
well, there is talk within Iran, or certainly press reports, they're talking about accelerating, if they have the plutonium, to try to get a bomb quickly. Do you think that's possible?
I think they're going to have a hard time because of the previous operation, the 12-day war, which we call Rising Lion, and now the current effort, which you call Epic Fury and we call Roaring Lion. As a result of this American-Israeli cooperation, we remember that we destroyed their top nuclear scientists. Mm-hmm. We took them out, including, by the way, 12 in the 12-day war, and now 4 additional ones. So now the know-how, which people think they have, or, you know, it's obvious they have it and so on, not so easy. They don't have that, and they have other problems. We set them back. But I think the important thing is to ask, you know, what happens? Can the world sit back, as the world was doing, sitting back and saying, all right, you know, we have this fanatic regime in Iran, which murders its own people by the tens of thousands, murders and wounds these people without any compunction.
Yes.
And calling death to America, choking the energy pipeline of the world, and out to destroy you and us. Do you want to just sit there and say, oh no, it's okay, let's not do it, because we may have a momentary rise in the price of oil? Well, what do you think will happen when they have these nuclear weapons? Look at what they're doing. They're bombing every country in sight, you know, including a European country, Cyprus, okay, through their proxy, Hezbollah. So they're doing everything that without nuclear weapons. Now think what would happen. What kind of world we'll have if they had nuclear weapons. And that's what President Trump, with my support and our partnership, have set out to prevent.
Well, there's your first opportunity to hear, I suppose, the perspective of the Israeli Prime Minister. It comes in a very I don't know what to describe that as. Very propaganda-ish format. Like, it feels desperate. But at the same time, at least he didn't interview. Here's an image of an Israeli F-16 heading to Iran tonight. Yeah, I think all politicians, when they talk, have very selective memories. Welcome to the channel, Spinna. Yeah, I mean, he's like a slick propagandist, but he's still a propagandist. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's slick, he's well-spoken. Every politician has to be. But he's just like, he's trying too hard to play to his audience. Like, that was better than some of his other, like, he was very combative with the press at some of his press conferences. And that was a lot smoother. And again, I'm not judging it based on the truth. I don't think any politician tells the truth during war. I'm judging it based on his delivery. Does he, like, pull off what he's trying to accomplish? Does he convey the message? I don't know. I'll show you the latest from Tehran tonight if you missed it earlier. A substantial amount of explosions rocking the Iranian capital tonight. I'll show you this now. This is Tehran tonight. So you're listening to Tehran tonight. Oh, definitely Arturo. That's why that is 100% why he went on that channel. Latest from Tehran. Listening to the latest from Tehran. All right, here's a member of the Iranian parliament speaking earlier. I have it with English subtitles. I'm waiting for English subtitles on another Iranian statement. This is a member of the Iranian parliament talking about nuclear weapons earlier.
خیلی جای تأسفه که یه فردی مانند گروسی به عنوان مدیر کل آژانس که در این زمین مسئولیت داره، یعنی وقتی که یه مرکز هسته‌ای در چارچوب فعالیت‌های صلح‌آمیز هسته‌ای و کشوری مانند جمهوری اسلامی که عضو این پیتی است میزنن محکومم.
High rigged outcome surprisingly silent since you were last here. Benjamin Netanyahu did an interview on Newsmax, and there has been some shelling in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, but it's been strangely quiet. on the Israeli home front, at least. I'm now showing an interview with an Iranian member of parliament who was talking earlier about the posture of Iran towards obtaining nuclear weapons.
نکرد و در مصاحبه اخیرش این تعبیر رو به خرج داد که نشون داد چقدر این فرد عامل رژیم صهیونیستی و آمریکاست که تنها راه استفاده از بمب اتمی علیه ایران. خیلی واقعا نابخردی میخواد که به نظر من اگر حالا ما جنگ رو هم سپری کردیم، این فرد هم در این مسئولیت قرار داشت، انشالله هیچ وقت وزیر خارجه ما دیگه ملاقاتی با این فرد نداشته باشه، برایش در لیست تحریم. البته مجلس به جد دنبال این هست که دیگه MPT BMPT، یعنی قرار نیست که ما عضو یک پیمان بین‌المللی باشیم، متعهد باشیم که فقط در چارچوب اهداف صلح‌آمیز فعالیت هسته‌ای داشته باشیم، به طرف بمب اتمی نریم و سخت‌ترین بازدیدها رو هم از ما داشته باشن و هیچ حمایتی هم نکنن، مراکز هسته‌ای ما رو هم بزنن، یه محکومیتی هم از مدیر کل آژانس نشنویم.
که بسیاری معتقدن اون بازدیدهای آژانس زمینه جاسوسی ها رو فراهم
من تصورم این هست، چون اینا بالاخره افرادی نیستن که قابل اعتماد باشن، میان گرا میدن. در هر صورت دیگه بعد از این جنگ موضوعیتی نداره عضویت ما در MPT. تصور بنده اینه، نظر حاکم بر نمایندگان محترم ملت بزرگ ایران در مجلس هم همینه که دیگه بعد از این جریانات ما چه دلیل داره محدودیت ها رو بپذیریم. ما در هر صورت دنبال بمب هسته‌ای نیستیم، منتها قرار نیست که هم قواعد بازی رو رعایت بکنیم، هم اونها بیان بمباران کنن ما رو، و همین که مدیر کل آژانس که مسئولیت بسیار سنگینی داره در جهت استفاده صلح‌آمیز از انرژی اتمی، تهدید به استفاده از بمب هسته‌ای بکنه. به نظر من زمان برای خروج از MPT در یک جمله فرا رسیده است.
So they're talking about withdrawing from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, which has been a topic of discussion. It's the treaty that prevents countries from like expanding their nuclear arsenal. Iran is now threatening to withdraw from it, or at least members of their parliament. Here's the latest from Isfahan at 2 a.m. This is Isfahan. This is the latest from Isfahan in Iran. Isfahan, Iran tonight. All right, very, very quiet for the past 3 hours, almost too quiet. Here's the latest. Here is an Iranian rocket landing in Beersheba yesterday in the south near the Negev. Here's an Iranian rocket landing in the Negev in Beersheba yesterday. That's the impact of the Iranian rocket. You're seeing the shockwave. These are these missiles that cause a shockwave. You see the shockwave damaging the houses. All right, so you're looking at footage of the Iranian impact yesterday in the Negev. It's meant to hit hard ground. People say, oh, it's falling in an open field. Yes. It's meant to fall in an open field. It falls in an open field because it's designed to cause a shockwave against the hard ground. And the shockwave damages buildings around it. You see that feature? So that was in South Israel. It's an Iranian rocket hitting the hard ground, and then the shockwave being ejected upwards and then hitting the houses. Yeah. So that's what those missiles are designed to do. When you see the missile slap the hard ground, when it's not like a cluster munition, when it's actually a strike, if it's not on a military facility, it will be something like this. It will be a missile hitting the hard ground fast, causing a shock wave that damages buildings around it. The shock wave is the point of the missile. It's not meant to necessarily cause a huge explosion. It produces a shock wave that damages buildings. And so it's just a different type of, it's just pure destruction. Exactly. It's force equals mass times acceleration. So I'll show it to you in like 0.25 speed. So remember the equation. Force equals mass times acceleration. Watch it in 0.25 speed. You see the missile come in and hit the ground. And then you see the shock wave. Okay, force equals mass times acceleration. All right, so that's in 0.25 speed. And you can see how quick the shock wave reaches out. It's traveling as fast as you can imagine. All right, you're watching this at 0.25 speed. That's why it's so slow. And at 0.25, one frame at a time, you can't even see the missile enter the frame. It's just there. The shock wave within like half of a millisecond has already hit the houses. It also hits the camera. You can tell it kind of pauses the camera's ability to render the image. It's just such a spike in the environment around the camera. It impacts its ability to process the imagery. You're going to see that now. Boom. Shockwave. Shockwave pauses because the camera gets rocked. Camera comes back after the shockwave has moved a little further. It actually stops the camera from recording. So if you watch that very slowly... Sorry, I'm putting a new shirt on. I'm getting a little warm in my suit. If you watch that very slowly, you can see the camera pause. That's not like a break in the recording. That is the camera itself having lost the ability to process the imagery. It's a very rare piece of footage. I'm not really sure how the Iranian TV got it. Impressive that they did, but odd. If you'll pardon me while I do my midstream costume change, I'm going to come out of suit towel mode, and now I am in shirt towel mode. All right, thank you for your indulgence. There's no one but me broadcasting here, so when I have to do costume changes, it's all on the fly. All right, now I'm t-shirt towel. Who? Hold on. Who is? I didn't understand who you were talking to, Silent Dog. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up on 7 p.m. I have more pictures for you now from Tehran. Iftahan. Very heavy explosions around 2 a.m. That was a hit, 77XD2. That was a hit yesterday in the Negev by Iran, the Negev in Israel. This is Iftahan tonight. Iftahan tonight. It's a little warm where I am, surprisingly. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 6:50 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. It is 12:50 a.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It is 2:19 a.m. in Tehran. Tuesday, March 31st, 2021. Trying to get you a translation of a speech from an Iranian member of parliament earlier. Going to see if I can get that translation up for you. Nope, not ready yet. There's a great app called Translate Mom that will actually do the translation on the fly. Heaviest, you know, it's a little weird. It's almost like some of Iran's launching capability has been degraded. Because they would have absolutely... I get so frustrated when people focus on drama instead of the intensity of this war, when so many innocent lives are in the way, or in harm's way. It is a little bit odd, I must say. It is just a little bit odd. It almost feels like for the first time, Iran's capabilities might actually have been degraded. Because they would normally be firing, like, constantly. This is their prime time for firing. They never don't fire overnight. And that's just the end of incident alert. They never don't fire overnight. This is the first time, like, the only way to really tell whether Iran's capabilities are degraded is by virtue of whether they stop firing at Israel. They're still firing at some of their neighbors, but they haven't managed to fire at Israel all night.
Diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked.
We're not going to watch
this
this one again. We're not going to watch the whole interview with the Secretary of State again. I just want to catch the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera with their different reporters in Tehran. So just give me 1 second.
Iranians, a majority.
This is about 40 minutes ago in Tehran. They have someone on the ground.
Right, well, let's get the view from Tehran now, because our correspondent Mohammed Val joins me live from there. So we did just hear earlier there.
Oh, God bless you. Let me make sure I say the name right. It is Arturo. If I got that wrong, let me know. God bless you, Arturo. That is so kind of you. God bless you. A-R-T-U-R-O. You are so kind to support the channel, and I notice all of your wonderful insights. Thank you for being you. I am very grateful to you, Arturo. Thank you so much. That was very kind of you. God bless
from
you.
Marco Rubio, who was saying that diplomacy is, it seems, happening. But on your end, what can you tell us about the communication between Iran and the US? What are the Iranians saying here?
Yes, Sarah, the spokesman of the Foreign Ministry has clarified once again that the Iranians haven't yet sat to a negotiation table with the Americans, and they are not even close to that. They are talking about a preliminary exchange of messages between the two sides through intermediaries, namely the Pakistanis, and that they have been those 15 points that the Americans introduced. They are aware of them now. They have looked at them. They found them unrealistic. They found that Iran cannot really accept those points, or most of them. Maximalist, excessive, and impossible to accept. Iran has its own demands that it has explained also to the other side through the same intermediaries, and they are very far from the American demands. So there's a huge gap between the two sides. And while the Americans are saying that there are negotiations going on, and even President Trump sometimes saying that they are advanced and the Iranians are doing a great job responding, and he even said that they have agreed on most of those 15 points. But that's not what the Iranians here are saying. They are saying completely the contrary. They are saying that Iran cannot accept any points that will compromise the dignity and the sovereignty of the great nation of Iran. This is what President Pezeshkian himself said today after when he resided over a meeting of the cabinet. That's something also very symbolic, very interesting. For the first time after the war, he said any decision regarding the end of the war will be made solely considering all the proposed conditions and within the framework of ensuring the dignity, security, and interests of the great nation of Iran. So there is this huge gap between the two sides, and each side is talking different things. That's what's going on. Iranians are focusing on the fight, focusing on defense, and they are betting that it is only through the strength of arms that they can impose, or not impose, they can achieve what they want in this war. They think it is imposed on them, and they think it has to do with the very existence of Iran as a country.
And Mohammed, of course, all of this is happening at the same time as the US and Israel are continuing to attack Iran. Let's take a look at these pictures, because from southern Tehran there, rescue workers responded to the scene of an air raid. A petrochemical plant in the northwestern city of Tabriz has also been hit. So back to you, Mohammed, because talk us through these latest strikes and their impact. Israel saying that it's targeting the heart of Tehran in these fresh wave of attacks.
Well, that's true, Sarah. We have been hearing explosions all day long and the sound of aircraft in the skies of Tehran. That's something that has been noticed over the last few days. Constant sound of aircraft in the skies of Tehran and constant explosions in all corners.
Yes, Fra, over the past 2 days, 3 nuclear plants have been hit, but no radioactive leaks reported by any neighboring countries.
Of the city. That's about Tehran. We have also strikes on several places in Isfahan in the last few hours. And also 8 people were killed in a boat.
Yes, sirens potentially in Bahrain heard recently.
In a strike on a cargo boat in the island, near the island of Qashm, that's very close to the Strait of Hormuz. So that activity also is going on there. Strikes by Americans and the Israelis. They don't even know here who is striking against what targets. But we know that the Israelis have been much more outspoken about
Dubai has been hit. I repeat, there have been hits in Dubai. I repeat, hits in Dubai. I have pictures just seconds ago. U.S. forces apparently were targeted at hotels in Dubai. This is the latest. I do not have a video, but this is the picture from Dubai. There has been an attack on Dubai and a hit. Okay, Dubai has been hit. Okay, there has been a hit on a hotel, it looks like, an apartment in Dubai, potentially hosting U.S. forces. Also, the Kuwaiti oil tanker Al Salmi was targeted by Iran. Heavy bombardment in northwest Tehran as well. All right. Wow, serious attack in Isfahan tonight. I'll show you a picture received just now from Isfahan. You're looking at the latest pictures from Dubai just 6 minutes ago. Oh goodness, yes, definitely stay safe, those of you in the area. This is the hit that was on Dubai. And of course we want all folks in the impacted area to heed the warnings of local civil authorities. But yes, you are looking at the footage from the hit on Dubai. It's unclear exact. It looks like an apartment building was targeted in Dubai. This is the only picture that I have. It's just coming across the wires a few minutes ago. Whoa. Saw some pretty... Yeah, no, Isfahan, all of the attacks are outside the city in the mountains. I have a picture for you from Isfahan now. So that's Dubai. This is so I have 2 pictures from Dubai. I'll give you the best view that I can, and then I'll take you to Isfahan. The bombing in Isfahan is not in the city of Isfahan. It's outside the city. It's visible from the mountains of Isfahan, but it is not in the city of Isfahan. You're looking at one of the views of the attack on the city of Dubai. Okay, that's one view, and then this is the closer view. It looks like an apartment building was completely wiped out. Iran has been claiming that they're bombing like the apartments where U.S. soldiers are staying. So it appears that there was a direct hit. That building is destroyed in Dubai. Whatever the Dubai media office may try to say, I'm telling you that I see 2 angles of it, so I can geolocate generally like that it's real. And yes, there was a hit on an apartment building in Dubai. It was not a fall of a missile. It was not like debris falling. That's a cloud from a direct hit. It was a precision missile. It was a small hit. It was designed not to hurt civilians, but it took out the entire building. You're looking now at the latest from Dubai. I'll show you the latest from Isfahan now to give you a sense of what's going on in Isfahan. The attack is outside the city. So it is visible from in the city, but the actual attack is in the mountains outside of Isfahan. So it's turned the sky completely flame red. I mean, the sky is literally red, like with flames above the mountains, but the attack is not in the city of Isfahan itself. Okay? Yes, there have been reports of intense attacks in Bahrain, but I don't know if they actually landed. But there are reports of the siren going off in Bahrain 18 minutes ago. I can confirm that. I can show you more from Isfahan now, 3 minutes ago, the latest pictures. It seems like it's like bubbling cauldrons of flame. I'm going to try to get this to load up for you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern. U.S. war time, Monday, March 30th, 2026. It's the 29th or 30th day of the U.S. war with Iran. And I'm going to show you now the latest video from Isfahan, which is quite intense. Okay, there's bubbling cauldrons of fire in this video. This is Isfahan tonight. I have Sharjah, UAE. I have video from Sharjah as well, UAE, coming in now. This is Isfahan. Hi, Paul Sar. God bless you, my dear friend. So, this is Isfahan tonight. Okay, now I'll show you the latest from Dubai. Nope, not that. Come on now. Nope. Nope. Come on now. Takes a second. Come on now. That's not it. Yes, but I posted something else if you wouldn't mind. There it is. This is Sharjah, UAE. Sharjah, UAE. Sharjah, UAE. Sharjah, UAE. You're looking at rare video from within the UAE. Here's the latest from the Iranian ambassador about 2 hours ago. Well, that's when the clip was uploaded. This is the latest from the Iranian ambassador. This was about 2 hours ago. It's translated into English. All right, I'll give you this now.
We are ready for the arrival of American soldiers. Right now, the Americans are attacking us from the air and then fleeing, and we do not have access to them. We know how to access the Americans. If they come, it will be good and appropriate, because then our war will become land-based and manly. In a land war, the Iranians are zealous. Iran will not allow its territory to be in the hands of anyone else, and the Americans will definitely cause many deaths.
Wait. You're saying you welcome? I'm hearing you say that you would almost welcome a U.S. invasion of Iran. Is that what you're saying?
Our answer is that if you want to enter Iran, it is no problem, but we will definitely fight you like men. We are not telling them to come. We are not looking to kill. But if someone invades our land and thinks that they can easily take Iran, they are mistaken. Iran is not a conquerable land, and American soldiers will definitely suffer a great calamity, and I do not know if they will be able to remove the bodies of American soldiers from the region. This decision is up to the Americans. Iran does not joke with anyone.
Okay, that's the latest from the Iranians. Yes, I have the latest from Kuwait. I'm not sure if I have any actual confirmed footage, but I heard there were sirens in Kuwait. Okay, here's the latest from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. Take it away, British reporter towel.
Conversation. Translated
Potentially
from Arabic.
Joyce.
Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, the giant Kuwaiti crude oil tanker, Al Salmi, was subjected to a direct and sinful Iranian targeting while present in the Muqtav area at Dubai port in the UAE.
Wow.
The tanker was fully loaded at the time of the incident, and the attack resulted in material damage to the ship's hull and a fire breaking out on board, with the possibility of an oil spill in the surrounding waters. The corporation confirmed there were no human injuries as a result of the incident.
I
noting the
repeat.
Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, the giant Kuwaiti crude oil tanker, Al Salmi, was subjected to a direct and sinful Iranian targeting while present in the Muqtav area at Dubai port in the UAE. The tanker was fully loaded at the time of the incident, and the attack resulted in material damage to the ship's hull and a fire breaking out on board, with the possibility of an oil spill in the surrounding waters. The corporation confirmed there were no human injuries as a result of the incident, noting that work is underway to precisely assess the damages. Rate this. Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, the giant Kuwaiti crude oil tanker, Al Salmi, was subjected to a direct and sinful Iranian targeting while present in the Muqtav area at Dubai port in the UAE. The tanker was fully loaded at the time of the incident, and the attack resulted in material damage to the ship's hull and a fire breaking out on board, with the possibility of an oil spill in the surrounding waters. The corporation confirmed there were no human injuries as a result of the incident, noting that work is underway to precisely assess the damages.
There has been a strike on the Kuwaiti tanker at the Dubai port. I repeat, there has been a strike on the Kuwaiti tanker at the Dubai port. I'm going to try to translate this. Hold on one second. Hold on. Can you translate this to English and render that on the same background? We're going to see if Grok will do it. Grok's pretty smart, actually. Let's see if it can do it. Alright, I have the latest statement from the Kuwaiti Defense Forces. Can I download this? It's really not helpful unless I can download it. How do I download the damn thing? I don't want to edit it, I want to download it. Okay? I don't want to save it. Why can't I just download the damn thing? There should really be a quick download option, not a share option. How about if I just save... Oh, damn. Okay, I managed to translate the latest statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense, but I'm going to have to share it in a very annoying format. Hold on. They did not post it in English, but I have it in English. But I have to edit it, because of course it didn't crop right, and I'm not taking the time. Alright, there we go. Okay, that's not how you spell translation. Okay, I have the latest statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense in English. It's uploading now. I had to become a reporter towel and translate it into English for you because they only issued the statement in Arabic. You know what I'm saying? So here's the statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense in Arabic, but I translated it into English. Ready? And I put it on the same background because I'm a useful reporter towel. The Kuwaiti Air Defense Forces are currently intercepting missile and drone attacks. The General Staff of the Army notes that the explosions heard are a result of the air defense systems intercepting the attacks. We urge everyone to adhere to security instructions and official statements from specialized authorities. Again, the latest statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense 2 minutes ago in English. The Kuwaiti Air Defense Forces are currently intercepting missile and drone attacks. The General Staff of the Army notes that the explosions heard are a result of the air defense systems intercepting the attacks. We urge everyone to adhere to security instructions and official statements from specialized authorities. And here's it in Arabic. Just in case you didn't believe me. I try to always help the governments translate their stuff into English. Now I have footage of the Kuwaitis apparently... Oh, goodness. No, I'm not going to show that. The Kuwaitis targeting a Saudi drone. I can show it, but I don't want to. But yeah, the Kuwaitis definitely know how to take on those drones. Now I'll show you footage from Portsmouth earlier today where 12 A-10 Warthogs were seen taking off. Yes, there was a hit in Dubai. There was a big explosion in Dubai at the port, and also a strike. Also a strike on an apartment in Dubai. No way is this real. Reports of a pretty big strike in Tel Aviv, but no confirmation it's real. There could be a major security incident in Tel Aviv, but I don't have confirmation of it. It could be still subject to a blackout, so I can't confirm it. This was the A-10 Warthogs earlier in Portsmouth. You're looking at 12 A-10s heading out of New Hampshire earlier. It was all of this was released way after they were gone. Oftentimes, that's how you'll see it. I have the latest from Isfahan. Very serious explosions in Isfahan. They look like they might be near the nuclear facility. It's actually Isfahan where most of the enriched uranium went. This is the latest from Isfahan. It looks pretty bad. This is Isfahan. That looks serious. That looks very serious. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is that? That is one hell of an explosion. Oh my word. The whole mountain area. Oh my word. Isfahan is just on fire. The whole mountain area. I've never seen anything like it. No wonder Iran is not firing any missiles. Look at that. What is that? How do you even cause that much damage? What type of bomb even does that? That guy is like 5 miles away from... That fire is like 2 miles tall. I'm not sure if you understand the scope of that fire. Some of you probably do. How do you even cause a fire that tall? Like, these bombs are just incredibly large. What is going on in Isfahan? I've never seen anything like that. That guy is 3 to 5 miles. That fire is 2 to 3 miles tall. Oh my god. I mean, it's honestly shocking. It really is. I've just never seen anything like it in my life. I mean, it could be an ammo depot, but still, the fire's like 3 miles tall. Not that one. This fire, that fire right there, is no less than a mile tall. I think 3 miles tall might actually be reasonable. Well, yeah, I've seen some volcanoes that are more impressive. But, like, come on. I have never in my life seen anything like that. That guy look how many rows of houses are between him and the fire. We gotta, like, kind of triangulate, but I have a pretty good eye for videos. You're looking legitimately like 3 miles away from this thing. He zooms in, okay, but you're still like 3 miles away. It's huge. Oh, so the reason why these clips are so, obscure is the people who film them. Welcome to the channel, Sumaya Salah. Welcome, God bless you. Very good question. These are all clips that are designed to protect the sources in Iran. So it's very hard to tell where they film from. Sorry. So our best bet is to triangulate how far away they are in an effort to see how tall the fire is. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. You kind of see me kind of triangulating the size of that fire. That fire is at least a mile tall. I get it's secondary explosions. They must have hit a missile depot and got them all. I think they got all their missiles in that area because I've never seen a fire like that in my life. I've seen like oil petroleum depot fires. I've seen like some serious stuff. I'm worried we nuked them. How do you even do that to a missile silo? I've looked at footage from this whole war. Except for the refinery in Tehran, I have never in my life seen anything like that. That's an incredible fire. That's not true, Motorhead. There are actually multiple people from Israel in here who are like very pro-Palestinian. So you'll get way more flies with honey here, Motorhead. Generalizations generally won't get you very far. You'll end up alienating in the other side. You'll find more Israelis who are sympathetic to the Palestinians here than Americans who are sympathetic to Israel here. You really will. I just can't believe what I'm looking at. What did they do? They must have I think they completely eradicated Iran's launching capabilities. I think they actually got them. For the first time, I feel like they actually destroyed their missiles. I don't know what kind of bomb you had to use to do it, but they did it. And my proof of this, by the way, is there has been no Iranian launches, at least at Israel, for like 4 hours. I think Iran can still launch at the Gulf countries, but they haven't launched at Israel in hours. I think they actually took out a huge missile silo. It's a very, very big, very, very big fire. Okay, latest from the foreign ministry spokesperson in Iran. After you look at just this incredible... Oh yeah, 666 ray of light, there's no doubt. But have you noticed there's been no launches towards Israel in like 4 hours? And this is like the heavy time. After those 2 missiles hit Tel Aviv, like everything stopped. I can't tell what kind... I'm going to play it again. I can't tell what kind of strike this is. I've never seen anything like it. It's like a mountain of fire. It's like literally like a volcano of fire. Yeah, it's secondary explosions, but do you know how much you have to light on fire to cause, like, that guy is very far away from that fire. That stuff is shooting out like miles. Like those got to be missiles. Like those, like bullets don't do that. They got to be either like surface to air missiles or like, I don't know what the hell they blew up over there, but someone's got to go over there and find out what the hell is going on, because that is really bad. Whatever that is unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire life. I've covered war for a long time. I have never, ever seen a flowing, gelatinous mountain of molten fire. Oh my goodness. Like, seriously, that's just absolutely incredible. It doesn't look as, like, quote, magnificent as it would if you were, like, really looking at it on a huge screen. But, I mean, the thing is by far and away, like, the, like, largest, like, fire I have ever personally laid eyes on film, in person. I've never ever seen a fire like that. Not to mention, like, the one over there is big, but I've seen like explosions in the desert and the hills like that. No, that is something different. I don't know what that is or why it is there or what was hit or what happened, but it's probably the largest fire that has happened during this war. It's almost unimaginably large in scope. It's got to be like 2 miles high. Seriously, it is perhaps like the most intense bombing of the entire war. Whatever Iran did to Tel Aviv is really bad, because I've looked at clips from all sorts of different bombings. Even the oil refinery bombing in Tehran wasn't as bad as whatever just happened to Isfahan. Now, it's not the city itself. As you can see, they're not bombing the civilian areas. It's whatever is outside the city. But the thing is, that area of the city of Isfahan is probably screwed, because those missiles, whatever the hell is shooting out of that thing, is like landing all over the like northern part, it looks like, of Isfahan. Like, whatever the hell is over there, like, run very far away. Like, there's going to be some magnificent clips. I don't know what the hell happened over there, but there we have like a serious situation in Isfahan. Probably one of the most intense bombings I've ever seen in my life. I've covered this war for 29 days. I'm not exaggerating right now when I tell you that that fire is 1.5 miles tall. Literally, it's taller than like most buildings. Most buildings, bro, that thing is taller than every building in the world. I don't think any building in the world would be as tall as that fire. It's towering over the whole city. I've never seen anything like it. Oh my God. What did they, I don't even understand the what you would have to do. Like, there's no bomb, like the largest bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal is not even a bomb for doing that. Like, the largest non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal is the Moab, okay? It's a bunker buster, which only is used really for underground. Like, it fires like kind of at the top of a tunnel structure and compresses air downwards to flatten tunnels and like bases underground, okay? It penetrates like, I'd say like 30 to 50 meters in like soft rock, maybe a little bit less in hard rock like granite. Okay, I don't know what you would have to do to make anything do that. Like, first of all, you would have to have a substantial amount of like explosive material stored like above ground or whatever to make that happen. You'd have to have just like an ammo depot, just like, it's like almost as big as the Beirut port explosion. You'd have to have like thousands of tons of ammo, or you would have had to light off an explosion that managed to penetrate an underground missile base and cause it to explode upwards through the ground. I don't know if anyone really understands. I don't even know if I understand what you would have to do to cause that to happen. Does anyone have like a reasonable, does anyone who studies munitions or knows about munitions have a plausible explanation for what kind of bomb you would have to drop either on an underground missile silo? Let's just go with that. What kind of bomb you would have to drop to make that happen? Does anyone have any idea? Because I've never seen, like, whatever's happening in Isfahan has just crippled the Iranian regime. They might have gotten, like, I'm not going to speculate, but I don't know what kind of bomb has the capacity to do that. I honestly don't. This is Iran. This is Isfahan, Iran, right now. It's very unclear. The reason I keep showing this footage is this is the clearest footage yet of what's actually happening. No one knows. There's no report as of on any station right now about what that is. That is probably the biggest fire. You could live to be 100. You will never see a fire that large in your life. I'm going to keep playing this clip. Until I get an answer, I'm going to keep playing this. Like, a GBU 57. All right, let me look that up. I've never, I can't even analyze it. It's so far above my, like, it's such a big bomb. It's beyond my ability to study. I bet some people who are veterans will probably have some better insights, like Kingsley. I tried to look up that bomb. I don't even understand. Like, I get what a bunker buster is, but I don't understand how something that's meant to compress, like, downward could cause 1.5 miles or like whatever it is, 3 kilometer tall fire. I really don't. And it's crippled Iran. They haven't fired. Oh, God bless you, Pick a Handle. It's so good to see you. Iran hasn't fired at Israel in 4 hours. I think they crippled them. I think they did it. I don't know what the hell they did. But I think they have formally crippled like a lot of their launching capabilities. That is Isfahan, every Ryan. Isfahan, where the nuclear facilities are. That's where a lot of the enriched uranium got moved after Fador got hit. South of Tehran, back in June of 2025. Isfahan. It's spelled... Let me get you the exact spelling. It's spelled Isfahan. 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 I have no idea what they did, but they have crippled the Iranians. I'm pretty sure they went they might have used some kind of, I don't know what they did. I have no idea, but it's bad. The scenes coming out of Isfahan are almost like the apocalypse. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Honestly, I'm being very direct with you as a reporter. This is one of the largest fires I've seen in this war. I need to see a closer perspective. Mind you, this is also right after it happened. So I don't know what's burning. But something serious has happened in Isfahan, Iran. Okay? I have another view of it for you now. It's one of the largest fires of this war. And it might be, I do think it's an ammo depot, but it's definitely something that might have been closer to a missile launch facility because, oh my goodness. So here's this fire from a different angle. This is Isfahan, Iran, okay? It's in the mountains to the, I can't tell if it's to the west or the north. I don't know the city of Isfahan very well. So it's a little hard, but here's the latest. Just look at that. I have no idea what they hit, but they have just destroyed whatever that is, and it's burning. And it's one of the largest conflagrations I have ever seen. I'm honestly worried. No, I'm not even kidding you. I'm honestly worried. I don't know what could produce that. It's like oh my goodness, that is an underground missile base exploding. I'm telling you, they got the missile base. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not just the initial bomb. They need the reason I'm asking about the bomb type is you need a certain bomb to get under the ground, to get deep enough to these missile cities, because they're very deep. Some of them are 500 meters in granite. And that is, I'm telling you, that's exploding upwards through the ground. I can see, what it's filming. You're looking at Isfahan, Iran, tonight. I'll get you a better view of it. Yes, any second now. That's Isfahan, Iran. I mean, you can see the particulate. They didn't hit. It's no. There's nothing out there. Those are the mountains. All the city is encased by mountains. That's out past the city, near the mountains. It's past the mountains. It's one of those nuclear facilities for sure. It's in the gaps between the mountains, but it's where the nuclear facility would be. Whatever they hit, I'm telling you, this is a serious thing. It's going to be very hard to get reports out of Iran about this. But they have done something serious here. I mean, almost impossibly large. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We don't have any clarity on what this is. Okay, it looks like it might be some kind of ammunition. I have more footage from the ground. I think those of you who thought it was an ammo depot might be right. Latest footage from the ground now. Okay, this is Isfahan. Okay, you're looking at oh goodness. Oh my goodness. Those people are miles away. It looks like it's hot. That's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. It's definitely secondary explosions. But that's some serious munitions. Whatever they hit. Here's more footage from Isfahan. We saw that one. Okay, I'm trying to get you clearer footage from Isfahan. Okay, this is clearer footage. So here's the best I got from Isfahan. Hello, Sergeant. Oh yeah, it's definitely some kind of munition factory, but it looks like it's underground or in the mountains. Iran doesn't store munitions above ground. They really don't. Oh, God bless you, Tawny. I love that sticker. He's adorable. Oh, he's a little super towel pear. And that was your first super sticker. I love it. I'm so grateful. He's going to appear right above my head, and I'm going to give him little head pets. Just an incredible scenes coming out of Isfahan, where it looks like an ammo depot has been hit. It's unclear exactly what was hit, although initial assessments strongly indicate it was an ammo depot. And thank you to Tawny. That was such a kind thing. God bless you for that. I love that little super towel pear. Look at him. Give him little head pats. He's a little super towel pear. Oh, he's got a little super towel headband. How adorable is he? Oh, give him little super towel head pats. Oh, you little adorable super towel. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. Look at him. How can you not want to give him little super towel head pats? Hello. Oh, you are adorable. God bless you, Tawny Brown. I love the little super towel pear. He's adorable. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I think we all need a reprieve every now and again by virtue of super towel pears. He was adorable. Here's the latest from Isfahan. Where you can quite literally see the munitions cooking off. You can see them cooking off. It's not a civilian area. It's way behind the houses. Whatever was hit, it was a very serious, storage facility for weapons. Here's another view. Isfahan. I mean, that fire can be seen from every area of the city. Oh my word. Let me show you more footage from a different angle now. I mean, this is absurd. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I wanted to make sure I was following that account. They had new footage from Isfahan. Take a look at this. This is a different angle of those munitions blowing off in Isfahan. I'll show you it now. Yes, Swiss Miss. This is probably within the last 30 to 60 minutes on the ground. Yep. This footage is around 1 a.m. Isfahan time, and right now it's let me see. It's 7:30 Eastern, so it's 1:30. So this was 2 hours ago on the ground in Isfahan. It's 3 a.m. in Tehran now. You can really see the scale of the explosions. It's near Badr Military Airport. Badr Military Airport. Again, Badr Military Airport. I don't know what is out there, but it's apparently very serious. I have more footage from Isfahan now, a little bit clearer and in HD. It's such an intense explosion that like footage is coming up every like few minutes in Isfahan. Here's some HD footage. It looks like a volcano. No, Ifti Ahmad, no, they're different angles. I know, like, I'm replaying a few of them, but these are actually different angles. That's how many people are uploading footage of this. I've never seen anything like it, I'm serious. It looks like a volcano. I'm hearing explosions every 5 seconds. I mean, look at that. Do you hear the explosions? Every, like, second. I've never seen anything like it. I got even more footage coming in now. Oh my goodness. This is within the last, hold on. This is within the last hour in Isfahan. It wasn't 2 a.m., it was 1 a.m. This was literally 1 hour ago in Isfahan. It's way more intense than you think. Here's the latest. This is Isfahan. Oh my word. Oh! What did they do? Oh my word. I'm putting this full screen for you. Oh my word. I feel like I have just seen the apocalypse unfold in front of my eyes in Isfahan, Iran. I have never seen anything like this. Oh my word. Oh, that is very bad. Oh my goodness. It looks like the gates of hell have opened on Isfahan, Iran. The gates of hell themselves have opened. If there are demons in this world, they are somewhere under there. Oh my goodness. I don't even believe what I am watching right now. Whatever was there is no longer there. This is Isfahan, Iran. It is near the military airport. It has caused the largest explosion and fire of the war. Yeah, I'm surprised. Can you contact Matt Tredio regarding this on YouTube? He hosts Speak the Truth podcast. Yes, thank you very much. God bless you, Trail Donkey. I'll make a comment. I'll make a copy of your comment now, and then I'll follow up. I have a lot of things I'd like to coordinate, and let me just take a picture too so I can share it. Okay, God bless you for your support. Oh, hold on. Thank you very much, Trail Donkey. I absolutely will do that. Let me just save a picture for my record so I don't forget. God bless you, and thank you for letting me know. And thank you for your support. You're looking at Isfahan, Iran within the last hour. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but this is the clearest footage yet. Okay, it is Isfahan. This is the clearest footage yet of the actual incident. What? This can't be real. This cannot be real. They may have caused some serious damage tonight in Israel. I can't tell. There may have been like a serious attack in Israel. I can't tell. Yeah, I can't tell. Like something really bad may have happened in Tel Aviv and Haifa, but I honestly can't tell because I can't confirm if the footage is real. But something really upset. Like someone got really upset. Like this is the largest attack of the war. I'm not sure what happened in Tel Aviv and Haifa tonight. I know there were hits. The footage that I've seen can't be real. Like I'm not really sure I even believe these images from Tel Aviv and Haifa are real. That's how bad the damage is. And I kind of believe they're real because the damage in Tel Aviv is, I mean, almost ungodly. Here's the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq, Salih Awal al-Dam, as you look at the footage from Isfahan. There were hits in Tel Aviv. There was no doubt about it. Hello, John Jolly. How are you? I'm hearing that Haifa has been hit, and Tel Aviv, and they're both in bad shape. This is the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. One more. I like the song. It's a bop. I would hang out with these guys if they were against us. If we make peace, I would totally chill with these dudes. I'll be like, bro, just play me your playlist and let me smoke cigars and just tell me, like, let's make peace over cigars and this music. It's a bop, you know what I'm saying? Ifti Ahmad knows it's a bop. Ifti Ahmad is the one that got me bopping along with a lot of these songs. I try to separate, like, art is art, like, music is music. I try to separate it. Here's the latest regarding the bombing on Isfahan. It's pretty bad. This is Isfahan tonight. Oh! 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 What am I watching right now? Oh my God! Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh! I've never seen. Oh! What am I watching right now? Oh! Oh! Are we sure that was a mute? Oh! Oh! I'm not comfortable with this. I'm a little bit concerned. Did we just use a tactical battlefield nuke on Isfahan? Are we sure that was a munitions depot, Sergeant? I think that looks like a tactical battlefield nuke. Oh my God, I think we just dropped a tactical battlefield nuke on Isfahan. Oh my God, what have we done? Oh! Oh no! Oh my God! Oh my God, did we just drop a tactical battlefield nuke? No, this is very real. This is just the earlier moments of the explosion. That can't be real. Oh my. Oh my. Oh. That cannot be real. I refuse to believe this is real. Yeah, until I see another angle of this, it's just too. I mean, it's very eerily similar to the angle of the other explosion, but until I see this from multiple angles, I refuse to believe this is real. Like, it's very similar to the initial explosion, but until I see this specific thing from a different angle, because here's why I'm a little suspect of this for this reason. Because if you look at the other angle of it, the other angle of it, I mean, it's brutal, but it doesn't catch the initial strike. It only catches the after. You see what I'm saying? So it's very possible that what you're seeing over to your left here was that initial strike. I can't confirm it. I only have one video. But here's the aftermath. Whatever happened in the beginning, I don't know. We only have one video of the initial strike. I don't even know if it's real. This is the aftermath, to try to juxtapose what you just saw with this. See, this is definitely what happened after that first thing. But I don't have enough information because this doesn't start early enough. It missed the first hit. But that's the aftermath of whatever that first hit did. All right? So I cannot confirm that other video we just saw. I mean, that first video, the one we just saw before this, was even more outrageous than this one. But this one I can tell you is definitely real because there's multiple angles of this. Whatever this is. This secondary explosion, I have like 7 angles of this from around Isfahan. I'm telling you, this is 100% real. I do not know what caused that initial plume. Whether it was that video I just showed you or not, I don't know. But something, yeah, I don't believe we would even deploy a tactical battlefield nuke. But I also can't tell you what happened in Tel Aviv and Haifa. And if there was like a massive attack, I don't know. I just don't know what to tell you. It could just be a really big warhead I've never heard of. But it certainly did like an incredible amount of damage. Almost like an unheard of amount of damage. Yeah, Stu, I think like some kind of depot, but they don't have their depots above ground. They really don't. They're not dumb. They knew they were going to get bombarded, so everything is underground. What do you got for me, Miss Clutch? That's from 4/19/2014. What do you got, Miss Clutch? Is it a nuclear facility? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's home to Iran. I know, and I also saw the nuclear material getting shipped there. Let's see. What is the New York Times on? I like the New York Times. I pay for a subscription. They have like 1,200 journalists on staff. Go ahead.
Isfahan is home to Iranian weapon facilities. Missiles are produced near the city.
Oh, they have a listen version. Nice.
Isfahan is home to Iranian weapon facilities. This article is by Cassandra Vinograd and read by an automated voice.
Cool.
Isfahan is one of Iran's most famous and historic cities, known for its beautiful turquoise and purple tiled mosques, picturesque arched bridges, and grand bazaar. The area also hosts a number of Iranian military sites. In the early 17th century, Shah Abbas I, known as Abbas the Great, of the Safavid dynasty, set to work creating a showpiece in Isfahan. He built the country's most famous mosques, including the stunning Imam Mosque, capped by onion-shaped domes, and the Ali Kapu Palace. Shah Abbas and his son also built bridges to arch over the Zayandarid River, whose waters filled the fountains outside the palace and the mosques and irrigated their gardens. That has made the city, home to roughly 2 million people today, one of the tourist centers of Iran. Isfahan is also a center of missile production, research, and development for Iran, That includes the assembly of Shahab medium-range missiles, which can reach Israel and beyond. And it is the site of 4 small nuclear research facilities, all supplied by China many years ago. The Natanz uranium enrichment site is also in Isfahan province, along with an airbase that has long hosted Iran's fleet of American-made F-14 Tomcats, purchased before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, according to the Associated Press. A Russian-made S-300 air defense battery has also been seen in Isfahan, according to an assessment by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. The Israeli attack early on Friday, which Iranian news agencies said had not hit Isfahan's nuclear facilities, was not the first time the area has been targeted. In January 2023, Israel carried out a drone attack on a military facility in the middle of Isfahan, according to senior intelligence officials who were familiar with the dialogue between Israel and the United States about the strike. The facility's purpose was not clear, and neither was how much damage that attack caused. At the time, Iran made no effort to hide the fact that an attack had happened, but said it had done little damage. Iran's official news agency, IRNA, reported that the drones had targeted an ammunition manufacturing plant and that they had been shot down by a surface-to-air defense system.
Good article. Very helpful. Yeah, so how much do you want to bet it was the Isfahan nuclear facility that got hit? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, All the World's a Stage. This is a Christmas in Isfahan video that All the World's a Stage shot. Oh, this is so cool. We're actually going to get to see what it's like in Isfahan. I'm so grateful you shared this with us. Okay, so this is Christmas in Isfahan, 2005. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, it's beautiful. This is Isfahan. Wow. Oh. Why are we fighting with these people? They like Christmas? Oh. Why are we doing this to these people? It looks so nice. Look how pleasant it is. I mean, do you really I don't really understand why we're fighting these people. They all seem very nice. They're very fashionable. They like to dance. They like, you know what I'm saying? That's true. We're fighting with the government. But why? I don't understand why we had to, those people in Isfahan are probably very scared right now. Oh, they like American Christmas music and they're all very festive. Oh, it truly is progressive. There's not a lot of, where are all the, some people wear hijab, but some women just don't wear hijab at all. Why are we destroying this society? Well, I don't really understand. I really don't understand. They seem like a very amiable and friendly people. I think we can probably make peace. Just gotta be a little nicer to their government. Their government, I mean, to be fair, is pretty mean to us. Oh goodness, we're really bombing Isfahan. It's very bad. I have more videos now. I assume this visit was Christian Armenians live in Isfahan having a Christmas party. I see, but still, it's such a multicultural city. Look how nice it is. They're having a nice Christmas party. They're all very fashionably dressed. Everybody's very, having a great time. They like American music. I don't understand why we have to be so mean to the Iranian people. They have different cultures. They're pluralistic. The IRCG is a little militant, but you just gotta be nice to them. They just want to be respected as an equal. That's all they're asking for. I know it's a little risky, but it could be worse. I'm just saying, the Iranian people on the whole, they're a very nice society. They have really good food. Very good food. So yeah, my opinion of Isfahan is just leave the people alone. I get we got to go after the bases on the outside of the city, but look, don't bomb the city of Isfahan. I don't want to take away their Christmas parties. They're having a great time. Look at how friendly and amiable they all are. No. Oh, God bless you, Roturo. I would love that. Roturo, I'm thinking about traveling a little bit over this next year. I'm going to write this down just so I remember this. Could you send me an email, Roturo? Because I do actually want to take a vacation later this year with someone. If you could just email me. Could you email me at grantsmithellis@gmail.com? Let's stay in touch, because I would love to come visit you. I might actually... would you all like to meet me? I think I would like to travel around the world and meet you all. Would you like that? And then I could film videos, I could show you different countries, I could do on-the-ground reporting. Maybe that's what I'll do later this year. I think I would like to travel around and meet you all. That would be fun. So yes, Roturo, please stay in contact with me. Please, if I don't see your email, I'll try to remember next time you come in. And I would love to plan. I might actually plan a multi-country tour at some point. I would like to talk about not just the war, but I'd like to see different countries. I've seen a lot, but I'd like to see more. I'd like to meet some of you. I'd like to kind of get out of this headspace. I haven't left here since 2017. And I'd like to just kind of see where we can take this. And maybe I can film when I visit you all. I haven't flown in so long. That would be nice. Yeah. Oh, God bless you, Primo. Yes, my trip will definitely include the UK and Scotland. Maybe we can set it up. We'll see how the channel does. It really depends. If I don't want to, I would like to set up an institution that kind of oversees this channel and helps it become a news institution. I'm going to talk to some of my friends about that in the news world. There's also someone who emailed me and said they've worked on that before. I got to get back to him. He was very kind. But yeah, my plan is to turn this channel into a news channel, but have it be like a non-profit institution, and then maybe it can just fly me around, and then I'll go visit you all, and then I'll make videos about the impact of different news stories in different countries, and then I'll upload it to the channel, and then the channel can make more money, and then we can hire reporters, and I can be on the board. You can call me Mr. Towel Chairman. Oh, it will be wonderful. Oh, even more videos of Isfahan. So I'll show you one more video of Isfahan, and then I will take us to the latest video of the bombing of Isfahan, Iran. But yes, so my email is grantsmithellis@gmail.com. If you would like to meet Towel over the next year, all right, this is another video from Isfahan. If you would like to meet Towel over the next year, send me an email at grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'll probably have to stay in hotels. We'll probably have to do a lot of planning. But I will do Towel's World Tour, and I will come meet you all. I've been meaning to do it a little bit anyway. I'll do videos on the go. I'll, travel. It will be fun, But like you have to have like a certain amount of like income to travel. Like they make you show like a bank statement. And I don't really have any right now. So it's going to take a little bit of time. Like you can probably do it if you have like an exit ticket and you have a hotel reservation. You have to have like 500 pounds in your bank account to go to England. Like you can't just go with no money. They really don't like that because you're at risk of becoming like a public charge. And they have this public charge rule when they do admissions, even if you have a visa. But anyway, my point is, I will come visit you all. Send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'll stay in a hotel or whatever. But yes, I'd love to meet some of you. I'll meet Grammy Towel Linda in Ireland. I'll meet Primo in Scotland. I'll go to London. I'll go to Fiji. I'll go everywhere. I'll come visit you wherever you are. You just tell me. I'll fly into a hotel. We'll set it up. I'll make videos while I'm there. I'll interview people. I'll ask them, how world events impact their, culture. I'll try to be respectful. I'll learn things. I'll eat food that I've never tried before. Yes, it's time for Towel to spread his wings. That's what I'm going to do. I'll just travel around the world. I would be fascinating as a world traveler. Here's more videos from Isfahan. Just walking down the street. If you're wondering why we're showing videos of Isfahan, thank you to All the World's a Stage. Yes, Standing Stones, I don't even have to get a visa to see you for coffee, my dear friend. I meant to make that happen this weekend, Standing Stones, but as you saw, I was not doing well, my dear friend. I was really struggling. I ran out of energy because I had to walk around a lot at the end of last week. Here's the latest from the side of Safa and Havarunitz. This is in Isfahan tonight. No audio. This is Isfahan tonight, bombing on all sides of the city. You can see that very well-designed mosque there in the middle that they were talking about in the article. The bombing is nowhere near the city. It's all outside the city. And at the same time, no launches from Iran in hours. I think they actually took out their capabilities. So I'm going to show you full screen now of Isfahan tonight. There's no audio on the video. But you can see those minarets from the famous mosque there in the middle. Okay, this is Isfahan tonight. Thank you, Valhalla. Okay, so you're taking a look at Isfahan tonight. Okay, so Iran has not launched in hours. Neither has Hezbollah. Something serious has happened. No, yeah, I don't want to show that, Valhalla. Thank you, though. But yes, very good footage from Kuwait. I screened that earlier, actually, Valhalla. But you're also now looking at Isfahan. Literally, the entire skyline was lit up at that second bombing. You're looking at Isfahan within the last 2 hours. I mean, that bombing through the minarets, I mean, it's almost an incredible, it's just a stunning image. I'm very glad that they did not bomb the actual minarets, but look at the side. Look how big that explosion is when it's at its peak. It's lighting up the entire skyline. It's causing a halo. I've never, ever seen anything like that. Look at it. There's a halo. Wow. It created its own halo. I mean, that's just stunning. It's not even natural. Something very serious has happened in Isfahan. It's unclear exactly, okay, but it's really brutal. That's the same footage we looked at earlier, but a little clearer. Oh my word. Just so you understand, it's not daytime. It's nighttime. Okay, but the fires are turning day into night, literally. I'm just speechless. I don't know what America and Israel have done, but they've stopped Iran from firing completely. Literally, there's been nothing. I think they took them out. I don't know what they took out, but they've just, they destroyed the IRCG. They're done. They haven't, at least right now, they're literally done. I think they took them out. I have no idea what they did. But whatever has happened in Isfahan has just shocked the IRCG to a halt. This was the big one. I'm hearing from multiple people this was the big one. I don't know what it is, but I think the big one has happened. I think you just saw it. It's Isfahan. I think the big one has happened. I don't know what the big one is. Truly, I don't. But I think that happened. Whatever the big one is. Yeah, that mushroom cloud is real. I have secondary confirmation. Yep, I saw that. Oh yes, Hair Saturn, I know that they've been firing at their Gulf neighbors. Sorry, let me correct. They haven't fired at Israel in multiple hours. I know they have fired at Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Kuwait. But something has happened in Isfahan and everything has gone quiet. It's like a very serious hit. Probably the most serious of the war. I'm hearing from multiple sources this is the big one. I don't know what that means. Truly, I don't speak that language. But whatever the big one means in parlance, that's what this is. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did. I don't speak the language of whatever this was, but it may have been the biggest attack of the war. Okay? This is Isfahan. You see? That's that mushroom cloud. I'm almost positive that mushroom cloud video is real now. Because look at that. This is a secondary angle. And I can see it didn't capture the initial poof, but it clearly caught their attention. And look at that initial poof. Do you see the mushroom cloud formation there? So watch this video. You see the mushroom cloud formation? You see it rising? Okay? You see it rising? You see it? Everybody on the same page? Okay? That's the secondary explosion. You see the mushroom cloud? Okay. You see the mushroom cloud? That's a confirmatory angle on the mushroom cloud. Why do we need that? Because we can't verify that first video unless we know from a second angle. They didn't catch the explosion in this angle, but we need to know that there was a mushroom cloud. We have to know from a second angle that it's something produced a mushroom cloud, or we can't confirm the first video. This is enough for me to now go back to this video, okay? The one that I just did not, I refuse to believe it was real. I'm somewhat convinced this might actually be real. Hold on one second. I need the initial video, the one that somehow, the one I did not even believe was real. Where is it? There's one of these videos that honestly does not look like it's humanly possible, but now I'm actually thinking it might be possible. Hold on one second. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Not that one. Is it this one? One of them actually got the initial explosion. It's not that one. That's the secondary. Is it this? Yeah, it's this one. I think this might actually be real. I refuse to believe this was real at first, but I think this might be real. Oh my God. I think it's real. I think, because I have secondary confirmation now on this mushroom cloud, I think this is real footage. I think somebody might have deployed a tactical battlefield nuke. I don't know what else can cause that. I'm not an expert though, but I've now seen 2 angles of this mushroom cloud. The fall, only one person got the actual footage. Only one, but somebody got follow-up that like it makes me feel comfortable enough saying I think this might actually be real. I think they might have just nuked Isfahan. Does anyone have another explanation? No? You don't think so? I mean, I don't know what makes that kind of explosion. I really don't. And I've seen 2 angles of it now. Yeah, this is 3 to 5 miles away. This is very far away from the site. You think it's a Moab? I've seen footage of a Moab exploding before. Did it actually cause a mushroom cloud, though? I guess it could have. Now that I think about it, but it causes more of like a pillar. I've only seen one, though. It was the press conference about a Moab in Afghanistan in like 2006. I think that was the only time I've ever actually seen footage of a Moab. It had like the Moab go under like a hut in a mountain, and then it showed it like compressing all the tunnels under the mountain. Yeah, but I'm not I just want to be clear. First of all, not only am I not a munitions expert, I'm definitely not like a payload expert. So when you start talking about like grades of bombs above like 20,000 pounds, no, I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know. I don't even know what can cause that. All I know is that people are reporting that it was the big one. Whatever you want to take that as. But yeah, I just need like an expert in this. I know a lot of you have a battlefield experience, so I defer to you, but like I cannot identify that based on its explosion. That's the initial explosion, not a secondary. You think it's solid fuel from the missile facility? But how deep do you think the missile facility is? Isn't the missile facility like 500 meters underground? Why would they ever have a missile facility near the surface? That makes no sense to me. It really makes no sense to me. Why would you have anything near the surface belonging to munitions that could be hit? Yeah, I agree. There would have been like a white light. But also, I don't know. Maybe it's just a very, very big bomb. Like one of the biggest. It could just be like such a big bomb that like they don't fire it that often, you know? But yeah, we absolutely, like, I want to be clear. I am not in a position to analyze, like, first of all, ballistic missiles or payloads of missiles. It's so far beyond my expertise. There's only like a few people in the world outside of the military who have ballistic missile expertise or payload expertise, and like they are normally academics who are close to the military. You don't just research like ballistic missile payloads. You're either in the military or you are an academic that's adjacent to the military or you're former military. There's no one who just knows about bombs. It's not a thing. Yeah, I agree with you, Stu. Like, if you, like, compress under the ground and it lights things up, I agree. I've never seen a Moab. I've only seen a press conference once, and it wasn't live. I watched it years after, and I watched it again recently, of a Moab in Afghanistan. I want to say it was, like, in the mountains in 2006, and it was cool footage, but it didn't look like that. It was more like the Moab came in at an angle, went under, like, a shelter that was, like, an entrance to a bunker. The Moab definitely, like, caused a big explosion, but it was more, like, directed, like, downward. Like, the force that it directed downwards was incredible. It must have gone, like, 60 meters into, like, the caves from that they showed. I don't know enough to say, like, what a Moab does if it, like, goes down and then blows something up. So anyway, we are so beyond my realm of knowledge, I'm deferring to you all. I just don't know. I really don't know. Oh, is this a Moab rigged outcome? Yeah, let's take a look. Rigged Outcome's got a Moab summary for us.
Have you heard of the Moab, officially known as the Massive Ordnance Air Blast? It's one of the largest non-nuclear bombs in existence, weighing over 21,000 pounds. This bomb creates a massive shockwave and can destroy everything in its blast radius. In 2017, it was famously dropped on ISIS targets in Afghanistan, showcasing its devastating power. The blast was so powerful that it could be felt miles away. Imagine the impact of such a weapon on the battlefield. Want to learn more about powerful weapons? Heard of the Moab, officially known as the Massive Ordnance Air Blast? It's one of the largest non-nuclear bombs in existence, weighing over 21,000 pounds. This bomb creates a massive shockwave and can destroy everything in its blast radius. In 2017, it was famously dropped on ISIS targets in Afghanistan, showcasing its devastating power. The blast was so powerful that it could be felt miles away.
You sure? You sure? That column is way too thin. Does look like fuel, actually. Yeah, that's on a Moab. No way. A GBU-57. Yeah, I heard about that one too. Miss Clutch, you gotta summarize. If you just post links, it's very hard to load them, but I will click them. I mean, could summarize. You might hear it. Oh, thank you. Yep. Summary of strikes on Isfahan. I know what they have to say. All right. Thank you, Miss Clutch. Summary of strikes on Isfahan. But yeah, if you don't summarize links, I usually don't click them because I just don't. It's going so fast. But yeah, if you want me to see something in chat, the best way to get my attention is to summarize it and drop the link.
Conversation. Breaking. Israeli and U.S. airstrikes are underway in Isfahan, central Iran, with a major wave of attacks beginning at
Colby,
approximately
you're right.
Local time, March 31st. Multiple explosions were reported across the city, with 3 initial detonations indicating a sustained and multi-phase strike operation. The heaviest impacts are reported in northern Isfahan, with additional strikes assessed in Shahan Shah, strong shockwaves, at least 2 explosions. Khomeini Shah, deep ground-shaking detonations consistent with bunker-buster munitions. Dersha, southwest Isfahan, heavily hit area. Safei mountain area, multiple penetrator-type impacts and continuous secondary explosions. Helicopter, Army Aviation, Havan Ruz, zone, repeated strikes in close proximity. Central Isfahan including Shariati, Vahafi Axis, Imam Khomeini Street, and Bozorgmer area.
Thank you very much.
Additional
all the
targets
world's
appear to
stage.
include military and security installations, with reports of strikes near the Isfahan prison area, where continuous heavy bombardment. Eyewitnesses described low-flying fighter jets circling over the city, repeated bombing passes, and secondary explosions and fires, indicating hits on ammunition or fuel storage facilities. Some impacts produce prolonged ground tremors lasting several seconds, consistent with the use of deep penetration munitions. The scale, duration, and target distribution suggest a coordinated joint U.S.-Israeli strike package aimed at strategic military infrastructure in and around Isfahan, likely in preparation for subsequent operational phases.
That's right. But again, I repeat, like that had to be a hell of a hit. Could be thermobaric. What? I'd love to learn more, Tawny Brown. What is thermobaric? Mark says, Grant, your channel is the best up-to-date and educational war news video casting that there is. Oh, God bless you, Mark. That's one of the kindest compliments anyone's ever paid me. I'm very honored by that. Truly, God bless you. Tawny Brown, by all means, though, I'd love to learn more about thermobaric. I've never heard of thermobaric, so I would like to learn, too. That's what I was wondering, Trelly. I agree, William. You would definitely see the shockwaves. But I would just like to know, what is thermobaric? Oh. Kingsley. Well, what do you think, Kingsley? You think it was the SB 252? What causes mushrooming? Robson, I'm just trying to learn about what causes this kind of mushrooming. Interesting, Dowd. What do you think, Dowd, about this? Based on this is the only footage I could get of one of the initial hits, but I have confirmatory views that this cloud did happen. But yeah, I'm definitely looking for input on what people think this bomb is. I agree, Robson. It could be of what, though? What would be that close to the surface that would cause a secondary explosion of that size with mushrooming? They don't store munitions on the surface. Kingsley thinks it was a GBU-57. All right, let me see if I can get a video about GBU-57s while you watch this. Okay, so Kingsley thinks it was a bunker buster GBU-57. So here's an educational video about that. All right, let me see. No, it was definitely lots of missiles. But, like, what munitions would Iran store at the surface?
2nd of June at 2 a.m., America's B-2 bomber silently enters Iran's airspace. This bomber aircraft is based on stealth technology, due to which it cannot be easily detected on radar. It launches multiple GBU-57 bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear sites. This strike mainly destroys the nuclear sites of Fordo, Nathans, and Isan. If we see, there is a one-sided distance of about 12,000 kilometers between America and Iran. So how did this bomber cover such a distance?
I don't care about this. I want to know about the actual impact.
GBU-57 is made of ferro-cobalt alloy, which makes it extremely powerful. The interesting thing is that about 80% of the total weight of this bomb is only its body. The remaining 20% includes the equipment and warhead installed inside it. Its warhead is installed in the center of the bomb, which weighs about 270 kilograms. Impact sensor and time delay device are installed inside this warhead, which prevents the bomb from blasting instantly as soon as it hits the surface. If seen, when a missile hits its target, the impact sensor installed on its front side senses the collision and sends this signal to the detonator. Then the detonator activates the warhead present inside the missile, which causes a massive explosion. But the process of the impact sensor installed in the front of a bunker buster bomb is slightly different.
Yeah,
when this sensor hits the surface,
reset the
it
chat,
does not
I just
explode
post
immediately.
emojis.
First of all,
I don't know what
when the
was
nose of the
happening,
bomb
but-
hits the bunker, the inertial impact sensor installed on its front side senses the impact and generates a first trigger signal. This signal indicates that the impact has taken place, but the explosion is yet to be done. After this signal reaches the microcontroller and digital delay fuse, which starts the timer as soon as the impact occurs. It also analyzes the depth of the impact and the force. Sometimes it only activates the timer. For example, the explosion is to be done 150 milliseconds after the impact. Now, as soon as the timer is completed, this signal reaches the detonator unit and it is activated. This unit generates a shock pulse with the help of high voltage and current, due to which the warhead placed inside the bomb starts burning at high temperature and pressure. We have already discussed that the cover of this bomb is made of a very strong alloy. Therefore, a tremendous high pressure and temperature is generated inside the warhead, and after a certain limit, this strong metal breaks. After this, a huge explosion occurs. But the thing to note is that this bomb does not catch fire. Rather, its explosion generates a shock wave, which is a type of pressure wave. This wave creates such a tremendous pressure inwards that cracks start appearing in the structure inside the bunker. This software is so powerful that sometimes it feels like an earthquake and the entire bunker gets destroyed. If we look at it, till date only America has the world's most powerful bunker buster bomb. The first—
Are you sure? Alerts in the north. Are you sure? Are you sure that would cause... I mean, I've never seen it before, but are you sure that would cause this? It says it doesn't cause an explosion. Oh yeah, as of June 2025, this is Isfahan is where the depleted uranium was brought from Fador. I agree. I don't know. Well, yeah, but the live satellites get very manipulated. You're listening to active alerts in the north. Yes, I know, Hezbollah, I know. Okay, here comes the next wave. They're coming for them. They always coordinate. Like last time it was just a little bit of shelling, but the Iranian response is coming, I can tell you. I know the pattern. It always starts with Hezbollah doing shelling to reduce the air defenses because they want to deplete. Like what Hezbollah does is they just waste a bunch of worthless Scud missiles. Not the Scuds, they use those for long range, medium range bombing. They like send a bunch of drones and stuff over the border towards the northern settlements, and then it depletes the Israeli air defense. And then basically what happens is Iran fires like right after. It's always a coordinated thing. I'm not sure what happened in Isfahan, but if it's as bad as I think, if it's as bad as I think, and the Iranians survived to be able to launch missiles, they're gonna just rain hell down on Israel. Like, if you go for that kind of strike, I don't know what they just did. You better take them out completely, and I don't think we did. Yeah, no. A lot of the, a lot of the different services, impose blackouts. Like, you can't, even like the fire maps, NASA has admitted they're manipulating them over certain parts of Iran. Yeah, if I'm right about this, Iran is going to launch wave after wave after wave. If they survived, who knows what happened? Like, you have people in those bases under there. If they just killed, like, who knows what just happened? I have no idea. I honestly, I cannot tell you. I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. I have no idea what they did. All I know is it was like literally one of the biggest things of like the world, the war, not the world, the war. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have a different angle of it. Oh my word, it's real. I can't believe this is real. I'm shocked. I am absolutely stunned. Something very bad has just happened. Wow, thank you, Kingsley. I'll take a look at that. I have new footage just now of the attack on Isfahan. Take a look. Okay, I'll play it for you full. I don't think it has any volume. Okay, this is the initial explosion in Isfahan. This is the initial explosion. By the way, chat is going very fast, so I'm not ignoring anyone. I just only see every few comments. So this is a better perspective on that initial explosion. I wouldn't exactly say it's the best quality video, but it's a better perspective. Okay? So that's the best I got for you. Let me reload it. Your comments are going very fast. Hello, Relapse. I agree. No, I agree. It could hello, the Gemtel. Yeah, how are you? Welcome. I agree. That could absolutely be some kind of fuel depot. Let me play it for you one more time. Okay? That's the explosion in real time that caused the cloud. Whatever it is. Hello, how are you all? So Relapse, you might be exactly right on that. This is a better angle. This just came in. This is a better angle that just came in. Only like 10 minutes ago. We only had like a very poor angle covered by the mountains before, and now you have a direct line of sight on the explosion. So all of you who are doing your analysis, feel free to do it on this. I think this is a better perspective. Sometimes it's not just about like the cloud, it's where you see it from. And this is the best angle I can get you on whatever that was in Isfahan. There were multiple hits, but on that specific one with the cloud that looked like a mushroom, this is the best I can do for you. Hello, Maysoon. Wow, thank you, Tawny. A thermobaric warhead or vacuum bomb is a two-stage explosive that disperses a fuel aerosol cloud and ignites it using atmospheric oxygen. This creates a high-temperature, long-duration blast wave. What do you think? Yeah, Iftiamat, I really think it's a low-yield tactical battlefield nuke. Neomortal Girl, those were for drones in the north of Israel. Miss Clutch, I tend to I'm literally on the fence, Miss Clutch, because it could be a tactical like nuke, which is much smaller than a regular nuke. There's also like maybe there's some kind of facility, like a big oil tank there. I don't know. I've never been to Isfahan. I've never been to the mountains of Isfahan. I've never been under that mountain. So I have no idea what's over there. Maybe there's a giant fuel tank, the biggest one you've ever seen. See you soon, George. God bless you. Enjoy your evening. I love me some baseball cards. George, we got to sit down one day and compare collections. I have a really good set from, I want to say like 1999, the All-Star Game at Fenway year. It's the whole set. It's really good. All right. Dowd said, I explained all that earlier, and definitely this was not a thermobaric. A GBU-57 seems more possible, as uranium is stored 30 to 50 meters below ground. Thank you very much, Dowd. I really appreciate your explanation. This was a joint Israeli-U.S. strike package, I'm being told. Yeah, I don't know what we hit. Like, it really does not look good. I have no idea what they hit. Good to see you, Maysoon. God bless you. I know, Iftiamad, we were just looking at the videos on the ground in Isfahan. I need to see if there's any, like, reporting about... Alright, I have... Oh, goodness. Alright, I have another angle that's a little clearer. It's very edited, but I need to see if there's any reporting about what happened, why it happened. I don't have a lot of information for you right now. It's just videos. People are very shocked by this. It just happened in the last 2 hours. Isfahan now. 2 hours ago. What were you saying about a shockwave? What does that shockwave tell you all? What's that?
I don't know. 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 I don't know.
Right after the initial mushroom cloud. Wow, thank you, Stu. I'm doing my best. Oh, no doubt relapse, but I'm trying to gauge the speed of the shockwave from the explosion. It's very hard based on the editing of the video. It's edited to protect the sources. So it's very hard to see how far away they are. I can't tell if they're a block away, 5 miles away, a mile away. It's very tough. Oh, no doubt, Kingsley. I'm just trying to judge how quickly the shockwaves gets to them. I can't tell how close they are because it's so edited. Yep. No, the question isn't is there a shockwave? It's how quickly after the initial explosion. This is very edited to protect the source, but you can see the sparks jumping from the same type of angle as we saw the initial. It's the same explosion from a different angle, but it's very edited. They edit the videos to protect the Iranians who leak them, okay, because you could figure out who they are if you don't edit this. It goes completely black there. Then we get it more. We get just, and then it just spins and we get the shockwave. Yeah, I agree, Kingsley. I agree. It's not instantaneous. Yeah, about 10 seconds. 8 to 10 seconds. So he's about 2 miles away. And he's filming, this guy is filming the same thing that this person was filming. Just from a different angle. This one is just, let me show it to you. So this guy is filming this same exact explosion, but it's just from a different angle. It's this explosion from a different angle. And the other one was just heavily censored, but you can tell it's the same explosion because there's all those flying sparks. Thanks, Valhalla. But yes, I'm sticking with the Isfahan attack. For the time being, I'm sticking with the Isfahan attack. Iran has been hit unlike anything anyone has seen in the war. It has basically completely stopped them. Oh, wow. Is this what it looked like when they hit one of the facilities? Wow. Yeah, it's basically complete. Whatever happened is basically completely shut the attacks on Israel down. Completely. They've stopped. For the first night of the war, they've stopped. They've done it. I don't know what they did. It was huge, whatever they did, but there's been no attacks on Israel. Every hour that goes by without an attack on Israel is a success. It's incredible. Yes, we looked at this earlier, Valhalla. Thank you, the strike in Dubai. There's also been a strike on an oil tanker in the port in Dubai. But I'm telling you right now, whatever has happened in Isfahan has shut down the Iranians. They've done it. I have no idea what they did, but I think this was the big one. I have no idea what happened in Tel Aviv earlier. I have no idea what happened in Haifa. All I'm telling you is that the Iranian attacks have stopped. I think they did it. I swear, I think they actually shut him down. It completely stopped. I don't know how they did it. I really don't know how they did it. They've used bunker busters in the war before. Maybe they're just a huge wave of them. But I think Iran has been silenced. The lion has stopped roaring. Oh, Joyce, you're so kind. I'll drop the lunch links right now in the chat. If they don't work, you just let me know, Joyce. You're so kind. But yes, I truly think I think that they've stopped. I think they've silenced the Iranians, at least for right now. This is the longest sustained period of no Iranian attacks we have seen during the war. Yeah, I agree, Ifti Ahmad, but I don't think it's a matter of that. I think it was just the scale of the attack. They must have dropped like thousands of bombs. I can't even like speculate. I can't. But it's just unlike anything I've seen before. I know, they just launched at Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. I know that, and UAE. But I monitor Israel in real time, and this is the first time during the war. Like, do you understand Israelis are sleeping through the night right now? Some of the northern villages got alerts. Tel Aviv hasn't slept for 30 days. Do you all understand that it's almost, what time is it? It's 2:40 a.m. If we make it 3 more hours, Tel Aviv will have slept through the night for the first time in the war. I realized there were some heavy hits on Tel Aviv earlier. I don't even have damage assessments because I'm pretty sure it's blacked out. What I've seen is bad. But if there are no alerts in Tel Aviv for 3 more hours, this will be the first time during the war for 30 days that Tel Aviv and Haifa, frankly, and Jerusalem will have slept the whole night. Let's see. Grant, this site was also attacked on the 28th of February. Iran would not leave munitions here. It was all depleted uranium. Huh. So you think there's radioactive material in the atmosphere, Dowd? I agree, Mad Mike. That's why I think they were hitting UAE. That's right across the Persian Gulf. And then they were also hitting Bahrain right across the Persian Gulf. But Israel has not been hit. And as soon as this went down, it all stopped. Not just this bomb, the whole bomb. As soon as Isfahan was hit, except for that salvo at the UAE and Bahrain and Kuwait, everything immediately stopped. I know, Shep, trust me, I've been praying for peace, so maybe I'm projecting a little bit here. I'm going to give you the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera while I get some water. Let me also refresh your comments, because that's the only way to get this computer to be somewhat reasonable. You all chat so much that if I don't constantly wipe the cache of the stream, it slows down my entire computer. But I can wipe the cache of the chat by cycling it. Exactly like I just did. Alright, very good. I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera English for the top of the hour update. God only knows what's going on right now, truly. I have no idea. Like, the Iranian lion has been silenced. That's all I can tell you. It might be roaring a little bit in the Gulf states, but it has been silenced. Tel Aviv sleeps tonight for the first time. If they can make it 2 more hours, it will be the first time they got a good night's sleep in a month. Because they only wake up if the alerts are sent to their area. I'm going to go get some water. Whoever opened the Pandora's box, that's anyone's guess. I want to know who's going to close it.
That is a question, isn't it? I think
I'm going to bring you back to the top of the hour update. I'd like to hear from the man in Tehran as to what's going on. There's a good reporter for Al Jazeera that's in Tehran. Let me bring you back to the top of the hour update. And I'm going to get some water.
Conflict with unintended
God bless you.
Stay with us for the latest
To the
developments.
people who have been supporting Little Towel, I did get the support. I'll send a heart soon. I got to get some water.
Many choose to take their
This was
cars,
about
then take the complicated
35 minutes ago on Al
transportation.
Jazeera.
Recent events in the Middle East is bound to change that. The U.S.-Israeli offensive in the Middle East is precisely the kind of conflict that many experts have warned about. The Philippine peso hit an all-time low against the U.S. dollar. In response, President Marcos has rolled out measures to soften the economic strain. Many commuters say rising fuel prices are forcing many to leave their cars at home and simply ride it out.
Riley Carlson, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Coming up.
It'll be up to Iran to decide, and if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Trump prefers diplomacy, but threatens Tehran over the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. and Israel intensify attacks across Iran as Donald Trump again threatens to hit energy facilities unless a deal is reached soon. A refinery in Haifa is the latest Israeli target to be hit by debris from an intercepted missile. Israel's prime minister says he won't put a timeline on the war on Iran. And in other news, Israel's parliament passes a law making the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of lethal attacks. In an exclusive interview, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has told Al Jazeera that Iran must show that it's giving up its ambitions to possess nuclear weapons. Rubio said there have been talks with Iran, primarily through intermediaries. He says President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy to war. But at the same time, a spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said his country has only received what he characterized as requests for talks through mediators. He also called the U.S. demands both excessive and maximalist. President Trump has also reiterated his threats to target Iran's energy facilities if a deal is not reached soon. And even though Rubio said diplomacy is underway, he also said Iran would face consequences if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Here's what the U.S. Secretary of State told Al Jazeera's Hashem Ahelbara.
There's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy.
What do you got, Classy Kambuda? What do you got, D. Meyer 3 on the futures on the S&P, or what are you looking at? It's Monday, isn't it? So what time is it in Japan? We don't need to look in the futures. The Japanese market's already open. What's the Nikkei trading at? No, it's down. What are you talking about? The Nikkei's off 2.25. The Nikkei crashed. It bounced a little bit. It recovered from its low, but the Nikkei's off like 2.25. Thank you, Valhalla. Good update. But yeah, so D. Meyer, just to let you know, I'm looking at, I don't know what the U.S. futures are doing, but the Japanese index just opened. It's already trading. It crashed. It's off 2.5. Huh. And the Nikkei isn't like the most like specific. What you don't want to see. Listen, the Nikkei opened with a huge drop. It's off 1,000 points, which is like 2.4%. If it drops too much more, I mean, the market's only been open for like, I don't know, 8 minutes, not 18 minutes. Let me get you a more updated. It's off like 2.3. And the markets are open. It's struggling. Yikes. Yikes. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Diplomacy always prefers an outcome, and we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran.
There's definitely a tanker on fire in Dubai.
So their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
Earlier, my colleague Sarah Hayrat spoke to Alex Vitenka, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dalder. They gave their reactions to Marco Rubio's comments.
He was basically making a political message to the audience here in the United States that, you know, this is not going to be one of those forever wars in the Middle East. He talked about what is expected from the Iranian side, which basically reflected the 15 points that the Trump administration has put out there repeatedly, which the Iranians basically don't consider as the beginning of a diplomatic track. They consider that to be essentially United States asking Iran to capitulate or surrender. And they're saying that's a non-starter. On their part, the Iranians have a 5-point plan, which the American side will rightfully consider as a non-starter, including claims of Iran having some kind of control over the Strait of Hormuz and American bases leaving the Middle East. These are non-starters for the United States. The big question is, can both sides soften their positions to actually look for something that looks like a common middle ground? And that's the big one we haven't seen so far. Instead, what we're seeing is more military buildup and very likely some more military escalation in coming days.
Eva, what do you think when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz? U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that once this operation is over, I'm just quoting here, he says it will be open and it will be open one way or another. Now, of course, we know that Trump has repeatedly attacked NATO for not wanting to take part in this so far. Why is that NATO hasn't heeded those calls?
Well, one, this is not a NATO operation. NATO is a defensive alliance, and it really gets involved only if one of the members was attacked. That's what happened on September 11th when the United States was attacked, and as a result, NATO got involved in both defending the United States airspace and then later on in dealing with the perpetrators of that attack in Afghanistan. Repeatedly, the Europeans have said, listen, you didn't consult us about this war. You decided to go ahead with it without even asking our opinion, and we would have told you it was not the right thing to do. So this problem that was created is one that you need to resolve. It's not our war. Now, at the same time, some 30
No, I think they got the missiles. I think Iran might be crippled. I think they got them. I don't know how. I don't know why, I don't know what they did, but they silenced the lion's roar. Iran isn't holding missiles. They might want to reserve a lot of weapons for the land war. They're not holding missiles for that. Something just happened to them. Very serious. Probably the most serious of the war. I want to jump through this analysis to see the live report from Tehran. It comes up in like 2 minutes. Just 1 second. So let's go to, this was like 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago in Tehran.
Jazeera's Hashim al-Halbara about the Strait of Hormuz, Hezbollah, Venezuela, and the political situation in Cuba. But let's get the view from Tehran now, where Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is standing by. He joins us now live. Mohammed, what is Iran saying about any communication with the U.S. at this point?
Yes, Riley, the spokesman.
Hi, Juan. How are you doing? God bless you. No, I think Ireland's upset. The UN was pretty upset. I think the Pope's a little upset. But no, Juan, I would say that as a Catholic, I oppose the death penalty. But if democratic societies vote for it, I'm not a member of their society, Juan, and, you're in Romania. Oh, you got timed out. See you later, Juan. Bye.
Spokesman of the Iranian Foreign Ministry, Ismail Baqai, gave a long explanation of the Iranian stance towards these claimed negotiations. He basically said that until now there are no negotiations, and this is something that the Iranians have been repeating every single day. despite the claims from the other side, from the Americans, that the negotiations are ongoing and that they are advancing, and that the Iranians have even accepted most of those 15 points. So contrary to that claim, the Iranians are saying that there is still a wide gap, and there isn't even negotiation yet. There is an exchange of messages through intermediaries. The Iranians are now aware of those 15 points, and they think they are non-starters. They think they are extreme demands that Iran cannot accept because they compromise Iran's integrity, national integrity, and sovereignty, and lots of other things, like giving up on its nuclear program and giving up on the Strait of Hormuz, and lots of other things included in those 15 points. On the other hand, the Americans see the 5 demands that were...
All right, here's what I'm hearing. The Israelis and the Americans figured out how to hit the missile bases. They figured out how to hit them. I'm telling you. Hello. God bless all of you. Mrs. Rockstar, thank you so much. If you can drop the link in the chat, I'll try to see it. It's hard for me to find it on X, but if you can't drop it in the chat, don't worry, we'll figure it out. Okay, I have updates on what was hit in Isfahan. It was this. This is what was hit in Isfahan. It's an entire underground base. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the Iranians have been seriously crippled. I think I am comfortable with saying that the Iranians have been seriously crippled. I mean, quite literally, like this might have been the end. You might have seen the end, my friends. I don't know how they did it. You may actually have just seen this Missile City code get cracked. Okay, this is what they took out. If you'd like to investigate the exact location of the hit, lat 32, 35, 21.4 north, longe 51, 36, 34.9 east. Again, if you'd like to look into this more yourself, what the Israelis and the Americans cracked was the code of a gigantic underground military base in Isfahan. The lat is 32 degrees north, 35, 21.4, east 51 degrees, 36, 34.9. We may very well, it's not the end because they hit this, but if they crack the code of the underground military base, they may have got him. This is what they hit. They got that whole thing to burn. It's unclear how they got it to burn, but they got, see those entrances? See them? They got it. They got that whole thing. And the fact that munitions were, there's no surface stored munitions. There's nothing in there. There's no tanks. It's right over this hill. I'll show you where they hit. It's like right somewhere in here, right along the ridge line. Maybe like right here. It's the whole base. It's gone. They lit it up. Look at the tunnels. Those are very obvious tunnels. You want me to show you? Look. That's what they hit. You see those? This is the complex, okay? You see? That's what they hit. They hit the whole thing. It's gone. They cracked the code, which means they can hit every other missile city. This was a missile city in Isfahan. It wasn't just the depleted uranium storage. It's an underground missile city, and they took out the whole thing. It's gone. Yeah, they removed the mountain. Let's just say that mountain is not a mountain anymore. They blew the mountain up from underneath, and they got everyone inside there's gone. It's over. I think it's over. Iran hasn't fired in 3 hours. I think it might be over. I think they got him. We're going on like 4 hours actually now. We may actually see Tel Aviv sleep through the night for the first time in 30 days. Because remember, you can't prove a negative. How is the subtitles on? I'm a news channel. I don't know. YouTube is nice to me. I think you can get subtitles on live streams if you're a certain type of channel. Like the news channels all have live captions enabled. It's not for every channel, I don't think. I think it's just for like content that reaches multiple countries. They enable the live caption so it can be translated. Because I'll speak Spanish for my friend Francisco, but like I can't speak 180 different languages. So I think they have to enable live captions on this channel or a lot of people wouldn't be able to understand it. Public message. There has been a very serious attack in Isfahan and the Iranian lion roars no more. I'm serious. I monitor this hourly, daily. I've done this for 30 days. They silence them. They did it. Oh, like Iran was just launching earlier tonight too, and they don't save missiles. They have lots of them. The Americans destroyed an underground missile city. I'm showing you the entrances to it right now. Oh, Noor, everyone's a mod. You don't really need to mod. It's just so you can't be censored. There's only certain people that can censor other mods. So if I give you a wrench, it's so you can express your opinions without fear of censorship. It's not really like a traditional mod on a YouTube channel. Oh, Pete Santos, there was already a criminal referral for Tucker Carlson, from what I understand. And then Joe Kent was under investigation 8 months ago, from what I understand. I haven't seen the 302s, but they probably won't get handed up. We probably won't see them till the indictment. But yeah, I expect, forget about an information. I would expect that to be a formal hand up by a grand jury. I would expect that to actually get indicted. Because remember, you have a right to be indicted in the federal system. So indictments, you have to impanel a grand jury. Then the grand jury has to sit. You have to hear witnesses. They offer immunity. You do proffers with the AUSA. A grand jury proceeding can take upwards of a year. In the Matthew Farwell case, the grand jury was impaneled. Well, it was a special grand jury that was impaneled on May 26, 2022. But it didn't sit on the Farwell matter for the first time until August of 2023. They didn't return that indictment until August of 2024. So, yeah. I foresee those getting handed up as indictments 100%. You have to indict in the federal system. In order to do an information, the only way you can do an information is if the defendant waives their right to indictment. Why would you ever do that in the federal system? You make them do the grand jury. Because a grand jury screens out superfluous criminal charges. So yeah, I foresee both Tucker and that other guy, just my opinion, going before a federal grand jury at a bare minimum. Stu, fake news that could be real. Seriously though, they shut him down. I track this war, you all know that. Afsan. It's really hard for me to say Isfahan. I need help with the phonetic pronunciation. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said in the end of days there will be no trade between countries. This start to happen. All Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, words happened in the past, and now we all know what will happen in the future. No, God bless you, Maysoon. Thank you for sharing that with us. Did you know that Jesus is also quoted a lot as a prophet in the Quran? I learned that like a year or two ago. I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Valhalla. I got to screen the video first, you know. Mr. President just posted on Truth Social. Oh, it's about his library. That's just his library, though. There's no video of the explosion. Maybe it's a different video, Valhalla, but there's no video of the explosion in that one. Quran, Surah 521. Allah gave land to Israel, to Moses and his people, Yadi Jews. Motorhead, I saw you saying that earlier, but you got timed out for that. So you can say it, but I don't want to see you spamming it or I'm going to think you're baiting, Motorhead. I heard you got timed out for that earlier. You don't think I have eyes everywhere, Motorhead? I don't want to see you spamming that. Hi, D. Meyer. I'm catching up. So I was watching S&P futures rallied from 63.60 to 64.20 when I commented. Currently at 64.12, 803 Central. Thank you. Tawny Brown Tucker said that he was criminally referred by the CIA for talking to a foreign power. Oh, thanks, Valhalla. I'll take a look at President Trump's post on Truth Social. Truth Social loads up pretty quick normally. Oh, yeah. President Trump, how you doing? He posted one of the videos we were watching. Gotta love President Trump. He posted one of the ones we were watching. Mr. President, if you're watching the stream, God bless you, Mr. President. I've been trying to call you. It's harder to get Mr. President's number than you think. But anyway, that was one of the videos we posted. I wonder if Mr. President watches our stream. It's pretty good. If you want to see on-the-ground footage, this is one of the better channels to watch. That would be nice. I would do an interview with Mr. President. Mr. President, you know what I'm saying? If you want to come my way for an interview, have your people talk to my people. I don't have any people, but I would totally interview you. You knew my grampy, Mr. President. His name was Edward Murphy. You met him in like 2008 or 2009 at Mar-a-Lago. You were hosting a very nice charity dinner for my mom's foundation, and then you met my grampy. He was the chief of fire in Newton, Massachusetts. He talked to you about golf and your family and his family for like 3 hours. You really liked him because he was Irish and a fireman, and he really liked wine. Anyway, so yeah, I would love to interview Mr. President. Imagine how fun that would be if I asked Mr. President questions. That would be great. I would be honored. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. But yeah, we just watched that video. Yeah, he trolling. I would like Mr. President to come on for an interview. I would be honored. I should send the White House an email. I would like to interview Mr. President. It would be my personal honor. But yeah, we just watched that video like 5 times. Mr. President must have liked it. We should show Mr. President more videos. Hashtag save the goats. I bet Mr. President thinks this stream is great. He's like, this is much better than Fox News. Grant's hilarious and informative. He really likes America. And he seems to have a strong dislike of communists, but he tempers it to be friendly. The bomb was called the discombobulator bomb. Well, listen, whatever this is has silenced the roar of the lion. The Iranian lion roars no more. If we can make it 3 hours and 30 more minutes, Tel Aviv will have slept through the night for the first time in 30 days. Penny, I want my paintings from Adnan Khashoggi. Pete, I want my paintings from Adnan Khashoggi. I want them right now. He took my paintings. Chinatown 9K. No, so I support not like bombing innocents. I think at a certain point, once people die in war, there's a tet for tat that can occur. That's unfortunate. But no, the quicker we get to peace, whether through strength or through negotiation, the better for the world. And we may have gotten there. No, it's not a deflection, Pete. I just really want the paintings. Every time someone says Epstein, all I can think about is how Adnan Khashoggi trained Jeffrey Epstein, then sold Adnan Khashoggi's boat called the Nabiya. It's weird to name a boat after your youngest daughter, by the way. Sold the boat to Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and then Maxwell died on that yacht. Her father, Maxwell's father, died on that yacht. And then I'm reminded that the former First Lady of the Philippines and Adnan Khashoggi stole my damn paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum and tried to use them as leverage in the 1990s to get out of federal charges, and I still don't have my damn paintings. All right? So listen, if you want to talk about people who have a claim, There's a lot of them, all right, who were harmed by the Khashoggi-Epstein cartel, okay? But me, personally, and the 3 million or whatever other people in Massachusetts who own those paintings were deprived of our right to look at them in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum for like 40 years. So you, whoever you are out there who knows Adnan Khashoggi and his people, you get me those damn paintings and then I will let you yell about Jeffrey Epstein. And don't tell me about Jeffrey Epstein. Who do you think found Kathy Rumler telling Jeffrey Epstein on January 8, 2015 that John Brennan gave her the CIA agency medal? All right, and then who do you think found the email about Epstein saying that he wanted to visit Rumler in Washington, D.C. for CIA, NSA, and boy stuff? That was me, all right? That was on February 6, 2025. She lasted 7 days at Goldman Sachs. So don't tell me about the Epstein files. I want my damn paintings back. Sorry, Tony Brown. I get a little upset about the Khashoggi stealing my damn paintings. They know it too. They rile me up about it because they know I'm never going to get my paintings back. Literally, for every day during the war, they bring this up. They bring it up just so I will get mad about Adnan Khashoggi stealing my paintings. It's become like a trend on the channel. They just want me to get mad. Which is fine. Like, I don't mind getting mad about it. I want my paintings back. I bet they're in Monaco. They're either in Monaco or like somewhere in the Middle East. But the point is, I want them back. Like, the people of Massachusetts deserve to look at those paintings in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The fact that they were stolen by Daryl Nitke and a bunch of Khashoggi's men just because he thought, because Miles Connor in 1975 stole a Rembrandt to get a reduction in sentence from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, that he could do the same thing. Then he didn't even need it, because Khashoggi got found not guilty in July of 1990 and then just absconded with my damn paintings. So anyway, somebody started talking about, I think it was Pete, someone started talking about Epstein, and I was like, listen, if we're going down the Epstein route, I want my paintings immediately. Don't even get me started on Epstein's $3.1 billion painting collection. Epstein owned the Scream. Like, what the hell, bro? I'm going to liberate those $3.1 billion worth of paintings and give them to the victims. I'm going to start a congressional fund. This is why the world is collapsing. America shut down Isfahan and the IDF. Thank you, Triple E Bob. Triple E Bob said, give us our damn paintings back. They actually did it. I have no idea what they did. It must be really bad. They silenced Iran. The lion roars no more. Wow. Just wow. Ifti Ahmad, how many hours do you think we have to go without Iran managing to launch at Israel at all before it's declared over? 12? 24? Thank you, Ms. Clutch. The U.S. Secretary of State will hold a press conference tomorrow. The U.S. Secretary of War and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will hold a press conference tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. I'll be sleeping. The lion sleeps tonight in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the Persian jungle. The lion sleeps tonight. I think they put the lion to sleep. The Persian lion is sleeping. He's been defanged. Oh, God bless you, Mikey. How you doing? It's good to see you. It's been a hell of a month, but for the first time in 30 days, the people of Tel Aviv are about to sleep through the night. They're about to do it. I'm not saying Iran's knocked out completely, but we're in the 8th round right now. We jumped from round 1 to round 8 quickly, and Iran is on its back. Professor, I'm not jumping too quick. Every hour that goes by without a warning in Tel Aviv, I'm telling you, the people of Tel Aviv have not slept through the night in 30 days. It is now 3:13 a.m. If we make it 2 more hours, the sun will rise in Tel Aviv without any alarms having going on all night. You don't understand. The psychological warfare would have ended. They would have got a night's sleep. I think it's on. I think it is on. Whatever it is, it's on right now. Oh yeah, it's going down right now. They're never going to report on it, but it's happening right now. Well, let's see the roaring lion get off her back, because right now she's definitely struggling. We may well be watching like the beginning of the end of this war, because I know the pattern. Seriously, I've been doing this for 30 days. Iran would never let the people of Tel Aviv, Ifti Ahmad, we've been together, my dear friend, for what, 3 weeks in a row? How many nights? Tell me, can you even remember one night where Tel Aviv slept through the night without a warning? Not to mention like 6? No way. Penny, I think if the war ends, the situation in Lebanon will revert to the status quo. There's been too much destruction in the northern settlements. How can I celebrate? Because it would be a ceasefire. They would just stop. The bombing would stop. All I've wanted for 30 days is for the bombing to stop. There's been so many off-ramps. When all of them failed, the only option left was brute force. I know if I can be accused of anything, it's overly optimistic thinking. I will, guilty as charged, my dear friend. I admit it. Every hour that goes by in Tel Aviv without an alert, seriously, it's almost impossible. I've been covering this war for 30 days, 12 hours a day. They haven't slept through the night. Chinatown and K9, I might be wrong, but something changed in the past hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lori James, you might be right. Lori Jean, you might be right, but they haven't managed to fire in 4 hours now. At a very, like literally, they don't let Tel Aviv sleep. They hit Tel Aviv earlier tonight. And then as soon as Isfahan got hit by the stuff you're seeing now, it stopped. Right, I agree. There's nothing like consistent about this war except for the Iranians not letting the people of Israel sleep through the night. I'm telling you, I'm the authority on like covering the pattern of the Iranians firing because I watch every single one. I've traced it for 30 days. This is a huge break in the pattern. I recognize patterns, and Iran does not stop. They silenced him. I don't think they gave up. I'm not saying they gave up. I think they got the missile city, the biggest one. You only have to explode a few missiles in an underground missile city and it sets the whole thing off. Yeah, but something's different. Can't you all feel it? We watch this war every night. Something's different. It just stopped. They launched at Tel Aviv. The Iranians launched at Tel Aviv twice a few hours ago. We saw the hits. Say Asfahan. Maysoon, I think I can do it. Asfahan. Asfahan. Am I getting it right? Asfahan. Bells are ringing. Where do you hear those bells ringing? Because I don't see any alerts right now. Ifti Ahmad. If they're ringing without alerts. Oh, Dab, that's unnecessary. There are some Jewish people in here who support the Palestinians. I don't want to see that kind of thing. Don't make me start naming people. Under Standing Towel or Rule 1, I can name the honorable member and remove you from this honorable house. What is the other one? Oh, the Discord. Yeah, we have a Discord if you want to join it. It's really fun. TASS agency report, 4:15 a.m. Moscow time. An emergency meeting has been called by President Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin following the current situation in Iran. Maysoon, I'm trying. Asfahan. Asfahan. Yep. I've seen more people from Israel in this chat who support the Palestinians than people in America who support the Palestinians. So I hate that kind of generalization. I think it's completely gratuitous. I'm not saying they're quit. Yeah, I don't think Iran is winning. I don't think Iran is winning right now. I think it's very close to over. I'm worried that, in fact, there's been a catastrophe. In fact, I'm worried that this is like a worst case scenario. Maysoon, you might be right, but I'm worried that this went to worst case scenario like right away. $100% Ifti Ahmad. I agree with you, my dear friend. Right, no one wins in a war. The only positive about a war is that it ends. So all of you are like, why is he thrilled that there's no bombs? Well, because I want it to be over, whatever it takes. The only way you win a war is when the bombs stop falling. Nobody wins in war. Everybody loses. It's horrifying. Seriously, there's no way to win a war until the bombs stop. That's not winning. That's just less death. That's the only way to win a war, for there to be less death one day than there was the day before. And ideally, there's no death at all, which is what I'm trying to get to. I just would like to see it stop. But even prayers are not enough. It requires, when you have two intractable objects meeting head on, sometimes the only way to do it is brute force. I don't support that. But at this point, I want it to stop. I don't care what it takes. I just want it to stop. I'll show you another angle of whatever happened in Isfahan. It's very hard for me to say I'm working on it. Has just changed the whole war. It just stopped Iran from firing completely. I'm not over-exaggerating this. It has stopped them in their tracks. Again, I'll show you higher def footage of the explosion. It stopped them in their tracks. I don't think Iran can respond. I think it's over. I'm not saying the war is over. I think that this may be the end. Thank you, Valhalla. Ifti Ahmad, you might be right too. But Ifti Ahmad, we've been here. You know what I'm saying? We've watched this for how many days? 30? I know, Claude Bell. I think we've taken it to a very high level to end it. Pete, I don't know. I think America just took control. At this point, I think God is at the wheel. All right? Whatever happens is in God's hands, folks. God bless us all. I think it's done. Trump tells his aides he's ready to end the operation in Iran. Trump tells his, breaking per the Wall Street Journal, Trump tells his aides he's ready to end the operation in Iran. Trump tells his aides he's ready to end the operation in Iran. Breaking per the Wall Street Journal. Trump tells his aides he's ready to end the operation in Iran as of 30 minutes ago. President Trump tells his aides he's ready to end the war. And he posted a video of this hit. So breaking per the Wall Street Journal. That's true, all the world's a stage. TASS news agency report, an emergency meeting has been called by President Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin following the current situation in Iran. G. Reaper, you're looking at the bomb that was dropped in Isfahan. I can't say it, I'm sorry. I need phonetic help with this city. Isfahan, I don't know how to say it, I'll work on it. But you're looking, I thought it was Isfahan. But all I know is that Iran's lion sleeps. Tel Aviv sleeps tonight. Jerusalem sleeps. Beersheba sleeps. Tel Aviv, Netanya sleeps. Ashdod sleeps. They all sleep. I repeat, for the first time in 30 days, Tel Aviv is about to sleep through the night. S&P futures are continuing to rise. Somebody knows something. But again, you're seeing bombing of like a desert. It's an underground site that was bombed. Yeah, but I think whatever happened tonight silenced them. Like, I've watched this war for 30 days. Iran is silent. It might be close to over. I'm hearing it's what's called an unconventional strike. You're right, all the world's a stage. Like, Iran might have to adjust, but it also, I don't know, they've never, ever just gone quiet. They don't let Israel sleep through the night. That's the whole point. I'm hearing reports that Mr. President is saying that it's over. But he's also said it's over multiple times, so. But I'm hearing reports it's over. I don't know what we did, but it might be over. I'm hearing reports it might be over. Maybe they capitulated? Well, if he dropped a nuke, they might just capitulate. No, the only thing I saw is the Wall Street Journal, and this is firm, reported that President Trump told his aides he's ready to end the war 30 minutes ago. No, Stu, but I'm telling you that there's a formal report that President Trump told his aides, this is in the Wall Street Journal 30 minutes ago, that he's ready to end the war. I know. You can't take anybody. I'm just telling you, whatever this was, it's everywhere, okay? And the missiles have stopped. Everything has stopped. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I'll sit here with you for 3 hours, for 3.5 more hours. If we make it through the morning with no alerts of any kind, sorry, I am a pattern recognition expert. I really am. Every minute that ticks by, this is wild. Every single second that ticks by. It's 3:30 in the morning in Tel Aviv. It's not quite morning. It's almost morning. 1 more hour and they'll have, and 1.5 more hours and they'll have slept through the night. They only get woken up when there's a launch alert. They don't have to wake up unless it actually launches. And they've never slept through the war. They've never slept through the night during the whole war. Yeah, I imagine Mr. President Trump and Mr. Putin are talking right now, because I think we just did something really, like, intense. Yeah, 4 to 5 a.m. But Standing Stones, we already missed one round of prayer, like 2 hours ago. We missed the 1 a.m. prayer. I think they're done. I don't know what we did to them, but I think they're done. I don't think anyone wants to go outside right now in that city. Asfahan. Jeremy C. That's the first one that's the first explanation that I actually think is reasonable. What if it was a bunker buster with a nuke, like a tactical nuke on the warhead? You don't have to use a bunker buster with a conventional bomb. You could use it with a nuke. It would set the entire underground missile city on fire. Dude, in fact, that's the only thing that would penetrate 500 meters into the earth. I think we nuked their underground city. I'm almost positive. No, I think they're done. You could legitimately could have killed 100,000 people by nuking an underground city. Yeah, the most plausible explanation I have heard, because of what I know about their subterranean structures, is that was potentially a bunker buster tipped with nuclear material. No way could you explode all of their missiles underground unless you did that. It's in fact the only thing that could probably penetrate. What we need to look at is like, what if you explode a nuclear bomb underground, how deep can it penetrate? Yeah, I mean, this is war for you. Like this, that is the war. That what you just saw is this war. There will never be another image like it. It's over. I'm telling you, we just really took it to another level. Like in a way you can't even imagine, bro. I think you can tip a Moab with a nuke. I've never heard of it, but why wouldn't you be able to? A Moab is just a penetrator bomb that releases a shockwave. Why couldn't you tip it with a nuke? I'm not the expert on this. I'm asking. I literally don't know what just happened. Rigged outcome. That's been the speculation at GBU 57, but still, how would you penetrate 500 meters into the earth? A GBU 57 does not penetrate 500. I've looked this up multiple times. There is no bunker buster bomb on Earth that penetrates 500 meters into the Earth. Not one. Not one. Brian Rowe, I don't think we've ever, the only explosion that we've seen, first of all, no trolling, Brian Rowe. If you troll in here, I'll remove you immediately. Secondly, the only explosion we've seen that even was close to this was, I would say, the Tehran oil plant. The oil refinery. And I don't think anyone ever really thought that was a nuke. It was just a very big oil refinery fire. So no, troll it, like gaslight like that again, and you're gone. I don't have any patience for it. This is too serious a time, and I really don't want to hear it. I don't, and I don't care either. I really don't, Brian Rowe. To be facetious and sardonic at a time like this, entirely inappropriate. I'll name the honorable member and remove you from this house for the remainder of the day sitting, and I will not think twice about it. Respect this place or leave. Thanks. I took a look at that one, rigged outcome. I'll try to load it again. But yeah, no, it's not just that. It's over. Or whatever they did shut the Iranians down. Maybe they'll get back up, but they're done. Didn't we already look at
Imagine a bomb so
Yeah, so here's the GBU.
powerful it can punch through 200 feet of rock before detonating. That's the GBU.
Nope, not enough. Nope. Rigged outcome, 500 meters. 500 meters. 200 feet is only like 70 meters. 500 meters.
U-57 massive ordnance penetrator.
Actually, let me convert this exactly. Maybe you're right, because it might go the other way. 500 meters to feet. No, 500 meters to feet, not inches. 500 meters to feet and inches. 1,640 feet. 1,640 feet.
America's most...
No, listen. There is no Moab that I'm aware of, unless the only thing I know about this is penetration depth, okay? There is no bomb that America has that is a bunker buster, whether it's the Moab or the GBU-57, that goes deeper than 60 meters. It's actually less in granite. There's not a single one. So show me a bomb that penetrates to 500 meters, and I'll believe
fearsome non-nuclear weapon, and it just made its
this.
combat debut. In a dramatic escalation, the U.S. used 14 of these 30,000-pound bunker busters to strike Iran's most fortified nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. These aren't your average targets. Fordow, for instance, is buried deep inside a mountain, shielded by layers of reinforced concrete and rock. But the GBU-57 was built for exactly this. Dropped from stealthy B-2 Spirit bombers, it drills into the earth like a jackhammer before unleashing its explosive payload. Each bomb is guided by GPS and an inertial navigation system, with a smart fuse that waits to detonate until it's deep inside its target. The result? Devastating precision. Satellite images show significant damage at Fordow.
No, not even close. Their facilities are 500 meters below the earth. I'm not saying it's impossible, okay? I'm just saying if they stopped the missile facilities, if they managed to actually get them, they got 500 meters through the rock. How are you doing, Laura? Yes, there is a major situation. The Iranian lion has been silenced, and Isfahan is burning. It's burning in a way that I don't even know if I can explain. But listen, rigged outcome. Yeah, I think I totally agree with you that this is some kind of bunker buster bomb. Okay, I just want to say I'm on the same page. I just think there's something we don't know about. Maybe it's tech that they didn't reveal, whatever. But I just think it got all the way down and actually destroyed the missiles in the underground city. And what you're seeing is the result of the missile city blowing up. That's my best. What do you think it is out there? Under that mountain. I agree, JR. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, the limits of my knowledge are like what a Khorram Sharhar 4 does. But I'm telling you, it silenced the Iranians, whatever it is. I defer to rigged outcome, frankly. I think rigged outcome is on the right path, and then the answer is going to be, it's like a GRU, but with a tip. I really feel that's what it's going to be, but I have no expertise. I'm just guessing. Yeah, Laura, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Thank you, Miss Clutch. I do think it's rocket fuel. I 100% agree. I just want to know where it comes from. I don't think they store it on the surface. I'll show you some of these explosions. I mean, it was just this is what Mr. President Trump posted. This was the follow-up to the initial explosion. Okay, that wasn't even the mushroom cloud. That was the follow-up. Yeah, I think they not only found the entrance, they found how to penetrate all... The tunnels are self-sealing. Finding the entrance doesn't do any good. You have to get into the actual underground sea. I see arms like sticks. Well, that's an interesting username, WeDank. I like it. Triple Play Guy. I love Triple Play Baseball. I used to play it on the PS2 back in the day. All I know is that's the second... This is what Mr. President Trump posted. This is the source video. That's the secondary explosions. 100% Mad Mike. I'm on board with you. But how did they get that deep? That's the secondary explosions. No, the way they protect the tunnels is they seal them off. Like they're self-sealing tunnels. So to get that deep, you can't use the entrances or anything. You have to actually penetrate into the city. Oil from multiple transformers? Yeah, could be. I don't think there's any oil out there, though. It's a military base underground. Yeah, I think it is a bunch of munitions. I just don't think they're stored on the surface. This is the secondary explosion, by the way. This is not the primary. I'll show you the primary. That's not the primary either. That's the secondary from a different angle. This might be the primary. Yeah, this is the primary. This is the primary from a different angle. Degraded quality, but that's the best view of whatever it is went up. So this is not the secondary. This is the primary. There are secondaries in there, but this is the primary. By the way, this wasn't the only hit. Isfahan was hit in like 40 places. This was the biggest one. Yep, Jersey C, this is the primary. You just saw the secondary that Mr. President Trump posted. This is the primary. Hello, Robin. Great to see you. It's unclear what they did or how, why, or what it hit or how it hit or whatever, but it's intense. Mimi, God bless you. I'm holding up well. I slept well overnight, went to my doctor's this morning, and I'm feeling good, feeling even better with your prayers and energy here, my dear friend. God bless you, and God bless the goats. Towel loves the goats. Mimi and I are going to hang out with the goats. Going to take Mimi on an airplane to meet the Pope. That would be fun. Well, Valhalla, Iran just bombed Turkey today, so I don't know if I believe that. Why would Turkey say that? Water Under the Fridge says, if Mad starts, I am too close. It was nice knowing you all. Stay classy. Well, God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. And may God protect us all. I can't tell what's going on right now. For the first time, I don't know what's going on. I know what the news is saying, but I don't know what's happened in Afghanistan. I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, I think whatever it was has stopped the Iranians like cold in their tracks. Completely. The silence is so ominous. I'll take a look, Stu. Yeah, I think we're all clueless right now. Even me. What's this? I'm covering it, Stu. Yeah. No, I don't take other channels live unless it's news, but thank you, Stu. That's a good resource. I appreciate it, Stu. I will absolutely watch it later. I don't know if there's boots on the ground. He might be right. I don't know. Mimi, you protect that baby goat. We trust whatever the baby goat says. Taking a smoke break. Yeah. You're very classy, Mad Mike. You're the typification of class, my dear friend. Your erudition is second to none. Here's more from the area. See the mushroom cloud going up there? That was after the hit. You see the cloud? Thanks, Valhalla. USA bombed a warehouse with a large quantity of bunker busters. Oh, you're covering up the baby goat with the beach towel, Mimi. That's adorable. We love baby goats. I think it might be over. Oh, you named the goat Ellie? Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Hello, Ellie. Ellie is Mimi's baby goat. Oh, Mimi, God bless you. We love the goats, and Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie. That's adorable. If you haven't gotten a chance to say hi to Mimi today, she's wonderful. Mimi's in the chat, and she has a baby goat. What? Oh, Ifti Ahmad. I know what you're talking about. Ifti Ahmad would like a mental decompression break, which I think is called right now. Ifti Ahmad is called for a mental decompression break. We're going to play a song from Yoram Kupermitz, who hopefully got to sleep through the night for the first time during this war. And I'll stay with you as we listen to these musical stylings. We're not going anywhere. I'll keep the updates going. This is a song from a member of this channel. He composes all of this himself. Okay? His name is Yoram Kupermitz. This song is called Up to There You See No Further, okay, on Towel Radio Network. You're going to listen to about 3 minutes of mental decompression. This is a request from the wonderful Ifti Ahmad. Take a listen from a man in Israel, very sympathetic to the Palestinians. And just imagine yourself for 30 days straight going from shelter to room in your house and watching the bombs fall and over, and take yourself into the shoes of Mr. Yoram Kupermitz, one of the greatest musical composers I've ever had the honor and privilege to know. It is 9:46 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Monday, March 30th, 2026. It is 3:45 a.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It is 5:15 a.m. in Tehran. All composed by hand, all instruments played by hand. Coverage resumes in 2 minutes. Mental decompression break. This is from a channel member, Yoram Kupermitz. The vibes of Tel Aviv 2026. Here comes the missiles. The only art I've seen integrate a Khorram Sharhar footage into it in a tactful way. It tells the story of a man living in his form, but it tells it without words. This is a song made by a channel member. Every 8 hours we do a mental decompression. You can't watch war imagery for 12 hours in a row. It was actually made by a member of the chat from Israel who supports the Palestinians. And even as the bombs fell on Tel Aviv, he would be posting about Gaza. In this chat, not some faraway chat, your chat. This song is as much you as it is him. And that's why it's so special. Yep, definitely hookah vibes. Yoram is very talented. He did this by hand. He played it by hand. He composed it. It takes the breath away. Yoram Kupermitz, ladies and gentlemen. Up to there, you see, no further. It is 9:51 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Monday, March 30th, 2026. Every 4 to 8 hours on this 4 to 8 hours on this channel, I try to give you a mental decompression break, and those were the stylings of Yoram Kupermitz, a member of this channel who would come into this chat as the bombs fell over his head in Tel Aviv and post comments showing the violence by settlers in the occupied West Bank and the Holy City and Gaza. And if that doesn't speak to the true human soul of this war, I don't know what does. A man who doesn't need words to express the feeling of living in 2026 Tel Aviv, a man who can embody it in a composition all his own and shared with just a few people. True talent is not defined by mass appeal. It's defined by removing the distance between what one experiences non-temporally and what one can encode into the fleeting mechanisms of energetic transference that are available to humans, such as music or words or books or buildings. That is the great work. It is the transference of human consciousness into something permanent that exists beyond ourselves but captures that which we feel into some kind of solid substance, whether it be sound waves, whether through words, or whether through buildings or paintings or movies. That is the great work. Will you find your way to contribute towards it? I hope so, because Yoram certainly has. Yoram was here earlier? Who was? Oh, he was here. I missed Yoram. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Standing Stones. Oh, Yoram. Apparently Yoram was here and I missed him. I'm so sorry that I did. If he was here, I love you very much, my friend. God bless you. I hope you slept through tonight. Oh, I would be so happy if Yoram got to sleep. No, I don't want you to make any donations. You kind of been trolling a little bit. I just want you to behave, and not bait people. It makes me think you're not real. Like, you are Romanian, but you're baiting, and I don't like people who bait. Like, if you don't have good faith, why would you even be here? Why would you want to interrupt that very beautiful rift on the beauty of the great work as embodied in Yoram Kupermitz's musical stylings? I'll never understand you, one. It does make me think you're acting in bad faith. I got the bait vibe from you a little bit. Who knows? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Bringing you back now to the latest from Isfahan. Ooh, Standing Stones timed you out. You got to be really over the line to get timed out by Standing Stones. God bless you, Standing Stones. Let me show you now more footage from Isfahan so you can see the scope of what happened. It just stopped the Iranians cold in their tracks. Literally stopped them cold in their tracks. Nothing has happened since this went down. Not one thing. Nothing. It all stopped. This was Isfahan, okay? As soon as this happened, everything stopped. Thank you, Standing Stones. You hold them accountable. Damn right. I back Standing Stones 100%. The world is on red alert. The world is on red alert. Hello, IXO. Well, if the world's on red alert, I'm getting my back pillow. Where's my back pillow? Oh, there it is. I have these pillows I got out of my closet. They haven't been used in years, but they are very good for making my chair more comfortable. You'd be surprised how uncomfortable this chair is after all those years. You're looking at Isfahan. I've had the same chair for like 7 years. My sister won it in an office contest and then made me pay her cash for it. Lay Matrix, it is so good to see you. The sun is about to rise in Tel Aviv. The Israelis slept all night for the first time in 30 days. They did it. I don't know if it's going to hold, but they did it. Rigged outcome. I don't think this is it. I think it's over. I think they're going to back down. If we can get through if the sun rises in Tel Aviv, I'm telling you, I know the pattern. The country of Israel has not slept in 30 days. 30 days. You're right, Ifti Ahmad. It's like it didn't touch the power of the city at all. Hi, Patrick Wilson. I've been good. It's been quite a night. The Iranians have stopped firing. Ghetto Gus. This is Afstahan. I don't know how to pronounce it. Iran pronunciation. I really don't know how to pronounce it. It's pronounced this way.
Isfahan.
Isfahan. I was saying it right. Isfahan.
Isfahan. Isfahan. Isfahan.
Isfahan.
Isfahan.
No, Iran doesn't need to save missiles. Something big happened. It shocked them into silence. 100% separate power grids. 100%. They wouldn't power the military stuff with the civilian grid. I'll show you more from Isfahan now. I'll show you a different angle. This is the full city, okay? It was like burning on one side. and then it's burning on the other. So this is what stopped everything. As soon as this happened, everything stopped. Inmanstan, how are you doing? Well, they hit two areas. So they hit this area on the left, right? They hit the area on the left, and then they also hit this area on the right. They just destroyed the city, like the military bases in Isfahan. Donald says, it isn't the rebels who create the troubles of the world. It's the troubles who create the rebels. Love it, Donald. Love it. Mimi says, God has something very special planned for you, Grant. Your family tidbits resonate with me, and I know how God has blessed me in my years of being there. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. You are wonderful. You're one of the most wonderful souls I've ever met, Mimi. Oh, God bless you, Lame Matrix. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you very much. You're wonderful. Well, I'm not saying they're done, but I'm telling you that whatever happened tonight has stopped them dead in their tracks. It's actually stopped the Iranians from firing. Yeah, but the question is how? How did they do it? How did they stop them? Iran doesn't take tactical pauses. The whole thing. The whole thing is about keeping the Israelis from sleeping. One, what's with debating one? One, I'm going to start asking questions, and you don't want me to ask questions, one. It's very easy for me to find things out. Why would you want to put yourself on my radar like that? Praise God indeed, Mimi, we pray. I don't know, Weedank. I don't know what happened in the past 4 hours. All I know is the people of Tel Aviv are sleeping. Maybe? Penny, that... No. Maysoon, this is how I have it pronounced.
Isfahan. 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 Isfahan.
Frankfurt says, thanks for all the great info, my friend. You 100% give the best info on YouTube. I've learned so much over the last 30 days. Oh, God bless you, Frankfurt. You're so kind. It is my honor. Hello, Mikey Pissboy. First of all, that's a hilarious username. I love it, Mikey. I'm going to give you a wrench just because your username is hilarious. I know I say it right. It's Isfahan. Isfahan.
Isfahan.
Isfahan. Someone tried to correct me, but it's Isfahan. I know how to say it. Isfahan. And I'm not changing it. Isfahan. We're saying it that way. You're looking at Isfahan tonight. Hello, Translator Towel. It's 4 a.m. in Tel Aviv. They're about to sleep through the night for the first time in 30 days. How long? That's hilarious. Futures are jumping. Futures are jumping on the Wall Street Journal headline. I have more video from Isfahan just now. Oh, I think it might be over. I don't know what they did, but it might be over. All right, here we go. Here's the latest from Isfahan. It's Isfahan. As far as I'm concerned, Maysoon, I'm willing to listen to your pronunciation. Maybe there's an alternative pronunciation. But Google tells me it's Isfahan. Maybe there's an Asfahan, too. This is Isfahan, though, with an I. It could be just that Maysoon knows how to pronounce it in Persian, and I don't. In which case, I should defer to Maysoon. You know what I'm saying? Fra, your Wi-Fi is having some issues. We definitely had some turbulence earlier. Things are stable on my end. But I'm telling you, that's Afsfahan. So I'm going to trust Maysoon. For some reason, my gut just tells me that there's an alternative pronunciation. Because Maysoon doesn't really troll. So I think Maysoon's trying to help me understand the Persian pronunciation. But that's just not how Google has it, which is why I could be confused. Stu, no update since President Trump tweeted the video of the explosions. The U.S. Army authorized combat patches. This is Afsfahan or Isfahan. I can't tell if it's two pronunciations of the same city or one is Persian and one is sort of Aramaic. I don't really know. But the city is spelled I-F. Let me give you the exact spelling. It's spelled, hold on, I-S-F-A-H-A-N. This is the fall. This is what it's like after, this is what it was like after the initial bombs fell. The whole city was just on fire. The outsides of the city, not the civilian areas. Yeah, me too, translator Tal, but it could just be the Persian pronunciation is different. Yeah, I think Trump and Putin are probably talking. President Trump and Putin are probably talking. Because everything has come to a screeching halt. It must be over. I think it's over. I think it's over. One, you gotta stop trolling, okay? You're not even, you're okay at it, bro, but you're I don't know, I don't know. It just seems like you have, a personal thing. It's cool, bro, it's fine. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think it's over. I have no idea how he did it, but I think ended the war. Wow. Dude, if he ended this war, he's a hero. I don't know how he did it. Serpentine, check the futures for sure. The markets will tell you all you need to know. I don't know what happened. I really don't. It really might be over. The sun's going to rise in 2 hours in Tel Aviv. We'll be here for it. I have 2 hours and 40 minutes left on the stream. I hope you all understand Israel has not slept for 30 days. Wait, Are we actually saying 20th Century Foxy? Maybe Maysoon. Can you help me understand this? 20th Century Foxy. Is that how the city is spelled in Persian? Maysoon, my dear friend, if you were trying to help me understand Persian, I apologize so much for my misunderstanding. I'm so sorry. I think Maysoon may have actually been trying to help me learn Persian, but I kept being told that it was Isfahan. But yes, Maysoon, my dear friend, if it is actually pronounced that way in Persian and you were trying to teach me, I just didn't understand what you were telling me, so I apologize. Oh, you are wonderful, Lavender and Rose. Really, I'll go off and do my thing. I would just be so pleased. There's so much agony that has happened. If it can just end, it would be so pleasant for so many millions of people displaced, so many dead. I've only just wanted it to end. Oh, God bless you, Serpentine. You are so kind. You're wonderful. You are so wonderful. And it has been my honor to get to know you. Thank you, Maysoon. I appreciate you. I think it's over. I think we may have pulled the old Japan strategy on him. Hi, Elizabeth. So good to see you. Yeah, Claude Bell, I heard it was definitely well, it's two strikes. It's not just one. There's one in the west and one in the east. There's two distinct strikes. Well, multiple strikes in Isfahan. Listen, even if the war isn't over, I would like to say if we can make it like another hour and a half, it is a miracle that the people of Israel got to sleep tonight. Oh, I know I should put my suit jacket back on for a moment like this. Where's my suit jacket? I took it off because it was getting hot. Even if it's just one night of peaceful sleep, they haven't had it for 30 days. Someone got the Iranians to stop firing. I don't know if it was by force, by threat. I have no idea. Yeah, I know, Ifti Ahmad. They have a supreme ruler. Listen, whatever has happened, it's big. It's changed the whole war. Right? And then something was hit west of Tehran as well. What? Okay, Iran has fired at something. They hit an American university in Suleimania. Oh my God. This can't be real. All right, so right before this happened, Tel Aviv got hit. I never saw any impact footage. I'm not confirming this footage, but this is generally what I've seen twice now, but I can't confirm this. It might be earlier in the war. Kind of feels like it is, but also not. I don't recognize that footage. Good night, Maysoon. God bless you. I don't think any 2/3 of anyone here supports anything. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what this is. Apparently Tel Aviv earlier tonight. Yeah, everything is quiet. Everything is quiet. And this was Tel Aviv right before the strike on Afstahan. Afstahan. It's very hard for me to say. My dear friend Maysoon is going to help me because Persian's hard for me. I'm stunned. Yeah, I think it's over, Alien ISO. I love your username, by the way. Is this Tel Aviv right now? They're saying it's unprecedented, the level of explosions. Then why is everything so quiet? Why was Tel Aviv hit so hard, and then Iftahan hit so hard, and then everything went quiet? Everywhere, at the same time. No. Nope. Maybe it's not over, but something has stopped all activity everywhere. 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 I think something hit Tel Aviv and caused a lot of damage. I saw it earlier tonight. I was covering this. And then now, like, this is West Tehran. That's not Aftahan. That's a separate area. This is West Tehran right now. Like, something's happening. Okay? Here's Parchin in Tehran. It's very edited to protect the source. Thank you, Miss Clutch. Glad to know it's an old video. It did look like it was from June 2025. I haven't seen any footage of Tel Aviv tonight at all, other than the confirmed hits, which I saw in the cam. That is weird in and of itself. All right, so that's West Tehran, but that's nothing compared to, again, I'll show you. So this appears to be old footage according to Miss Clutch. So I'll unrepost this. Thank you very much, Miss Clutch. And then I'll show you the latest from Iftahan. So this is from Al Jazeera breaking. Okay, this is how they covered it. The Iftahan strikes. I've probably shown way more footage, but here's what they showed. Very ominous. Dude, listen to that music. Dude, Al Jazeera breaking is treating this like the apocalypse. God is always in control. I believe that, Mimi. Dude. That is creepy as all hell. Al Jazeera breaking using this music is ominous. That is very ominous. I'm shocked one has lasted this long. One, we gotta find out, like, what's actually going on with you, you know? You remind me of this youngster that used to come around. He liked to LARP and stuff. It seemed a little personal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, Juan, you've just been LARPing a little bit. What's the matter? I'm shocked one is still here. One, you're pretty good at LARPing, though. Like, 6 out of 10, bruh. But really, like, I don't know, it's not personal, bruh. It's just like how it is. You'll be alright. You'll live. Alright, let's take a look at if Afstahan now. Bye, one. Ole Matrix, the news is that there's no strikes anywhere of any kind after this. Ghetto Gus, they're thinking it's actually the missile, the underground missile site. Alright, now I'll show you the secondaries. This is what Mr. President Trump posted. These are the secondaries. Yeah, I just think it's. I think this was a big shock to the system. It stopped the whole war, basically. I don't know what they did, but it stopped. Whether it continues tomorrow, reignites, I don't know. But it's almost 4:30 in the morning in Tel Aviv. They've slept through the whole night. I agree, Ghetto Gus. There's just so many things happening at once, but the biggest thing is, it's like there haven't been missiles launched at Israel in 7 hours. They're sleeping. We're not really. I think it's more like rocket fuel translator towel, like in the stuff that's in rockets that makes them like go. I think they got one of the missile sites, and I think it was such a big one that it stopped Iran cold. You can see the missiles shooting off. I think we got their missile site. I think we got it. Look at all those missiles going. I think we got their missile city. Thank you, Fra. A lot of weird reports coming in right now. What? 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 I don't know if I can report this. I'll take a look, Fry. I gotta find out if this man's real. Oh yeah, this was 13 hours ago. So a UN diplomat stepped down 13 hours ago. I confirm this story is real. Let me have this read out for you. This is what he said 13 hours ago. Fra, this is real. Thank you for finding this.
Conversation. A resounding resignation rocks the halls of the United Nations, warning of a nuclear scenario against Iran. Diplomat Mohammed Safa, the chief representative of the Patriotic Vision Association, PVA, of the United Nations, announced his resignation from his position in a surprising move. Revealing what he described as dangerous leaks, indicating that the international organization is preparing for a scenario involving the possibility of using nuclear weapons in Iran. Final cry before departure, asterisk. In an emotional message he posted on platform X, Safa justified abandoning his long diplomatic career by saying, asterisk. I have sacrificed my professional future to leak this information. People don't realize the gravity of the situation. The United Nations is preparing for a potential nuclear strike. And he added, warning of the humanitarian catastrophe in Tehran. Tehran is a city home to 10 million people. Ordinary working class folks, with dreams and families and children. Can you imagine Washington or London or Paris being bombed with nukes? Anyone pushing for this war is sick. The final call, asterisk. Safa concluded his message with an urgent call for the peoples to act immediately. The people alone can stop this madness. Move now, history will remember us as one hand spreading peace.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the depots are 500 meters underground. It really blows my mind. I just don't think people appreciate how deep these are. Like, I think we're kind of having like a crossing of worlds here. You cannot get to a 500 meter deep system with a bunker buster. It doesn't work like that. You can ask the people in the chat who know way more about this than me. You cannot get to a 500 meter deep thing with a bunker buster. Anything. It doesn't reach 500 meters deep. It's not going to do that. There is no bunker buster bomb, no Moab, no SBU, whatever, 57 GBU that goes 500 meters deep into the earth. None of those bombs do that. No, they didn't put them all in one place. No way. It's just whatever we just did to them stopped them in their tracks. I'm not saying it got rid of all their missiles. I'm not saying it got rid of even half their missiles. It just was such a big thing. It's like unheard of. Whatever we did, it just stopped everything in its tracks. It could have been sabotage. It could have been strikes. It could have been both. Who knows? All right, let me show you how big this strike was. You could see it on the Metrostat weather satellite. You literally could see the strike on the weather satellite. It's wild, Bear. Whatever just happened stunned the IRGC into silence. They may not be able to get through this. Dude, wow. You could see it on the weather satellite. Nailed it, Neo-Mortal Girl. Nailed it. Oh, we were wrong. Oh, they're mad. They're mad. Nope, nope. It's not over. Nope, nope. They've come back. It took 6 hours, but they're back. They fired. Oh, goodness. They are not out. They are not out. They got knocked down, that's for damn sure, but they are not out. They've launched again. You have 6 minutes. They have launched. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they pulled it off. They are not out. I repeat, they are not out. They are down but not out. The Iranians are not out. I repeat, they took a hard hit. They took one of the hardest hits you can imagine. They are not out. It knocked them quiet for 8 hours, but they're back up. Ifti Ahmad is right. Oh, Ifti Ahmad, you were right. The Iranians, they managed to... Yeah, no one thought it was possible. That's when you thought they were down. They come back. They fired again. The target is Tel Aviv. I repeat, the target is Tel Aviv. The damn Iranians. That doesn't look like the right one. What is this? That's the wrong one. The Iranians have fired again just when you thought they were down. They come back out of nowhere. It's Tel Aviv. It's the whole city. The Iranians, they've done it. They've come back. It took them 8 hours. That really stunned them. They knocked them down, but they are not out. Oh, no. This is not good. Listen, they're going to be pissed. If they made it through this, they're going to just rain hell down on them. Oh, no. Oh, no. You had to end it. Oh, goodness, this is not good. They're gonna be really mad. Like thousands of people died. Oh, no. Oh, you had to stop them. Oh, this is very, very bad. No, this is not good. On a scale of 1 to not good, this is bad. You have 5 minutes. Iran is not out. They are not out. I repeat, they are not out. Breaking. After 7 hours of silence, Iran has fired again at Israel. Tel Aviv is the target. Time to arrival, 4 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh, goodness, they're going to be pissed. Oh, no. Whatever just happened is bad, and they're going to be pissed. Oh, they fired. It's on the way. You have about 4 minutes. It's going to be really brutal. Listen, they made it through this somehow. I don't know where they got the missiles from. Yeah, whatever happened, it's not just that the prayers are over. They got, after that hit on Afstahan, they got knocked off their feet for like 7 hours. And whatever they're about to do is going to tell us a lot about how they feel about what happened in Afstahan right now. This strike is going to tell us a lot. Nothing is over. I'll tell you that. I thought they silenced him. The birds are already chirping. It's daytime. The sun is about to rise. They have launched again. You have 3 minutes. I agree, Primo. I knew they had more. I just thought maybe it was such shock and awe they capitulated. No, they hit hard earlier tonight. Here it comes. It's the Holy City. I told you they were going to be pissed. Red alerts in the Holy City. It's the Holy City. They are shelling the Holy City. They're bombing the Holy City. I told you they were mad. They're bombing the Holy City. Welcome, John Beck. They're bombing the Holy City. They are bombing the holy city. I told you they were mad. It's not Tel Aviv, it's Jerusalem. They're bombing Jerusalem. I told you well, listen, I really thought they knocked them out. They were off their feet for 7 hours. They're now bombing Jerusalem. All right, well, Tehran has clearly had enough. They're bombing the holy city. Here it comes. I hope they get it. I see the missile. It's on 10. It just went over on 10. It's coming. It just went over South Lebanon. It's coming. It's Tel Aviv too. It's coming. I saw the missile. I think it's Tel Aviv. I don't know where it is. Hello, lucky you. God bless you, my friend. We'll find out where it went. I'll get you footage of it. Tehran's about to get bombed again. I don't know where the missile that just went, Cam 12. You saw a hit? I'll check Cam 12. I'm going to run it back. Running back Cam 12. Cam 12 is Tel Aviv. Cam 6 is Jerusalem. It's very unclear what they just fired at. It looks like Jerusalem. But I don't have video yet. It's going to take like 3 minutes. Oh, God bless you, Joy. I hope you have a good night. We thought we were going to make it the whole night without warnings. We did not. Israeli media. Oh, goodness. No reports yet from the ground. No reports from the ground yet. Yeah, it's unclear what they hit. I'm waiting for a damage report. We pray, Joy, we do. I'm waiting for a damage assessment on that. The alerts have not lifted. I have no reports yet. The alerts have not lifted. Not hearing any reports of hits, but I will get video of the missile. I always do. I saw it going through southern Lebanon. Here's Tehran this morning. The alerts are still live, okay? But I'll show you pictures of Tehran from this morning. You can keep an eye on the cameras. I have pictures from Tehran this morning. It is morning time in Tehran. It is 10:40 p.m. Eastern wartime. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026. After 7 hours of quiet, the Jerusalem and Tel Aviv area near Ashdod was just bombed. Iran, it is 4:40 a.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa. It is 6:10 a.m. in Tehran. Let me show you the latest pictures from Tehran. This is not Isfahan, okay? This is Tehran. All right? Latest from Tehran, where fires are burning this morning. But that is not what the world is looking at. The world is looking at Isfahan. Israel has just issued this warning. .534 on cam 3. I'll take a look. Thank you very much, Dog Pounds. 534 cam 3. This from Israel just now.
Conversation. Urgent warning to all individuals located in the Vardavar residential neighborhood in Tehran, based on the red designated area on the attached map. In the coming minutes, the Israeli Defense Forces will attack military infrastructure in this area. Dear citizens, for the sake of your safety and well-being, all individuals present in the aforementioned designated area on the map are requested to remain in your homes and not leave the area for the next 4 hours. Please strictly refrain from approaching this area.
I don't know how the people are supposed to figure that out. I'm now going to run it back to 534 and we're going to take a look on cam 3. Okay, I'm going to run it back to 534. We're going to look at cam 3. Okay, I'm going to run it back to 534. All right. And we're going to look at cam 3. 534, looking at cam 3. Taking a look. I see the missile on 10 right now. You see it going over on 10? So I know we're going to get footage. And then apparently around... Oh, I saw a hit on 12. I saw a flash. Looks more like an intercept than a hit. So there was some activity on 10, and then there was a flash on 12. I did not see a flash on 3. But I did see the missile go over on 10. Okay, I'll show you it one more time. It arrived at 5:34, right at the top. So you can see it here. Okay, watch the missile arrive. It's going to arrive over southern Lebanon at about 5:34. All right, so you'll be able to watch it. This was the most recent missile. It arrives right around now. More on cam 12. Yeah, I saw it on 12 too. So there it is. You see it right there? That's the missile on 10. You see it? Right there. And then watch right after it goes over. So that's at 5:34 local time in Israel. Okay? Watch as it goes over on 10. It crosses the mountain. Then you're going to see a flash on 12. So I don't know if they intercepted it or what, but something happened. All right? I'll try to get you more footage. It'll take a little bit. The eyes of the world, however, are on Isfahan. Okay, here's Dubai overnight, by the way. That looks like the one from last night, though. But this is Isfahan, okay? This is what caused a 7-hour lag in everything. If you missed it. 12 has a lot of action. Yeah. I saw that on cam 12. So this was Isfahan overnight. All right, now I have the missile that just went over towards Tel Aviv. The incident has ended. Who knows if Iran will fire again? They were quiet for hours. Here's the missile that just went over. Unclear if it was intercepted or where it went. All right, this is the missile. This is the missile that was just incoming. So this is that missile you just saw the warning for. Okay, this was that missile. That's the latest. I don't have any impact. It may have been intercepted. Wow, I thought that strike might have actually leveled them. It did not. They immediately fired again. There are sounds of a massive explosion heard in Jerusalem. Okay, here's the latest from Al Arabia. I do not have any update. The holy city may have been hit. I do not know. Welcome, Brad. How are you? All right, let's listen to the report from
في خبر
Al
عاجل مراسل التلفزيون العربي يشير إلى دوي صفارات الإنذار في تل أبيب والقدس خشية سقوط صواريخ. إذن مراسل التلفزيون العربي يشير إلى دوي صفارات الإنذار في تل أبيب والقدس خشية سقوط صواريخ.
التلفزيون العربي.
Okay, latest.
في خبر عاجل مراسل التلفزيون العربي يشير إلى دوي صفارات الإنذار في تل أبيب والقدس خشية سقوط صواريخ. إذن مراسل التلفزيون العربي يشير إلى دوي صفارات الإنذار في تل أبيب والقدس خشية سقوط صواريخ.
التلفزيون العربي.
It may have been from an interception. I have footage of the missile interception over Jerusalem. It's unclear if they actually managed to hit the holy city. Here's one of the missiles being fired at Jerusalem. I believe it might have been intercepted. Oh, there were air raids. We just didn't hear them. There were air raids. There were definitely air raid sirens during that last one. Wait, that missile didn't get intercepted? What? It tried to intercept it. Dude, that missile darted right by those interceptors. Did you see that? Uh-oh. That missile gets by all those interceptors. It just darts by them. Uh-oh. That missile just darts around the interceptors. Sounds like it hits too. Power outages in Tehran. Wow. Wow. Power outages in Tehran cut the television feed. I was just eating some Pockies. They're very good. The power outage in Tehran. Pockies. The power outage in Tehran happened while the Al Arabia correspondent was live.
عن ليلى انخلت من هذه الاستهدافات بالذات فهي ليلى أقل ضجة وأقل من حيث الاستهدافات بالثمانية.
Lucky Eel says lots of people in the chat. Great to see Tile News Network growing worldwide coverage, worldwide audience. Some of the smartest people on the internet come here to share ideas and watch the war in real time. God bless you, Lucky Eel. That was one of the kindest things I think I've ever seen said, and it was expressed so well. You have a way with words, my friend, truly. Your written words are more precise, concise, and erudite than a lot of other human beings. You should know it is very special. I recognize your talent, my friend, and I'm grateful for it every single day. Oh, wow!
التلفزيون العربي.
Did you see that? The power went out on the Al Arabia reporter in Tehran during his report. Hello, Steve. Welcome. God bless you, Standing Stones.
وأقل من حيث الاستهدافات مقارنة بال48 ساعة.
التلفزيون العربي.
يمكن الحديث عن ليلى إن انخلت من هذه الاستهدافات بالذات، فهي ليلى نوعا ما أقل ضجة وأقل من حيث الاستهدافات مقارنة بال48.
The power is out in Tehran.
التلفزيون العربي.
Hi Brad, welcome.
يمكن الحديث عن ليلى إن انخلت من
Operation Power goes out in Tehran mid-report.
أقل ضجة وأقل من حيث الاستهدافات مقارنة بال48.
That's the night that the lights went out in Tehran.
التلفزيون العربي.
That's the night that they hung an innocent man.
يمكن
Don't trust your soul to no backwoods southern lawyer, because the judge in the town got, you know what, stains on his hand.
أقل ضجة وأقل من حيث الاستهدافات مقارنة
That's the night that the lights went out in Tehran. That's the night that they hung an innocent man. Yeah, this is Al Arabia in Iran. They were interviewing their reporter live and the lights went out. Yeah, they pulled the wrong cord. Indeed. All right, don't trust your soul to no backwoods southern lawyer. All right, I'm telling you, because the judges in those towns, they got you-know-what stains on their hand. All right. Yeah, that's a great song. The night that the lights went out in Tehran. Ah, he forgot to pay his electric bill. Yep, classic issue in the Al Arabia studios. You know, they're just giving a report, doing a live hit.
عن ليلى إن انخلت من هذه الاستهدافات بالذات، فهي
You got to pay the bill.
أقل ضجة وأقل.
Otherwise, the studio will lose power. He's saying he's got to pay his power bill. Oh, he forgot to pay it.
التلفزيون العربي.
You know it, Claude Bell. I'm allowed to say that word and do other things as a news channel, but I just avoid it. I try to hold myself to a standard. Iranian media report outages in Tehran. Here's the latest on the air raid sirens in Jerusalem.
إطلاق صفارات الإنذار في القدس ووسط إسرائيل بعد أن قال الجيش الإسرائيلي أنه رصد إطلاق صواريخ باتجاه القدس ووسط إسرائيل. الآن إطلاق صفارات الإنذار في القدس ووسط إسرائيل في هذه الأثناء، وهذه صور مباشرة من تل أبيب تأتينا في هذه الساعات الصباحية الأولى مع رصد الجيش الإسرائيلي لدفعة صاروخية باتجاه القدس ووسط إسرائيل. يعني هذا أول استهداف على الأقل منذ منتصف الليل، كون نحن دخلنا في يوم جديد. أول استهداف أو أول رصد من قبل إسرائيل لهذه الصواريخ التي تتجه إلى القدس ووسط إسرائيل.
Might be Beit Shemesh. Hold on. Yep. It took me a second to see it, but I think there was a hit in Beit Shemesh. It was at 5:34. Remember how we saw it on Cam 10? Take a look at this. It's very far off in the distance. I didn't understand why this got posted. It was at 5:34 though, which lines up exactly. Pay attention to up here in the distance, okay? See the interceptors going up, but watch the ground. It takes a hit. See the interceptors? I'll give you full screen. This is Beit Shemesh. This is north of Tel Aviv. You got it rigged out. Come, I'll play that in 1 second. This is Tel Aviv, 5:34. Watch back here. Yep, there was a hit. Tel Aviv has been hit. So watch the interceptors go up. Ready? This is from Beit Shemesh. Look at the interceptors. There's one, there's two, there's three. Okay, watch the interceptors shooting up in the sky. All right, up here. All right, they all go up in the sky. This was exactly when you all saw that hit. Now look at this other interceptor. They're all chasing up at something. And then boom, there was a huge explosion. This is in Beit Shemesh facing, I believe, south. Might be north, I can't tell. It's impossible to tell, actually. Look at that. That was a huge explosion. And that's the same thing we saw in the same exact time on Cam 10. It was this hit. Wait, right there. It's very quick. It was a flash in the pan, but it's there. Hold on, I can slow it down. I'm going to mute the speed. I'm going to mute the audio, then I'm going to slow the speed. This is 0.25. Right there. Okay, you see the hit? It was a big one. Okay, I'll try to get it at its biggest point. Okay, right there. There was a hit. You see it? It's right here. Yep. Frog got it, Slinky Socks. 100%. There was a hit. 0.25. Yep. Big hit in Tel Aviv. Yep. Far from the actual video site, but very visible. I had a request from Rigged Outcome for the Afsfahan hits earlier tonight. I'll show that to you now. So this was Afsfahan. If you missed it, this is called the Big Boom video, as requested by Rigged Outcome. Here is the Big Boom. I'll play it from the beginning. This is the Big Boom. Beit Shemesh hit. Beit Shemesh hit. This was not Beit Shemesh. This is Iran. This is earlier in Iran. Okay, this is Isfahan. There has just been a hit in Beit Shemesh as well by Israel, near Tel Aviv. This is overnight in Isfahan. Yep, there has been a hit in Beit Shemesh. God bless you, Chinatown 9K. Gonna do my best. This was Isfahan earlier. We got about 1 hour and 50 minutes left on tonight's broadcast. This was Isfahan earlier. This was the secondary explosions. This was Iran. Explosions in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Explosions in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. There's a direct hit in Beit Shemesh. There might be hits in the Holy City. There have been multiple explosions. Oh no, 20th Century Foxy. Oh, it seems Beit Shemesh has been hit again. That was earlier tonight in Isfahan. I won't leave you Chinatown 9K until at least 12 hours, but I can't go more than 12 hours. We'll see the sunrise. We'll find out what has happened. Okay, let me show you the hit reported in Beit Shemesh now. Potential intercept, although it looked more like a hit. It was intercepted, apparently. It was fired towards the Jerusalem area. Alright, so I have at least one apparent interception. Here's the video of a potential interception near Beit Shemesh, which can sound the same as an explosion. Potential intercept. Unconfirmed. So you're looking at... Good night, Mike. God bless you, dear friend. Rest well. But yes, that is one of the intercepts over Beit Shemesh. It's unclear if this missile, if both were intercepted, if one was intercepted. I just got this footage as well. Thank you, all the world to stage. I'm not sure where this was fired at. Yes, indeed, Ifti Ahmad. So here's the footage we took a look at. I think there was a hit in Israel. It's unclear exactly where, but we've looked at all those videos. And then here's... Oh, we looked at that one. Okay, we looked at that one. We looked at the intercept. Hold on 1 second. I have some more clips coming for you now. Here we go. Alright, here's this one. Alright. Footage of one of the rockets just now dancing through the sky. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened in Isfahan. It definitely slowed the Iranians down, but it did not stop them. This is that latest missile darting past interceptors. All right, what's going on here? This is one of those latest missiles darting through interceptors. It's not loading because it was just uploaded. It's not in the cache yet. Alright, so you're going to see it dart past the interceptors. Alright, so you see the missile darting past the interceptors? Wow. 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 Dominated them. In order to make a play, I have to spin the mouse around. But look at this. Look at that missile. There's like 7 interceptors chasing it, and it just cuts them up. And it takes such a weird trajectory in. Oh, it tore them apart. It ripped those interceptors apart. Maybe there was one at the ground that got it, but it ripped most of them apart. I have no impact report. That's probably the most stunning part of all this. No impact report at all. Maybe they did get it, like right at the ground. Who knows how? Let's take a listen to Al Jazeera English at the top of the hour. We're heading into our final hour and a half. Who knows how that all just happened? Those missiles were... Maybe they have some kind of last-minute, like, intercept system that catches them right before the ground, like a laser. Like, there's something Israel's hiding, because those should have hit. Maybe they are hitting and footage isn't getting out. I'm not really sure. I'm going to take you now to the top of the hour update in Al Jazeera. It's the morning in the Middle East now and in Israel. So this will give us some chance to get caught up. We're about 8 minutes behind. This is the, it's about 11:10 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Monday, March 30th, 2026. It has been a hell of a night. Hell of a night. 10 hours and 15 minutes into this stream. Felt like 5 minutes. It was a very intense night. The bombing on Isfahan was absolutely almost incredible, almost impossible. The Iranians who had struck Tel Aviv 8 hours ago went quiet after Isfahan was bombed, and then after 8 hours bombed Tel Aviv and Jerusalem again right now, although it's unclear if there were any impacts.
Rubio said there have been talks with Iran, primarily through intermediaries. He says President Donald Trump prefers diplomacy to war. But at the same time, a spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said his country has only received what he characterized as requests for talks through mediators. He also called the U.S. demands both excessive and maximalist. President Trump has also reiterated his threats to target Iran's energy facilities if a deal is not reached soon. And even though Rubio said diplomacy is underway, he also said Iran would face consequences if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Here's some of what the U.S. Secretary of State told Al Jazeera's Hashim Al-Barra.
There's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran, for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
Well, let's get the view from Tehran now, as Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val joins me live. Mohammed, the U.S. Secretary of State and other officials in the Trump administration have been saying that the U.S. military operation is going according to plan, while also insisting that talks with Iran are ongoing, albeit through intermediaries. What are we hearing about all this from Iranian officials?
Yes, Mohammed, the spokesman of the Foreign Ministry yesterday, Ismail Baqai, gave a lot of details about this particular subject, and he said that those so-called talks on the American side are not yet talks as far as the Iranians are concerned. Maybe some preparation for future talks and messages being exchanged through intermediaries between the United States and Iran. At the moment, the Iranians are still talking about the lack of trust. They are still talking about being hesitant in considering this real overture or a real intention of peace on the part of the Americans. And they are saying that what they can rely on for now is the power of their mighty army. They are launching waves after waves on Israel and also on other parts of the region where they consider the Americans are being based. There are warnings for even some strikes against some residential buildings where Americans are hiding, as per the terminology used here. So it's a completely different way of talking about this war for the Iranians. There is no way they are going to compromise on the Strait of Hormuz or on the nuclear program, or many of the other points. Also, their allies in the region, which is a reference to the Houthis and to Hezbollah in Lebanon. There is a wide gap, according to the Iranians, between the two sides. And the Speaker of the Parliament...
Missile fragments fell in Beit Shemesh, west of Jerusalem. No reports of injuries.
Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf, in a tweet yesterday, he said that the enemy, as per his words, the enemy is promoting its own desires as news. So what the Americans are looking for, desiring to see happening, an end of this war, because they are they're bogged down in this war, which is imposed on them, according to the Iranians. That wishful thinking, they turn it into some news, fake news, about what's going on in Islamabad or elsewhere regarding the conversation or the negotiations that they say are going on. For Iranians, there is no serious negotiation, and they are not yet at that stage. And what's going on is war between the two sides.
And Mohammed, as all this is going on, meanwhile, the bombardment from the U.S. and Israel targeting Iran continues, not just in Tehran, but also in Isfahan province. And as I understand it, there have been new attacks just in the last 15 minutes or so. What can you tell us about the most recent strikes?
Yes, Mohammed, we saw a huge plume of smoke rising towards the center of Tehran, right behind me there, at a distance of a few kilometers. We heard the blasts, also explosions every now and then throughout the night. That was just like about less than half an hour ago. And there are also reports about huge strikes to the west of Tehran and some power outages reported by people in that area. Again, power outages for the second time in less than 24 hours, because some of that happened also before yesterday and after that. In the same area, those power outages. And the Israelis also, the Israeli army issued a warning to people in an area called Vard Avar, which is midway between Tehran and the city of Karash, asking them to stay home because the Israeli army is going to bombard some very interesting infrastructure there related to the army here in Tehran. So it's a very...
God bless your grandfather, Lucky Eo. What an honorable and noble man. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Tense atmosphere, lots of bombing, not only in Tehran and Isfahan, but also in other places, Bandar Abbas and towards the Strait of Hormuz. 8 people were killed in a cargo boat when they were hit by a strike there, not far from the Strait of Hormuz, in the island of Qashm. That's the latest we have for now.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val with all the latest for us from Tehran. Thanks so much, Mohammed. Several GCC states faced another day of missile and drone attacks from Iran. Kuwait state-owned oil company said a fire broke out on a Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker in Dubai's port after a drone strike. It also warned of a possible oil spill, but said no one was injured. Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar all reported intercepting attacks overnight. But let's speak now to Malik Traina, who joins us live from Kuwait City. Malik, you reported last hour that the fire on that Kuwaiti-flagged oil tanker in Dubai's port had been extinguished. What other details have emerged about that incident? And what else can you tell us about Iran's attacks on other countries in the Gulf?
That's right, Mohammed. Authorities saying they extinguished the fire in Dubai And they also said that they will be assessing the damages. You know, the El Salmi Kuwaiti vessel is believed to have a capacity of 2 million barrels. The Kuwaiti petroleum company said that it was fully loaded when this attack happened. That's raised a lot of concerns, as you said, about possible leaks. You know, that could, if that's the case, it could have catastrophic environmental consequences. But as I said, the Dubai authorities in Dubai saying they're assessing the damage. Now that the sun has come out here in the Gulf, I think that'll make it much easier. They said they will update with any available information. We've seen attacks across the entire Gulf, staying in the UAE, where 4 people suffered minor injuries due to shrapnel from a interception of an attack in the El Badia area. Also in Saudi Arabia, just in the last couple of hours, they said that they intercepted 8 ballistic missiles. They've seen attacks throughout the night on the El Kharj governorate. That's where the Air Sultan Air Base was, which was targeted a few days ago. 15 American servicemen were injured there. And they also said that in the El Kharj governorate, there was damage to 6 houses as a result to these interceptions. So we've seen a wide array of attacks. We're 2 months into this war, and the daily relentless attacks from Iran have targeted this region, and they seem to be continuing.
That's Malik Trainer reporting live for us from Kuwait City. Malik, thanks so much. Israel's largest oil refinery in the northern city of Haifa has been hit for a second time this month. The Israeli Fire Service said an industrial building and fuel tanker were struck by debris from an intercepted missile, starting a fire. Donald Trump said on Monday that the U.S. response to the attack will, quote, come soon. The Iran-backed Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has claimed responsibility. Al Jazeera's Rob McBride has the latest details from the Jordanian capital, Amman.
This is a fairly significant attack. It will be of concern in Israel. Haifa Bay is a part of Haifa, is a very important for the refining of oil. A lot of it, Israel's refining takes place there. So this will be of concern. And it is the second time that it's been hit. Haifa is a prime target, both for Hezbollah forces north of the border with Lebanon. It is within long-range rocket range, within some of the range of some of the weapons that Hezbollah has. And obviously it's also been a target of Iranian missile strikes, and often the two forces will be working, coordinating their attacks, trying to overcome defenses. The authorities say that there was a fire. It was quickly put out. They almost downplaying the significance of this, saying that there was never any threat to disruption of supplies. And also there seems to be some confusion and dispute over just what caused this fire. Now, Hezbollah has claimed it was one of its rockets that caused the fire. The Israelis say that it was a missile that they intercepted, and this was falling debris. But it does follow a pattern of both Israel and Iran targeting its broader infrastructure, be that energy infrastructure or manufacturing and so on.
France has requested an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council in response to the killing of 3 United Nations peacekeepers in Lebanon in the past 24 hours. 2 were killed when their vehicle was destroyed by an explosion of unknown origin near the Beni Hayyan municipality on Monday. On Sunday, another UN peacekeeper was killed when a projectile exploded at one of their positions in a southern Lebanese village. All those killed were Indonesian nationals. Kristen Salumi has more from the United Nations in New York.
This map shows where UN peacekeepers are located all over the world, but it was in Lebanon that the 3 peacekeepers were killed. 2 of them were taking part in a UN convoy. The 3rd was at a known UN location, and that prompted condemnation from the Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He notes that targeting UN peacekeepers is a violation of international law. But when pressed on who was responsible for the attacks, his spokesperson noted that had not been established as of yet. The attacks are under investigation.
So is this a case of being caught in the crossfire or directly targeted?
I think all of these things will come out in investigations, but what is clear is that the position of UN facilities is more than well known the parties, and we also do deconfliction when we're moving our convoys around.
So this position was known, to be clear.
The UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, consists of about 10,000 peacekeepers. It was established in 1978 to patrol the area between Lebanon and Israel, known as the Blue Line. It's actually scheduled to draw down its force by the end of the year. This leaves its fate very much uncertain. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, the United Nations.
Asian stocks fell sharply in early trade Tuesday morning in direct response to the turmoil in the Middle East. The Asia-Pacific index dropped about 1.1%, wiping out all the gains it made this year. South Korea's main stock index, the Kospi, fell by over 4% early in trading. Meanwhile, the national currency hit a 17-year low. South Korea's president, Lee Jae-myung, has asked people to use less fuel while stressing the importance of a transition to renewable energy. Well, Patrick Falk joins us now live from Singapore. Patrick, you're watching the market reaction there for us. How are things going so far this hour?
Well, investors are treading cautiously following the latest developments in the Middle East and after President Trump escalated threats against Iran, saying that the U.S. would possibly destroy electricity generating facilities, oil fields, as well as Karg Island. Stocks remain under pressure also, despite the U.S. Federal Reserve suggesting that inflationary concerns weren't quite as bad as expected, with Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying that inflation remains in check despite higher energy prices, and that there's no need for rate hikes just yet. A bit of a big mixed bag across the region right now. The Kospi has paired some of its earlier losses. It's down by about 1.5%. Japan's Nikkei 225 down by 0.1%, and Sydney's ASX is off by 1%. A little bit of a better picture in Chinese markets. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index is off by about 0.5%, while Shanghai's Composite Index is down by about 0.4%. At the moment, markets are having very little reason to see that we're anywhere near any sort of ceasefire deal. And as you mentioned, the key regional benchmark, the MSCI Asia Pacific Index, has wiped out gains for the year. This region had been on a tear since the start of the year, thanks to optimism in AI and tech stocks. But now instead, investors are bracing for higher volatility ahead.
Patrick, it appears as though Japan may be about to hike interest rates. What's at stake when it comes to that?
Yeah, that's right. We've been getting some very clear signals from the Bank of Japan, including the release of opinions from its most recent meeting, as well as studies. And arguments are suggesting that rate hikes could go up by as much as 0.75 percentage point, which would really be a dramatic shift away from Japan's policy of easy money, of cheap money to spur the economy. All of this as a result of higher energy prices and a weakening yen. We've actually had some fresh data out showing that consumer prices in the capital, in Tokyo, cooled to the slowest pace in 2 years, thanks to the slowing down rise in the cost of food prices. So that's eased pressure on consumers to some extent. But what policymakers don't want is they don't want to have to fall behind the curve and then have to make some sort of knee-jerk reaction, which could cause some sort of economic shock in Japan. So as I say, they are looking at potential rate hikes now, and the latest signals from the Bank of Japan also strengthened the yen against the dollar. We saw the Japanese currency strengthen to around 160 yen against the greenback. Remember, a cheaper yen makes it more expensive for people in Japan to buy imported goods, including oil. And we're also hearing from authorities that they could step in to intervene if speculation in currency markets persists.
All right, that's Patrick Falk live for us from Singapore. Patrick, thanks for unpacking all that for us. Let's take a look at some other news making global headlines now. Israel has passed legislation that now imposes the death penalty as the default punishment for Palestinians convicted of killing Israelis. The bill passed with 62 votes to 48. The man behind the bill is far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, seen celebrating after the vote with a bottle of champagne inside the chamber. It's prompted criticism from the foreign ministers of Germany, the Netherlands, France, Italy, and Britain. While the law comes into effect in 30 days, the legislation could still be struck down by the Supreme Court. Noor Odeh has more from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
It is posed on a specific group, and hence the discriminatory part of it, Neve. Now, this law has been the subject of much debate
Andrew. I think
since it was first legislated. And I have to say that it wasn't just proposed by Itamar Ben-Gvir. He had support even from the opposition. So there is no point of principled opposition to this law. Some of the objections we heard during the discussions had to do with technicalities, with political, points and scoring points, like Benny Gantz, for example, a former Minister of Defense and a prominent opposition figure who objected to this bill, not because he opposed killing Palestinians, because in his words, I've killed more Palestinian so-called terrorists than all the members in the plenum today, but his point of objection was that this would be helping Itamar Ben-Gvir. Now, this law will be challenged in Israel's High Court. Human rights organizations and two Palestinian and Israeli parliamentary blocs will be challenging this law. But the fact that it passed, the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister voted in favor of it despite international objections, the fact that the discussion around it was not about discrimination.
8 Palestinian children have returned to the Gaza Strip after 2.5 years. The babies were evacuated to Egypt for medical treatment at the start of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Now toddlers, they've met their families in Gaza for the first time. At least 25 newborns born premature were taken to Cairo in 2023 after being rescued from Israel's assault on Al-Shifa Hospital.
Our feelings are indescribable. This is the most important moment in our lives, especially since she is my first daughter. But our feelings are mixed with pain because of the reality we live in, a difficult reality, a reality with an uncertain future. We hope that the future of our children will not be filled with the tragedy or suffering they faced at the beginning of their lives. We want a safe future for our children.
I gave birth to him on October 31st. I was 8 months pregnant and the pain started. I went to Al Hilu Hospital where his condition was critical. I had to deliver him in the 8th month via cesarean section. I didn't see him. They took him from the hospital to the neonatal intensive care unit at Al-Shifa, and I haven't seen him since.
Activists in Haiti say at least 70 people have been killed in gang violence since Saturday. Gang members stormed communities and torched homes in an agricultural region in the center of the country. Police had initially put the death toll at 16. Violence has spread beyond the capital, Port-au-Prince, despite promises of more foreign support for security forces. A Russian tanker carrying 100,000 metric tons of crude oil has arrived in Cuba. It's the first oil shipment to reach Havana since January, when Washington effectively imposed a blockade on the country. It's a lifeline to the island that's been struggling to cope with an energy crisis. Our Latin America editor Lucia Newman reports from the Cuban capital, Havana.
After 3 months of acute blackouts, power, and petrol rationing, the news of relief from Russia is spreading like wildfire throughout Cuba.
Thank God. Now maybe our transportation will flow again. Thank God.
But Russian fuel won't reach the pumps right away. Russian rather than Cuban authorities announced the arrival of the Anatoly Kolodkin, a tanker that's carrying 750,000 barrels of crude to the port of Matanzas here in Cuba. It's enough, according to experts, for 15 days of badly needed fuel. But it first needs to be refined, and that could take up to 20 days. Cuba has been under a fuel blockade since early January, with President Donald Trump threatening to punish any country that violated it.
Russia, of course, believes it is our duty not to stand aside and to provide the necessary assistance to our Cuban friends. We are pleased that the shipment of petroleum products has already arrived.
There'd been speculation of a confrontation if the U.S. used force to stop the tanker. But as it approached Cuba, President Donald Trump made a surprise announcement of his own.
If a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it. If other countries want to do it, it doesn't bother me much. It's not going to have an impact. Cuba's finished. They have a bad regime.
It's uncertain whether this means that Trump will ease or end his campaign to choke off fuel to Cuba. But what he has made clear is that he hasn't changed his mind about taking over the island after he's finished with Iran. For now, the next good news could be the arrival of the Seahorse, another smaller Russian tanker that's bringing diesel to Cuba. For a country that's struggling to live day to day without fuel, every little drop helps. UCNU and Al Jazeera, Havana.
Mexico's President, Claudia Sheinbaum, says her government is going to take further action following the death of a Mexican national at a U.S. federal immigrant detention center. 14 people have died in ICE custody in the past year. The number of people held in immigration detention in the U.S. hit a record high of 73,000 in January.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 11:35 p.m. We have just under 90 minutes left together. This has been, I don't even know how to describe this night. The bombing on Isfahan, if you didn't see it, just incredibly intense. I'll give you an update for southern Lebanon now.
أن جنديا استشهد وأصيب آخرون بجروح في اعتداء إسرائيلي على حاجز للجيش في منطقة العامرية بقضاء سور جنوبي البلاد. إلى ذلك أكد مصدر أمني لبناني للجزيرة استهداف دورية لقوات اليونيفيل في محيط بلدة مركبة جنوبي لبنان ما أدى إلى وقوع إصابات. وأعلنت وزارة الصحة اللبنانية أن شخصا استشهد وأصيب 17 آخرون في غارة إسرائيلية على منطقة الرحاب بالضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. وكانت المقاتلات الإسرائيلية قد شنت غارتين على الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. كما واصل الطيران الحربي استهداف بلدات في مناطق متفرقة من جنوب البلاد. من جهته قال حزب الله إن مقاتليه استهدفوا جنودا إسرائيليين في بلدات الخيام والعديسي وبيت ليف ودير سريان جنوب لبنان. وأعلن الحزب أنه قصف قاعدة جاليلوت في ضواحي تل أبيب واستهدف قاعدة حيفا البحرية وموقع مشمار الكرمل، إضافة إلى عدد من المواقع والمستوطنات الإسرائيلية. في المواقف السياسية قال الرئيس اللبناني جوزيف عون إنه يواصل الاتصالات الدولية لدفع الأمور في اتجاه التفاوض مع إسرائيل. وأكد عون أن الأوضاع مأساوية في الجنوب بسبب الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية، وشدد على أن اليد التي ستمتد إلى السلم الأهلي اللبناني ستقطع. بدوره قال رئيس الوزراء اللبناني نواف سلام إنه لا يجوز أن يبقى مصير اللبنانيين رهنا بحسابات تتجاوز مصلحة لبنان. واعتبر سلام أن صمود البلدات في الجنوب هو صمود في مواجهة مشاريع التهجير وإقامة ما يسمى بالمناطق العازلة.
So that's the latest from Lebanon. Intense fighting continues. But I think the story that is on nearly every channel, it's almost impossible to miss it, along with the power outages in Tehran, is the strikes that managed to penetrate the IRGC's underground bases in Isfahan overnight. Okay? And I'll show you, it is the clip. I've never seen anything like it. They managed to get into the bases. A missile interceptor has also fell in Beit Shemesh. But this was Iran overnight. No, you are not seeing things. Yes, that is what it looked like. Shep, no, let's not troll. Lucky Eel, I would love to hang out with you sometime. It would be my honor. Any activity you like, just let me know. You're a wonderful soul, Lucky Eel. I love the 90s. Again, you're looking at the latest from Isfahan. Oh, I love it, Neo Mortal Girl. I bet you make excellent music. Oh, bass is the best. This was Isfahan earlier. Okay, I'll show you this one. This was the secondaries. God bless you, Penny. 2,000-pound bunker busters. This is Isfahan, Iran. The city is Isfahan, and the country is Iran. God bless you, El Cid. Alright, that was Isfahan. I'll show you some more footage from Isfahan earlier tonight. And it appears the latest salvos from Iran did not actually hit the holy city. They landed in Beit Shemesh, and it was just a fragment. Okay, so I'll show you the latest from Beit Shemesh not Beit Shemesh, from Isfahan, Iran. Okay, this is Iran overnight. Both sides of the city. That's amazing, Neo Mortal Girl. I bet the crowd loved it. I bet you performed excellent. Mercury Star, you're very funny. Well, Lucky Eel, it would be my honor if we could go there. I won't force it on you, but you ever want to go there with me, it would be my honor. That sounds delicious, Lucky Eel. It would be my honor if we could go there sometime. Good night, Stu. Thank you for all your updates. Thank you for the update on Mr. President Trump. God bless you and rest well. We will see you tomorrow. I will be here. I didn't really think it was over. I was just showing my optimism. We will be back tomorrow, no doubt, after 1 p.m. Buttered chicken is delicious. You're looking at the latest from Isfahan, Iran. Both sides of the city. There was a huge lull after this for hours. Looking at Isfahan. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Neo Mortal Girl. That's horrible that they did that. They should have just listened to you sing and appreciated how good you were at singing. Art is awesome. I love good art. Oh, that's true, Lucky Eel. The Punjabi Dhaba. I've never been to that one, but I have been to Santarpio's. I love that pizza. Ooh, I'd like to read some of your poems, Neo Mortal Girl. I bet they're really good. We can enter Q&A time now. Oh, thank you very much, All the World's a Stage. We can watch that right now. So if you want to take a look at Isfahan, the city that we've been looking at today, I have a video here from All the World's a Stage. Hello, T.A. Sarah. You're still here. I hope you're doing well. 20 million bonus points for T.A. Sarah for still being awake. We have about an hour to go together. We'll see how I'm feeling. It's coming up on 11:45 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime here in Boston. Here's a video of Isfahan, February 2026, right before the war. Now, I've never been to Isfahan, but I imagine this is what it's like. Oh, wonderful, Neo Mortal Girl. I'll check that out. Good job, T.A. Sarah. 70 million bonus points for multi-toweling. Neo Mortal Girl's poem called PTSD Warriors. Can I read it? Do you have a link to it? I can search it too. I'd love to read it for us. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find it on like a quick search, but if you have the poetry.com link, you just let me know. You're welcome, T.A. Sarah. I bet it's an amazing poem, Neo Mortal Girl. You're looking now at scenes from Isfahan before the war. I do, Tawny Brown. Thank you very much, Neo Mortal Girl. I'd love to read it out. As we head into our last hour. I'm getting pretty tired. And thankfully the last strike towards Jerusalem was intercepted. That was a very cool video of Isfahan. I know that it's longer than that, but I really appreciated being able to look at that. Inmanstan asked Grant, you ever look into the Academy at Ivy Ridge, the program on Netflix? I have not, Inmanstan, but I definitely will look at it the next time I get... Sometimes I like watch movies to decompress, so maybe I'll watch that the next time I'm trying to decompress before stream. I did 3 months there. It was rough. Many kids did years there that I can't imagine. Oh, I have not. I will absolutely look into it, Inmanstan. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I'm so glad, though, that you found this chat and also that you let me know about that. I will absolutely look into it, and I'm so sorry that happened. I can already tell it's going to be rough, but you're here, and I'm very grateful for that. You're wonderful, Inmanstan. I'm very grateful for you. I got it, Neo Mortal Girl. I'm going to read it out. Okay, so I have a poem from Neo Mortal Girl that I'm going to read out. Okay, it's called PTSD Warriors, and I'm honored. Oh, it's on poetry.com. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. I can forward it to myself. Hold on. If you don't mind, I'm gonna... Let me see if I can open it. Okay, so I'm gonna read it if you don't mind, Neo Mortal Girl. This is called PTSD Warriors by Neo Mortal Girl. Met a true comrade who honored me a great honor after he listened to confessions of my finest hours. He saw me as a veteran, called me a true 1%er, as we shared horrors of each of our stories, then stared in honor at each of our courage. Taken back was I, the surreal feel of this moment. Quickly I grasped the impact of his statement. For years I had worn the same PTSD label, being pigeonholed as the most mentally unstable. Both of us fighting a battle for some normality, in a body that failed because of burnt-out nerve endings. One of us proud to protect and honor our country, one of us proud to survive some of your nightmares. Without unconditional love for an army of people, or the total cost of the devastation that has happened, PTSD will destroy every fine person it has broken, beyond recognition of the person they once were. To put a measure or compare one of our battles is not something that can be measured with whose hell. Instead, recognizing we all face challenges, opening our eyes to the depths of destruction, to our lives, our families, our friends, living on survival mode, just trying to stay here, fighting not only with the constant triggers, flashback, memory loss, lots of aches and confusion, paranoia, fear causing your worst kind of delusions. Pills, 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 you need to be heavily sedated, yet free to heal with patience and understanding. Don't get ahead of yourself. You have not quite suffered yet. Although we recognize you have been through quite a bit, you know, unless you are one of the easy, not too broken, we won't waste our time trying to mend the unspoken. Your epic life will be just another wasted token, and a reminder that you will soon be forgotten. A beautiful poem, Neo Mortal Girl. But you know, it makes me think that one of my principles is that making sure people's names are never said for the last time is an important thing to me. And every single time that I meet someone, I commit their name to my soul and I remember them forever. Like my friend Robin. I miss him very much. But I still say his name all the time. And your poem is amazing, Neo Mortal Girl. It made me think a lot about life and about service and what our veterans and our service members go through and how it's something that those of us who have not served will never be able to understand. That's why it's so important that we support our veterans. I hope this community has become a support for some of you who have served. I certainly really appreciate the opportunity to have gotten to know some of you. You're all so smart and wonderful and talented and compassionate and kind and loving. I think you're all very special people. I'm very glad that we all know each other. And I love this poem very, very much. And this poem, Neo Mortal Girl says, was written in honor of a friend who was a peacekeeper in East Timor. Just an absolutely beautiful poem, Neo Mortal Girl. One of the most touching things I have ever written. I'm so grateful that you shared it with us. J-Bow, you're starting to pick up on it, huh? Yes, that is what happens towards the end of these days as the sun rises. I would love for you to share the link, Neo Mortal Girl. I can share it in chat too. If you'd like to share it in chat, Neo Mortal Girl, people would definitely, I think, love to save it. I mean, I have the link, but Neo Mortal Girl, if you need help posting the link, let me know. But people would love to read it if you want to share. Oh, I can't wait to read more of your poems. It was very well written. Oh, Neo Mortal Girl shared the poem. Please feel free to give that a read. You are so appreciated and loved, Mimi. You and the baby goat. I forget the baby goat's name. Hold on, I think I took a note. Is it Nellie? I definitely took a note about it. Ellie! Ellie is Mimi's baby goat. I took a note about the baby goat, Mimi. But yes, that was a beautiful poem, Neo Mortal Girl. I'm so glad you shared that link with us. Please feel free to check out Neo Mortal Girl's poem. The link is in the chat. God, Manners, you're wonderful. Ellie, yes, Mimi. I even took... See, I thought it was Nellie at first, but Ellie's a wonderful name. I even took a note about that. I have a special note in my notepad for Mimi's baby goat. Oh, you are not hard to take at all, Neo Mortal Girl. You are wonderful and appreciated. I'm so glad you found us. Yes, Standing Stones. That's why I have to find a day where I'm not collapsing and make this coffee thing happen. But yes, for those of you who want to chat after the stream, we have a Discord. I also have an email. You can reach out to me anytime, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. But yeah, if you want to join the hashtag baby goats, we love baby goats. Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie. But yes, if you want to sort of follow up, see more, chat with some of these folks, or see more content from this stream, we have a Discord, and you can follow the link. It's in the chat. If you want to support this stream, you can donate to the food fund, but please don't feel obligated. This is a public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use a little bit of entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma in order to engender cogent public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our forms of government around the world. Yes, I truly believe that a public information service rooted in those values can make a better world, a more peaceful world, a more pluralistic and compassionate and understanding world possible, and your donations keep me alive and fed while doing so. You can make those donations if you have the ability. Please don't donate if it would be a burden, if it would take food off your table, or away from causes that you need to support or want to support. But there's a Cash App, $, Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. And then there's a Revolut for those of you in Europe, revolut.me/Smith Ellis. I'm thrilled to have been with you all. I'm not going to forget the presidents. I guess I can do them before the ending. All right? So Tippecanoe and Taylor too. If you know this stream, you know at the end I like to list the presidents in order. I don't have them all memorized yet, but I can do President Washington, then Adams, then Jefferson, then Madison. I lose a little bit in there, 5, 6, 7. Then I pick up with Van Buren at 8. Lose a few more there, 9, 10, 11, 12. I get Andrew Jackson at 13. I lose like 1 or 2 more, and then it's Tippecanoe and Taylor too. So that's going to be Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Voila! Everybody loves Tippecanoe and Taylor too. Yes, all of you. Thank you, Chinatown K9. Thank you, Gina. It was so good to see you. Gina, do you notice what I did there? I knew it was you right away. You see how good my memory is. Joyce, God bless you. I had such a good time chatting with you. I'm so glad you learned today. And yes, you know how I like to end the stream, folks. If you learned something today, you know exactly who's going to pop up on the stream. He hasn't made an appearance in a few days, okay? He's officially a card stand, okay? I got a bunch of wonderful, amazing, like, WWF cards, Jerry Lawler, Kofi Kingston, Albert, which is a signed one. That one made me really happy. Then I got an Arcanine. It was all from Towel Mom Bunny and Bo and Kofi. Did you know we have a Kofi towel? Oh, Slinky Socks, God bless you. You rest well. It was so good to see you. Did you know Kofi, Bunny Towel Mom's dog, is now an emoji? Did you know he's an emoji? Did you know Pete Bunny Towel is also an emoji? Did you know Primo's doggy is also an emoji? Yeah. Look at all those doggy-based emojis. But yes, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, there's a way you can pay it forward. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. Oh, you stay safe as well, Trelly. It was great talking to you. Yes, that's right. Your Saga. Absolutely. I will make sure you get your towel, Saga. But yes, look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. It could be something as simple as a donation to help our veterans or our service members or their families, or passing along a GoFundMe link to me in the Discord so I can put together a link of GoFundMes for our service members and their families if they need help. But it can also be something like donating to a charity for homeless veterans or a charity for veterans of any kind. Service members and our veterans served this country, and they did so in a way that allows us to have our freedoms, and we can help them. And it's a great way to give back, and I think it's important. But you may also want to do something like donate to help, Pete Bunny Towel is not an animal, but say you really like animals and you want to help them, you may want to donate to help animals. Good night to you as well, El Cid. God bless you. It was great to see you. Tawny Brown, blessed be to you as well. Bear, good night. I hope you get some rest, even though you stayed up with us till the morning. God bless you. Every single one of you out there. Lucky Eel, you too, my friend. GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. Anytime you want to reach out. Indian food sounds delicious. I'm just saying. And then, let's see, you can donate to animal shelters run by veterans if you want to help our furry friends. It's a great way to help our veterans and our furry friends. But you can donate to animal shelters in general. That's a great way to help animals. Everyone loves animals, and our veterans, I hope. But if you're in the UK, by the way, you could consider a donation to the Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness over in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or, yes, ladies and gentlemen, even donating or giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Rutrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. Yes, in that way, may we live up, or may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity for small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and therein bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all, and even in my exhausted state, and even though my hopes that the war was over did not become fulfilled, I'm grateful we got to spend this time together. I pray for the innocents. I pray for the soldiers, our soldiers, and those of our allies in harm's way. I pray for the animals in harm's way, the goats, the sheep, the cows, the doggies, the cats, the eels, the ducks, and otherwise. And I pray for a better tomorrow. May God protect the United States of America. May God protect you all. God bless. Good night. Signing off from the War Desk in Boston as we tick over to 12:01 Eastern U.S. Wartime, Tuesday, March 31st, 2025. It's 6:01 a.m. in Tel Aviv in South Africa, and it's 7:31 a.m. in Tehran. Good night. God bless. May God protect the United States of America and the world. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I love you all dearly. Good night, Mimi. Good night, Ellie. Good night, Standing Stone. Good night, Edric. Good night, Zariah. Good night to you all. And God bless. To you as well, Hypno Penguin and Laura. Good night.